Hey everybody, welcome to a brand new Do Not Worry stream. I'm coming to you guys solo from the heart of Lebanon in the 09. Sorry for the delay. I got logged out of my Instagram and then had a whole bunch of issues with two-factor authentication. Was finally able to get it cracked after like an hour and a half. Also, it's been announced that Israel is about to strike like 4 parts of Beirut. So that kind of really threw me off. And I'm trying to follow up on the news. Hadath in Beirut and like four buildings are about to get hit by Israel, and they're saying it's going to be the biggest strike on Beirut since the ceasefire. So I just need a second to gather my thoughts real quick. Hope you guys are doing good. Thank you guys for joining us. We're going to be reacting to Idubbbz' sleazy coach revealing a bunch of personal shit about Idubbbz and Anissa. So yeah, sorry, let me just open up the live chat and make sure. I'm here alone, guys, so I'm going to be reading the live chat. If I look at my phone, that's me looking at the live chat. As you guys can see, there's a Patreon banner at the bottom. Consider supporting us. We're a small independent Lebanese YouTube channel. We're supposed to be joined by Maki. Are you going to come up on the table? We're supposed to be joined by Maki today, Maki. He's pretty easy to get once you just put him on that blankie. So we're joined by Maki. Nata, you want to join Maki? Kitty heaven, folks. That's what we do here at the Do Not Worry podcast. So we have 100 of you guys over here. Maki does love that blankie. Thank you guys for being here. You guys can support us on Patreon. Let me take a second to thank brand new abductee patrons Erica Stillwell and Mr. XP0384. Welcome to our Patreon. And blonde patron Danielle Richards. You guys can also support us by becoming members of the channel. And you can support us in the live chat with super chats if you'd like to. But you don't need to do any of those things to support us. You being here, you interacting with us, liking the video, subscribing to the channel. That all helps, and that is more than enough. We love you guys so much for being here. Let me get rid of this Patreon banner, and I'll thank some other patrons later on in the stream. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm just going to open up like some local Lebanese news, and just to see what's up with the bombing. Sorry for the buzzkill. This is happening like now. And this is in Arabic too, so you guys aren't going to get that. But so we're going to get to the Idubbbz thing, I promise. Let me just also... Okay, nothing's happening yet. Let me just show you guys the graphic that was released, the graphics that were released on Twitter for the areas that are going to get bombed right now. Elijah sent me those on WhatsApp. So here are the areas that are about to get hit by Israel. This building right here next to Toulouse College and a public school. Right here next to a mosque, another mosque, and another school, a French school of arts, an art school. And again, here next to another school, Lycée Pilote Beirut and El Kafaat village. And so they're claiming that they found like drones, folks. They found some drones, and they're about to bomb Beirut because of drones. It's crazy. Madness Arcade sends $5 and says, reach out to Habibi House Podcast or Yasmin Fletcher or the Seeds Podcast, and you getting Switch 2 used secondhand, though NVIDIA support Israel. I'm not getting any Switch 2. I've never, I don't really play a lot of Nintendo games. I have an emulator on my phone to play like old Pokemon games. But Madness Arcade, I'm not going to... someone from Habibi House Podcast, I think, liked some of my posts on Instagram. But thank you so much for the support, Madness Arcade. We love you. So for those of you who just joined us, Israel is threatening to bomb Lebanon. They're not threatening. They're going to do it. They're going to bomb 4 areas in Beirut. These 4 buildings right here. And, the surrounding areas are going to be affected. There's a bunch of high schools, art schools, colleges, villages, buildings, residential areas. So this is kind of fucked up. This has just been announced now. Let's just follow up really quick on some news. This is what happens, folks, when you host a podcast in Lebanon. This is the type of shit that we deal with. And Ethan Klein wants to complain about anti-Semitism and being afraid as a Jewish man living in Los Angeles, California, And again, we have it like nothing's relative to what's happening in Palestine. Shit, ain't nothing happening here. Yeah, Marina, I'm watching Al Jadid too. Here we go. We got it live. Marina Nimis, thank you for the $2. We love you so much. She says, I'm watching Al Jadid. They're showing the area. I wonder if there's an English... Marina, do you know if there's an English broadcast?
فينا نقول عم تشتري ثياب العيد واغراضها وكانت الضحيه عم بتعج بالسكان وما كان في اصلا معظم الناس اللي بتطلع على القرى الاماميه وعلى المشارف الاماميه والحدوديه انه تقدر.
Well, anyways, we'll try to update you guys as it goes along. But we're here to talk about Idubbbz. We're here to talk about it's almost 10 p.m. here. It's 9:40. Sorry, I was a little bit late. We're going to talk about Idubbbz and his sleazy boxing coach. Before we get to that, let me just take a second to remind you guys, we did a special movie edition of the podcast yesterday. It was myself, Nour, and Elijah. We did a whole episode just talking about movie news and TV news. The stream, I mean, we loved having you guys there. The stream's doing okay view-wise. I mean, it's not, you guys, no one's subscribed to this channel for movie news and TV news, but the show's doing, I think, pretty good considering. Here, let's check it out real quick on the desktop. So we did a special movie episode right here. Hermione's brown, Zelda is trans, and live action Lilo and Stitch. We also talked about like Kevin Costner getting sued. It's a very fun episode, very fun stream. We're going to try to do this every week, talk about movies, do movie reviews, talk about Zionist stuff, Zionist movies, Zionist creators. We'd love for you guys to join us. If you missed the live yesterday, you can watch it on replay. It's super fun, and it's something that we hope to do every week moving forward. So thank you for doing that. If anyone from Lebanon is watching, I'm going to be at Mystic Market this Sunday from 2 p.m. to 12 a.m. selling some comic books, selling some vintage comic books. My girlfriend Demi is going to be there doing some piercings, some tattoos. It's going to be a lot of fun. There's going to be all sorts of vendors, a tarot card reader. It's going to be super nice. Sunday, June 8th in Madam Khayel at Cosmic Studios. So if you guys are Lebanese and want to meet me, want to buy some, I'm going to be selling some very rare Simpsons comics. I'm debuting my Simpsons comics collection. There's a lot of Millhouse issues in there if you guys would like to know. Some Barbie issues as well. Very rare stuff that like you can't find in Lebanon. So I'm going to be doing that on Sunday. If you guys would like to join, please come, get some piercings, get some tattoos, buy some vintage comics, support your boy, and it'll be like a little mini meet and greet. Anyway, so that's that. Let's get to what happened. This is pretty fucking nasty, okay? So Ian's, I don't even know if we should watch the first part. Did anyone watch this already? Ethan's Basement is in the chat, folks. How's it going? Ethan's Basement. W's in the chat for Ethan's Basement. So here's what I'm thinking. We got the interview right here with the coach. So it starts here, and it's like 2 hours or some shit, okay? So we can watch just this whole thing, and that's going to take like 3 hours to react to. Do I need to watch the Ian and Anissa exposed by more old friends? I don't think so. I think here they're talking about like, this is kind of lame. We're just going to watch the interview. That's kind of insane. We're going to watch it at 1.25x speed. So what happened is, Idubbbz and Anissa's boxing coach, Michael Briggs, from Bonafide Boxing, went on H3H3 and revealed a whole bunch of private information, apparently. Like, I saw some clips on Twitter. I saw some of this yesterday just to get an idea to see if it would be worth reacting to, because we were considering just doing like a regular episode of the podcast today. And the man went all out. Him and his wife were just having a ball, just laughing it up and revealing just a bunch of private things about Idubbbz and about Anissa and like about their training and like just really some shit that's really uncalled for. And they just really seem bitter that they didn't get like a bonus. So that's what it really seems like. Sorry, super thirsty. So we're gonna watch the interview, and I'm gonna try to like provide as much as someone who's been training in boxing for 2 years, and I have a great relationship with my boxing coach. Like, my boxing coach is someone I fucking look up to. He's like an older brother to me. And here, the only reason I got logged out of my Instagram was because I was trying to log in so I could show you guys some of these videos of my boxing coach. Here's my boxing coach, Coach Sherb El Khouri. He's Lebanese. He's the best boxing coach in Lebanon, in my humble opinion. I look up to this guy so much. He's like an older brother to me. I have a great relationship with him. Like, I could trust him with anything. Here's my boxing coach right here, and he's recovering after a no surgery, so he's taking it very easy. He's trained, like he coached with Freddie Roach at Wildcard in Los Angeles. Like he managed to get a visa with his brother, and they went and they worked with Freddie Roach for a while. Freddie Roach gave him a custom pair of mitts with his initials sewed into it. So he's the real deal. he's trained his nephew for years. Him and his nephew are like insane. Let me try to get you some footage of him training with his nephew Ryan. They're insane. But that's my coach. Like, that's the kind of relationship I have with my coach. I trust my coach with everything. My coach would never get on a fucking podcast and talk shit about me. You know what I'm saying? Like, here he is. He's wearing a sweater that I bought him. I bought him that Spider-Man sweater. Okay, this isn't what we're trying to... There he is, watching over all of us folks. Anyways, that's my boxing coach. He's a fucking G. I love him. And he loves me, folks, and he would never get on a podcast. So the fact that... The only reason I'm bringing this up is because there's a lot of trust between a boxer and his coach. When you walk into a boxing gym, you're putting essentially your life in your coach's hands, okay? It's like... I'm not going to say it's like a doctor, but like it's someone that you have to trust kind of blindly at some point, because when you're in the ring and when your coach is out there giving you instructions, your life is kind of in his hands, okay? It's someone you're supposed to trust. Happy Eid, everybody. Everybody in chat is saying Happy Eid. Everybody's so nice. Your coach is someone you really have to fucking trust, okay? And you need to know that your coach has your back, and you need to have your coach's back. You need to work together, because a boxer is only as successful as like his relationship with his coach. You know what I mean? You need a strong corner backing you up. So to have someone, so you need to put a lot of trust in that coach, okay? You talk about private things. You share secrets with that coach. You're going to be vulnerable around your boxing coach, okay? You're going to cry sometimes. You're going to be hurt. You're going to be nauseous. You're going to throw up. You're going to be scared. And you need to know that you can trust your boxing coach to have your back and not talk about you and not make fun of you for $5,000 behind the scenes. This is why I think I haven't seen the whole thing, but I read that Ethan gave him $5,000. But this is why it's so shocking that like a boxing coach, and they even like, we're gonna watch the whole thing, but like I just wanted to mention that this is a huge betrayal. If my boxing coach were to go out and get on some podcast and start revealing shit about me, a paying customer, someone who trusted him, someone who put my life in his hands and looked up to him. And if that person went on a podcast and fucking talked shit about me for 3 fucking hours for $5,000 and to sell some fucking merch and to get some fucking clout, because he talked about not getting enough clout from Ian like 3 times during this interview, that's insanely shameful. So let's get on to watching this interview with H3 and Idubbbz's boxing coach, where he reveals a whole bunch of shit. Let's get on here and let me know if the volume is okay, all that sort of thing. If the volume is low, let me know.
This is Frank.
Okay.
Oh, there you go.
So for context, this is going to be an interview with Ian's boxing coach, Michael Briggs, and his wife, who was like a videographer. They're going to basically just talk for 2 hours and make fun of Ian and Anissa. So we're going to watch this together. Let me just fix the camera on Maki. All right. Maki cam check. Maki cam check. Good, Maki, you good? You comfy? You cozy? All right. We're good to go. Buckle up, everybody. 282 of you in the live stream. Let's watch this disgusting display of like betrayal, of just nastiness, what some people are willing to do for clout.
Horizontal again. Maybe we'll fix.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Or maybe it has rotate. Oh, there you go. Yeah, thank you, guys. Thank you. There it is.
Thank you.
Harley, you here? Can you hear me?
Harley, you're muted.
I was talking on a muted microphone. Can you hear me?
Harley, everybody.
Hey.
We sure can, buddy.
Yeah.
Harley's back, everybody. Our favorite, Harley Morenstein. It's nice. He's become a new fan favorite on the H3 podcast, folks. All the Zionists get together on the same podcast. Isn't that nice?
Now, Harley actually put me in touch with these guys. And so how did you guys connect? Kind of Michael, Kate,
Casey's
and Harley, you guys were in touch, right?
W's in the chat for Comrade Casey.
Well, I know them from Creator Clash, actually. That's how I met them. And I never saw the clip, Michael, of you saying that you could beat up all the coaches. I'm telling my coach, we'll see about that. I don't know. He's not going as hard as you do every day, but I don't know.
I've seen Michael. He's a beast.
Yeah. I don't know where he gets all that energy. I'm not a morning person, so someone like Michael would piss me off. I feel like he's good to go first thing in the morning.
Is that right, Michael?
Not always, no. Sometimes I need a couple cups of coffee.
Oh my God, I love your guys' dog. Harley, 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 stand back. I love your doggy. What? A girl or boy?
Girl, 12 years old.
Yeah.
Aww.
Comrade Casey. Marina Animus asked, will there be any Marvel comics on Sunday? Yes, Marina, there will be some Marvel comics, and the Barbie comics, believe it or not, are published by Marvel Comics. Isn't that crazy? But yeah, there's going to be a few Marvel comics, but the stars of the show are going to be the Simpsons and the Barbie comics.
She looks so like a little puppy still.
Yeah, she's still mad, yeah.
What's her name?
Winnie, like Winnie the Pooh.
Oh, I love her. She's got a little bowl cut.
Yeah, well, her hair's too long right now. We had to shave her body because we were
cute. I have two terriers. I got a Yorkie.
We met one of them when we were there.
Oh my God, Nata.
Yeah,
we did.
So, guys, first of all, thanks for calling. I really appreciate it. Oh, great. Hold on one sec. Sorry, I have to request access from myself to access my notes.
You dork.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Yeah, you guys know AB, right? I mean, AB was singing your praise, Michael. You were in his corner, right? Because his coach was unable to attend. That was so nice of you.
Yeah, I love AB. Yeah, I helped him train for a little while as well. I helped a lot of the fighters from Creator Clash 1 train. But yeah, I love AB. He's a great guy. Yeah, I'll be in his corner any day.
There it is. Oh,
thanks, bud.
So
appreciate you. I actually, we were supposed to go out to eat, the three of us recently,
By the way,
my grandma got sick and I had to
this
bail
dude
out.
is using this opportunity to sell, to like sell his. Oh wait, we got some good cat stuff here. Oh no. None of the camps can get this. So this guy's getting on the H3 podcast to try to like promote his business, like Bonafide Boxing. Nobody trusts this guy, okay? He's apparently gonna say some sexist stuff later. Nobody trusts this guy. If you train with this guy and you pay him good money, he's gonna go behind your back and fucking talk shit about you for a couple $1,000s. So fuck that.
Creator Clash.
I traveled with Ian and Misa along with Michael, and I did all the recording for all the sparring sessions, all the meetups with all the YouTubers. Even small interviews with like Eric, who also fought on CC1. So I have a ton of content, and Ian promised us that he was going to put out this documentary that was going to share the journey of how Michael took this video game nerd and turned him into a boxer.
The whole thing restarted.
4K videos of him doing stupid shit or something like that. It was actually very hurtful to me.
That's your footage that he's talking about your footage.
Yeah,
exactly.
3 years. Yeah, 3 years.
Wow.
You guys know how I do this. Should I restart the stream? I hope money is worth the spineless betrayal. So sorry guys, if you guys are joining us now, you missed the first like 15 or 16 minutes of this. Okay, so we're just reacting to this. It'll be back up later. Sorry guys, we're back. My 4G disconnected. I also had to upgrade my 4G. I used to get 100 gigabytes of 4G a month because I use my phone's 4G to live stream because our Wi-Fi is shit, and it's not enough. I had to upgrade to 200 gigs of 4G a month now because it's the only way for me to be able to live stream and make this work. And now it just disconnected for a second. It fucked up the whole live stream, and yeah, so the first like 15, 16 minutes are lost. But I'm not going to restart. Normally, I'd panic, and I would restart, and I'd be like, fuck this, we're doing it again, folks, but fuck it, okay? What are we going to do? That's life, folks. That's Lebanon. We're getting bombed, okay? We're about to get bombed by Israel. Who gives a shit, right? Let's go.
Yeah, well, yeah. Before the CC1, we filmed the
It was 10 months, yeah.
Was he paying you at the time, or like, how was he compensating you?
Yeah, he did. So I do want to say that, like, for dynamic filming, I usually charge $150 an hour for dynamic filming, but because I was under the impression that this is going to charity.
Okay. So he paid them. They're making it seem like you know what I mean? Like they got paid. So sorry, let's go back a little bit. I got distracted by the disconnection and shit. Fucking live streaming. Not that relaxed. No, not that.
It was 10 months, yeah.
Was he paying you at the time, or like, how was he compensating you?
Yeah, he did. So I do want to say that, like, for dynamic filming, I usually charge $150 an hour for dynamic filming, but because I was under the impression that this is going to charity, me and Michael, would always scale back on charging them. So, for example, instead of charging him $150 an hour, I would charge him $100 an hour.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And, okay, so I mean, she still charged them $100 an hour. She's talking shit about clients who paid her $100 an hour, bro. Isn't that kind of insane? Like, she's making it seem like she either didn't get paid or they got gypped or something. Like, they were getting paid $100 an hour, and she's out here being like, that wasn't enough, I want to talk shit about you guys. That's so fucking low. So don't work with Michael Briggs for your boxing training, and don't work with this lady for your videography needs, because they're just going to talk shit about their paying customers.
I've heard that from other professionals now. I'm starting to hear people say that, who, like one of the announcers put out a video recently, maybe you guys saw it. He was like, Wade? Yeah. He was like, they offered me a salary, or they offered me payment, but I declined it because I was like, it's for charity, I'm good. But then they took that money that he generously forfeit, a guy who's not rich, by the way, and gave it to all the fucking creators. It's nuts.
Yeah.
I mean, like, we were also promised a bonus on CC1, and we never got it. But because Michael was so nice, he didn't want to like make Ian feel uncomfortable and ask Ian and Nisa about it. I was pretty upset by it, and I thought it wasn't fair, because how is it that we put on this great event, we raised $1.3 million for charity, and he promised us a bonus, and then right after the event, he just kind of pretend like he's too busy to check in with us, you know? And then we...
Yeah, after the event, like, once the event ended, I didn't see...
Okay, so he promised you a bonus, and he didn't pay you the bonus. Why didn't you ask him, hey, where's the bonus? They never even asked him. You know what I mean? Like, he promised us a bonus, and then he didn't talk to us after the event. Okay, did you guys be like, hey, Ian, what about the bonus? Maybe he would have given you a bonus if you had asked him. Maybe he wouldn't have. I don't fucking know. I wasn't there. I don't know any of these people personally.
Again for about 5 months. So because he was working with Dax on some show, and so he never trained. So the only 8 times that Ian ever actually trained was I trained him from July until May, and then I didn't see him again pretty much for several months. And then he started training again to fight Alex. Pretty much we started at like the end of December. And then that's when like they had to kind of get serious with the camp, because they realized like Alex was training hard. So really I only had 10 months with him to begin with, and then about 4+ months with him for the second event. And then I've never seen him again since then.
You know, I was talking to AB. I think it was pretty normal that the boxers at least gave their coaches a tip, especially because you were there. You weren't just working for him. You were helping everybody out. It seems like you guys were both like super involved in this event.
Yeah, one of the reasons he was even able to kind of connect with Manny Pacquiao's people who hooked him up with Mike Leonardi was like one of our connections. Our friend Eric ran into a guy in a bar in Vegas, and that was the guy they were supposed to get a hold of, but he was not reaching back to him. So we were able to get them connected with the people that connected them with Mike Leonardi. So we were literally there I was there from the beginning for everything.
So you guys had a really unique point of view where you had like a front row seat to everything. Yeah. It seemed like you were with them intimately, more than probably anyone else involved in this event. So there's all these interesting little details that you guys shared with me. For example, one being that I think it was you, Kate, that mentioned that he and Anissa did in fact pay for Hassan and all of his compadres to travel to and stay at Creator Clash 2.
Yes.
Yeah, so they were talking about that long before, about how they had to fly in all these people. First of all, they rented the hotel for over 300 creators and flew a lot of them in. When the first year it was much more scaled back. We just had a couple floors of like some place, like a nice suite place, but it wasn't extravagant at all. And then the second year they did that full hotel for 300 creators. They flew a lot of people in. One of the people they flew in was Froggy Tonic, and they flew him in from France.
That's insane.
And Froggy.
So he's saying that they flew in Froggy Tonic from France. Froggy Tonic actually like got on Twitter to debunk this. Let me try to open up that tweet. Haley D says this is actually just Ethan trying to assemble the Ass Vengers, the Sinister Six. He's getting the worst of the worst right now. He's hanging out with the worst fucking people, and arguably the sleaziest boxing coach in the history of boxing coaches, if you ask me at this point. I mean, who would fucking trust this guy or his wife to work with them at any point? So here's Froggy Tonic's tweet. Ba-ba-da-boom. He says, so that's what I got, shitheads in my mentions. Lamau, I quite literally invited myself and paid for my flights. Mike is awesome. We probably hugged 2 or 3 times on the last day. Don't include me in your interpersonal quarrels. This is an odd turn of events. So Froggy Tonic is here to dispel the rumors. He paid for his own ticket, folks. So this guy is just out here fucking lying.
People they flew in.
Talking out of his ass. Okay, he doesn't know anything necessarily. I mean, he has some details about Ian and Anissa. He trained them in boxing, sure, but like he's just out here making assumptions now. And it's going to be very clear by a lot of the things that he says later that he's like already kind of audience cat. Like he's watched a lot of the Sam Hyde videos. He knows the narrative, so he's just going to go along with that whole narrative. Elaine sends $5. Hi from Alabama. Hope you and the crew stay safe during these scary times, and as always, free Palestine. Well, thank you so much, Elaine. If you missed the beginning of the stream because it got cut off now because of some connection issues, Israel is about to hit Lebanon. They're about to hit Dahya. I'm not sure if they hit it already. Let's get a quick update. Has it been hit? Sorry, guys. This is a little bit random, but Israel threatened 4 buildings in Beirut and Hadath. next to schools, and we're just waiting for them to strike. They're waiting for people to evacuate, I guess. So everyone's waiting. In Beirut, they're about to hit. That's what it's like hosting a show in Lebanon, folks. So that's what we're gonna keep checking in on this every few minutes.
Was Froggy Tonic, and they flew him in from France.
That's insane.
And Froggy had
so that's a lie. That's
that
not
he was
true.
there to salvage the documentary.
Yeah.
And that was super offensive to us because we're like, what do you mean salvage the documentary? And he said his job was to go around and like film Anissa having interactions with everyone. So we didn't know if that meant they were going to make the second documentary about how, or the actual documentary about how. Like.
So there you go. Now you know why she's angry. She was filming a bunch of footage for Ian, and he said like in one of his videos that like he didn't know what to do with it, and he didn't know how to make a documentary out of just hours of him sparring, and she filmed all of that. So now they brought in Froggy Tonic apparently to help turn that footage into something, and she got offended. So now you know you have someone who's offended that someone didn't take their job, so someone didn't use their work in a documentary, they didn't get enough clout. They're gonna keep complaining about shit, and this is gonna seem more and more petty the more they talk. Nuxalto sends $2. Thank you, Nuxalto, for being supportive. I would not want to hire those spineless people. I know. But now they have a new audience. They have the H3 audience.
Anissa was responsible for the event because she did put a lot of work in for the first event, and she did put a lot of work in for the second. But at the same time, in the first event, she didn't get credit for it. So she felt like she deserved all the credit. So I think that's why they paid Froggy Tonic to come film her and follow her around for the second event. But yeah, they flew in a lot of people. They rented out the whole hotel for 300 creators. And when we asked them if Ian's dad was going to be there, because he was there for the first event, they said they couldn't afford to fly Ian's dad in. It was too expensive.
Yeah, I know. It's pretty sad. And Froggy Tonic told me directly because I met him at the hotel, right, where we were all staying at in Tampa for CC2. And he was like, oh, you're the videographer that has all the content of Ian sparring. And I said, yes, I'm super excited. I've been waiting for this documentary, but it never came out. So I heard that you're taking it over now and you're going to help with the editing. And that's when Froggy Tonic told me that, yeah, Ian and Anissa brought out his whole crew from France.
His whole crew?
I think it was just him.
Well, he had a few people that were holding the cameras, his camera guys. Because the interesting thing was that usually when like someone is a videographer, they would be the one filming most of the time. But it was interesting to me that
he was just directing.
Yeah, he was more directing.
This fucking guy thinks he's Spielberg?
Scorsese.
What the hell's going on?
Camera people with him that were actually doing the work.
Okay, folks, I'm sorry. First of all, they're just so petty. They're angry that their footage was maybe too shitty to be used for a documentary, that they needed someone to fix it. Like, that's fucking hilarious. That's what they're angry about. But B, I've directed documentaries before. Yes, you don't need to be carrying the camera. Okay, when we made Kung Fu Jesus, I had Nadim, part of the crew on the show. You guys know Nadim. Okay, he was handling the camera, but I was there directing, like, yo, film this. Let's go spend some time on this. Let's interview Joseph. Let's go do some Kung Fu. Let's go do some of this. Hey, how about we focus the camera here? Of course, Nadim, as the camera operator, had a lot of input on the film and got a lot of shots that I never would have thought of getting. But you also need direction. You need someone to be like, hey, let's go focus on this. You could also get a director who's also a videographer. Sure, that works. Nadim could do both. You know what I mean? But in some cases, you need someone to like direct a crew. Even on documentaries, folks, it happens. Okay? That's such a like stupid point to make. Your footage was shit, lady. They needed someone to fucking salvage it. All right? It ain't my fucking fault. And look at them wearing their fucking merch. Like, that's what's funny. You know what I mean? Look at them. They're so ready to sell stuff. They're wearing the merch. They're wearing the hoodie. They're wearing the t-shirt. They're sipping out of the mug. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is their time. This is their time to make up for the lack of clout that they got because of Creator Clash. It's time to make up for it. You know what I mean? That's what they're doing.
I don't remember that, but I do remember for a fact that he had told us that he was flown in to salvage the documentary. Anyway, so we were just offended by that because we were like, what do you mean salvage the documentary? And then him saying that he had no idea how to make the documentary for the first event. I had taken him from like 140 pounds as like never played a sport a day in his life. 10 months later, he ends up fighting Dr. Mike in front of over 10,000 people with 100,000 pay-per-view buys. And the fight itself was like a Rocky moment. And then he he literally took interviews with everyone before the fights, after the fights. He got all the coaches to interview. And then he said he had no way to make the documentary. So I was just like, how can you not make it?
Yeah.
AB made a documentary.
Everybody made a documentary.
AB, Harley, I was in there.
AB did not make the documentary. AB's been talking about making a documentary for years and he hasn't made it. Look, let me, as a creator, as someone who's made some documentaries before, let me give perhaps just some insight, some personal insight into what may have happened, okay? Veronica H. Song from Israel, folks, says, I hope you're all safe. I have no words, just a lot of sadness. We're so sorry, Veronica. Our favorite anti-Zionist Israeli in the chat right now, folks. W's for Veronica. We need more people like Veronica in the world. Let me give you guys just a little bit of insight, okay? Creator Clash 1 happened. You have all of this footage. You're kind of overwhelmed. It takes forever to edit a documentary, at least for me. It took us months to edit my first documentary, Joseph Shada, the documentary. It took us even longer to edit the Joseph Miraib documentary, Kung Fu Jesus. It took me like months just to like get in the mental state where I was like ready to edit, and my editor was also busy for like a couple of months. So by the time we were even able to sit together to edit, like 4 months had passed. Okay, with Creator Clash, imagine all that time passing, and then Creator Clash 2 happens. So if they didn't have time to edit it in the first year, now all of a sudden it feels irrelevant. You have Creator Clash 2 happening. Like, does anyone still want to watch a documentary about Creator Clash 1? And then Creator Clash 2 starts getting all of this bad publicity because of the Froggy Fresh stuff, and then it loses money, and then it gets all of this like horrible reputation. So it's like, does someone really want to watch a documentary about Creator Clash 1 like 3 or 4 years later? So I understand why it maybe like slipped through the cracks, and he was like, you know what, fuck it. There was a time period, like it should have come out within like 12 months of Creator Clash 1 happening. After that time passed, I think Ian might have just lost the motivation to make it. And he's like, fuck it, who still wants to see this? I would have watched it personally, but I kind of, putting myself in his shoes, if that much time passed between Creator Clash 1 and then having to release a documentary, I'd be like, you know what, this is, the time on this thing has passed. You know what I mean? It is no longer relevant. I think I should move on. That's probably what happened, and they're still out here sitting there bitter. It doesn't. You got paid for fucking filming it. It doesn't matter if you know how many. I work in TV. You know how many TV shows I have written. You know how many pitches for television shows I have written that have gone nowhere, that have never been made. I still got paid for my work at the end of the day, so it doesn't really matter. Would I have liked for these things to be made? Would I have liked to see my work done? Would I have liked to see my name in the credits? Of course, would be nice. But at the end of the day, you still got paid for your work. You still got paid for the footage. It's not like you didn't get paid. That's what's so fucked up. Like, I wish they had signed like some kind of contract with them, some kind of NDA. Because like, you got paid, lady. They paid you for the footage. What's the problem? Shit happens. Things change. Visions change. I have worked on so many projects that have literally gone nowhere. I've written full scripts for TV shows, for like episodes, and then like some people backed out at the last second. Shit fucking happens. Shit happens. But as long as you get paid for your work, you can't complain. That's the fucking industry. That's the industry. Nola Magnolia gifts 5 Do Not Worry memberships. Oh, by the way, tomorrow there's an exclusive live for members and patrons. I'm going to be doing it in the morning, 7 a.m. Lebanon time. So midnight Eastern time in the U.S., okay? Eastern... whatever, East Coast, it's gonna be midnight, and like 9 p.m. for the West Coast, and like Europe, it's gonna be fucking late for you guys. I'm sorry, guys. It's the only chance I have to do a member stream because I'm busy the rest of the week, and Saturday the regular episode and shit. Anyways, back to the video.
Documentaries, but I wasn't in Ian's documentary.
What the fuck?
Yeah. It's so sad to work on an event, like to work such a big event like
you guys are so invested. Yeah.
We're so invested.
And it would always drive me crazy because I could tell Ian wasn't really proud of his work. So one of the big things is like it was very hard to get Ian to train because he doesn't like boxing. He doesn't like boxing.
Well, that seems to be somewhat of a
problem,
a sticking point.
Yeah. So I would try to make the session
because he's boxing, just to be clear.
Yeah.
I mean,
but I think that's why it was as traumatic as it was for him as well, because he was dealing with like a lot of trauma and a lot of issues when we were in our boxing sessions. And don't get me wrong, that happens with a lot of fighters in general, because fighting's very hard. Whether you're fighting MMA, boxing, whatever, it's very hard because you're getting beat up constantly, and then you're supposed to show up to the gym the next day and the next day and the next day. AB can attest to it, right? So it's mentally very hard. So I did feel bad for him because I could tell his heart wasn't into it. So then to be into something like that your heart's not into.
But again, okay. What if Ian's heart wasn't into it? Why are you talking about this? Like, what business does this guy have revealing something like this? Like, you know what I mean? Why are you online talking shit about your client? Like, yeah, his heart wasn't into it. His heart is into it. Like, what did Ian do to fucking betray these guys? The fact that he just didn't give them a bonus. The fact that he didn't give them a bonus, that's why they're so bitter. He's like revealing all of this personal shit about Ian. Okay, maybe Ian doesn't like boxing. What is it to you, bro? He paid you for the training. He paid you for the fucking training. You got paid to fucking train the guy. Why are you out here just revealing this fucking shit, bro? He should get fucking sued. You know what? Honestly, my advice to Ian and Anissa, if you guys watch this clip, you should watch this interview and you guys do a reaction to this word for fucking word. You guys should fucking watch this and react to this and respond to everything they're saying. It doesn't matter what I say. I don't know you guys. I don't know what you guys like went through with this guy, but you got to start hit like either. I don't know, man, but this whole thing with Ethan, like either don't respond and sit back at this point or like go fucking hard. You got to go hard, way harder than you've been going. Idubbbz has been way too nice to Ethan in these videos. Ethan has no intention of fucking stopping. So either fight Ethan, fight fire with fire, fight Ethan with the kind of shit that he understands. Like Idubbbz, you got to dig deep and get the old Idubbbz out a little bit maybe. But then does Ethan win when that happens? Like if Idubbbz has to revert to his old ways and then neglect the growth that he's done over the last few years, are we giving Ethan the victory? So is it better for Idubbbz to just ignore all of this and that's it? Let Ethan yell into the ether, yell into the void, and talk about Idubbbz and Anissa as they ignore him. But if they're not going to ignore him, I think they got to play a little dirty. I think they got to fucking let loose a little bit. I think Idubbbz has got to dig out the old Idubbbz a little bit. And I don't know, man. I think they should start with a reaction to this video. They should react to this whole fucking interview and respond to it point by point. Because this fucking dude who you guys paid is just out here fucking lying about you guys. Or maybe he's telling the truth sometimes. I don't fucking know. I don't know, but this is all personal shit that should not be talked about. None of this should be on the internet. None of this should be talked about. And it's kind of fucking gross.
Why I didn't see him once the first event ended. We didn't see him again for several months. And I told him, hey, come in once or twice a week, train for fun, make it fun for yourself. Because when you're in a fight camp, it's not really fun. You just have to keep training.
Right.
But then he never came back.
Alyssa says, I think he should just ignore it. Ethan wants a response so he can make more content. Exactly. Ethan is loving this. Ethan loved the content cop. He loved the content deputy. He loves the response. So at this point, I wouldn't blame Idubbbz and Anissa for not responding. So I would say either don't respond and just ignore this, and that's it, and never tweet about it. Just let Ethan go crazy on his own. Or if you are going to respond, fucking respond in kind. Respond like fire with fire. No more playing nice. No playing nice at all. You know what I mean? Because he's not going to stop. He's not going to stop. And he's still talking about Creator Clash, even after they've stepped away from the event, even after the new organizer made a whole video explaining what's happening. They announced a new date, new venue, new hosts, all of that. Ethan is still going in on Creator Clash. He still wants it to be a failure no matter what. So, Idubbbz, either just don't respond anymore or fucking go all in, my man. And personally, and it might not be the right decision, but I would go all fucking in. I would go all in, bro. Fuck it at this point, because this is so low of Ethan and your coach. This is so fucked.
And then so I was like, oh wow, he really doesn't like boxing. And then he did an interview with Anthony, or the guy from Smosh, and he was talking about boxing, and I was just like, oh, he doesn't like boxing at all, and he's making it like public now the way he was talking about it. And then even in the video where he's trying to promote Creator Clash 3, he said, oh, all I have is 4K footage of me going, and it's like, that's called boxing training, Ian.
That's what boxing looks like.
Yeah, that's literally what you're doing. And then if you notice, after he walked out of the third event and stepped away, he goes, I'm through with this boxing shit. I've been doing it for 4 years. And I was like, well, wait a minute. You trained for 10 months for the first fight. You took 6 months off. You trained 4 months for the second fight. And then you never came back to boxing again for over a year. So I'm like, how are you sick of boxing? Like, you obviously hate boxing. So, yeah, so it was hard for me as a coach to just get him to train. Also, like, half of the sessions, we'd have to train Anissa. So every session, instead of being just training for Ian for a fight, I would have to take half of the session and train Anissa.
So whose idea was that?
Hers.
Yeah.
Yeah. But the thing about it.
Okay, you had to train Anissa. Okay, if Ian's the one, I think, if I'm not mistaken, Anissa was supposed to fight at Creator Clash. If I'm not mistaken, she was supposed to fight. Then I remember like a series of tweets where she got hit in the head and she got like a concussion and she was like, I have to step away. So if at first he's training Ian and Anissa, I think it makes sense because they were both supposed to fight in Creator Clash 1. Correct me if I'm wrong, Chad, but I'm 99% sure she was going to be a fighter, and then she got an injury, and then she had to be replaced. So of course she's going to be training. Of course she's going to be training. Why is he talking about that as if it's like some kind of a gotcha? That makes no sense. Almost 500 of you guys in the chat right now. Fucking awesome. 488. Zoe from sends 10. Qatari, I think from Qatar, looking forward to the member stream. So it's going to be at like 7 a.m. Lebanon time tomorrow, folks. Early morning. Nuxaltal sends $5. Thank you so much for being supportive, Nuxaltal. Idubbbz should have made people sign NDAs. As much as I don't like Trisha, this is why she ignores Ethan. Ian and Anissa should ignore Ethan completely. I mean, yeah, that's one way to look at it. They could ignore him, or they could respond. But if they're gonna respond, they got to go all out. And I think they should respond to this interview personally. But I don't know, man. I don't know if they want more of this drama. But Ethan's not gonna stop.
Ian goes along with it, right? Because I feel like if Ian would have said, hey, no, I need the time to train, it might have been different. But he's just like, oh, no, she needs to train before I train.
But she didn't even fight. She wasn't even fighting.
No. And so literally, in the training footage, half of the sessions I had with him would be with her. And then she would come in with like all sorts of drama to the gym. One day she was super dramatic.
So you guys, there's already a narrative out there, you know, the famous narrative online that Anissa ruined Idubbbz' career, you know what I mean? He's a cuck. It's what the Sam Hyde fans, is what everyone who used to love him now hates him because he's with Anissa. They're bought into that narrative. Everything they're saying is like, yeah, she's the evil one. She's the one controlling him. Anissa did this. Anissa did that. They're just completely giving Ethan's audience what it wants. The Sam Hyde audience, they're just giving them what they want to hear. So it's literally, that's what this is, kind of. And part of me feels bad for even watching this, but like I just kind of want to try to give my perspective as someone who has a great relationship with my boxing coach. How unethical what this fucking guy is doing right here. How unethical this stuff is, bro. It's insane.
I was like, oh my gosh, what happened? And she related Will Smith slapping to Chris Rock to somehow Ian having to defend her online. So she was like super dramatic the whole day. And I'm like, I can't even train Ian today because she's so dramatic. So that was
constantly. Give me a sec. Give me a sec.
Keep fucking my mouth.
The slap, guys.
Yes. She came in distraught, and I'm like, oh my gosh, what happened?
Yeah.
Is she's on Chris? She's on the slapper side, right? Like she was empathizing with Will.
She felt like she felt like Will was Ian.
He had to slap.
Ian has to slap all the people that insult her, I guess.
Yeah.
Wow. And so, but anyway,
that's true. Will, I'm not putting this word. This is my observation. Will Smith is one of the.
What she walked in relating to Will Smith. I gotta charge my phone. So if that, but again, that's just a personal story. She walked in relating to Will Smith and being like, "What? No, thank you." So she walked in relating to Will Smith because Ian has to defend her online from trolls, and you know she kind of
Most
that's
famous
weird, but whatever.
Pucks. Oh, yeah. and again, that's my analysis, not your guys'. But it is an interesting analogy, right?
They're just sharing personal stuff. Like I don't even know I'm not even supposed to know this. None of us are supposed to know this. What am I supposed to say? What are people supposed to think? Like, is this what H3 is now? Just bringing people on and just sharing unsubstantiated stories, hearsay. Yeah, that's what happened. That's what I think. Like, what is this? This is like some like Jerry Springer shit.
Be idolized because Jada famously had an affair with her son.
Man with long last name sends $2 and requests me to say Kal-El no in Hitler voice. Hi everybody, Kal-El no Kal-El. Here you go. I do tricks, folks. I do tricks for super chats apparently. Well, thank you for the support, a man with long last name.
Son's friend. You know, so I wonder if that's how they relate more so than the slapping.
Keep fucking my wife's mouth.
You know, yeah, it's just me. I'm doing a little psychology here, in Los Angeles.
I got a couple questions actually, if you don't mind.
Harley, what's up, man?
Yeah.
I forgot you're here, Harley.
Yeah, chime in anytime.
Okay, yeah, I had a couple questions. Let me get.
What's
let me
happening?
set this up right here properly.
Oh.
Get this in order.
What is
did you guys have
reference?
paperwork, by the way? Did you guys sign contracts? The fighters had contracts. I'm curious if the coaches had.
No, we never.
Oh, Zach finds it funny.
No.
Oh, interesting, because that would have been like something that
Zach is having a good time, folks.
What's like what like I mean, did they I guess by word they told you it was charity and they didn't ever.
Right. Yeah. So and I'm still hoping that the first event was all charity, other than Ian taking his fighter purse. But what was crazy about that is then you said you had a $27,000 bonus. And I was always under the assumption that there was no bonus because even though he told me there was a bonus, he then disappeared for 6 months and I never saw him. So I was like, was there a bonus or was there not a bonus?
And you confronted about that? You asked them or you didn't want to?
No, I just let.
Because I'm the same way, by the way. I never spoke about money with Creator Clash. I have a guy on my team that does that.
Okay, so he was promised a bonus and now Harley's asking him, did you ever confront Idubbbz about it?
I wanted to not talk about money, and plus it's awkward when it's a charity thing. You're like, I don't want to. Am I going to ask for money?
Yep. Right.
Yeah, and it's awkward when it's your fighter and then you have to train him for a whole nother event. And I mean, truthfully, like a lot of times fighters will say they're going to pay a coach and then not pay a coach. So that happens sometimes. So truthfully, unfortunately, I'm used to that, right? Where they're like, oh, there's more money coming in. And then the more money coming in just goes to them. So you get used to that as a coach. But I am under the assumption that the first event did all go to charity. And then the second event was supposed to go to charity, but instead it went to the hotel, the pre-party and after party.
Okay, so first of all, just to catch up with what he said right now. He's saying that he got paid. He got paid for training Ian. Okay, maybe they gave him a discount, but they got paid. His wife got paid for the video work, and he got paid for training him. Now, he was told he was going to get a bonus. He didn't get a bonus. He didn't even ask Idubbbz about the bonus. At least fucking ask him like, yo, bro, you told me I'm going to get a bonus. What about that bonus? And then based on that response, you could kind of gauge the situation. Is he ignoring you? Is he ghosting you? Is he lying to you? Is he coming up with excuses? But not even asking him about the bonus and then going on a podcast and complaining that you didn't get a bonus. At least do your fucking job and ask for the money that you think you're owed, bro. Like, you can't just fucking be like, oh, he told me I was going to get a bonus one time and then I didn't get it. Like, what the fuck? He still paid you, bro. You still got paid for everything. This is so fucking unethical. This is so fucking weird. Proto sends $5. Thank you, Proto. I couldn't listen to this. Extreme bullying and uncalled for. These people are total backstabbers. How is this even a podcast? E is a total scumbag. It's very hard to listen to be honest with you, because just to me, the betrayal of trust that is happening now between Ian and his boxing coach, this guy who's supposed to have his fucking back, just being here and talking about his most vulnerable moments and his relationship and just like shit that, why is he even talking about this? Danielle Gonzalez, I feel like H3 is a circle jerk between bitter people. It is very bitter people who, exactly. Harley's bitter because he has no audience anymore. The other guy's bitter because he didn't get enough clout from Creator Clash, and Ethan is bitter about everything. And thank you so much, Danielle, for your support.
About the after party, because he said he was using the after party to help promote the event. But I have no idea how an event after the fight will generate money for the fight.
Well, so that's in his most recent video of concern trolling. In the beginning, he says he's explaining
an event. An after party, again, it's just extra clout, bro. It gets people excited for the next year, okay? Is it the most necessary thing? No, but you have an after party, okay? Just like the Oscars have an after party. Every kind of event has an after party. You get famous people, they take pictures. Oh, wasn't this so fun? Wasn't it great? Let's see you again next year. That's what it is, bro. That's it. Stop looking that much. Stop criminalizing these people, okay? For throwing an after party.
How they lost money in the second one, and he goes, the event before the boxing was to promote it, and that sounds reasonable and normal. But I don't think he even mentioned the fact that there was a massive gala after the fight where Anissa got to play as MC and give out awards and shit.
So we actually didn't even know about the gala until about probably maybe less than a week before the event, or a week before the event. The only reason I knew about the gala was because Ian had invited some of his training partners, and they were on the email list, and so they kept telling me there was going to be a gala. And I assumed they were talking about the pre-party, because the first year they did do the pre-party, but it was much smaller. It was on a way smaller scale than the second year. And then also, so we had no idea. So when everyone was asking me about a gala, they're like, what are you going to wear? I was like, I'm going to wear sweatpants. What are you talking about? And then they're like, what? You're going to wear sweatpants to a gala? You're crazy. And I was
the first year, it was like, the first year was like a little party thing. It was like a Sweet 16 vibe.
Which is all you need.
It's game set up.
Yeah, we had totally Super Smash Brothers.
And it's so sad to see all these people that were on Ian's side now just like betraying him. AB, right now, starting with AB, this little fucker, you know what I mean? Harley, who was at Ian's event the first 2 years, now joining in on the hating Idubbbz party. You know what I mean? This guy, his fucking coach, Harley, AB, all these fucking traitors, you know, Ethan, obviously. Like, how fucked is this whole thing, bro?
They're set up. It was in the hotel both years.
That sounds great.
It was much more casual, but if you dressed for that, like I was told specifically to dress nicely for the gala, that there would be pictures and such.
We found out it was a red carpet event that they flew Getty Images in for. So they straight up flew Getty Images to take pictures for the event. But
they're the only. Go ahead, sorry.
Oh, I was just gonna say, when we asked them about it, and I said, hey, is there a gala? And they said, oh, you guys don't even worry about it. You don't have to go to that. And I said, what? This is what Anissa said. And I said, what? And I said, well, some of the sparring partners got invited. And she said, I don't know how they got on that list. They weren't supposed to be on the list. And in my mind, I'm like, Ian had invited them. He sent them the email personally. Right?
So you see, she's mad that her footage wasn't used. He's mad they didn't get invited to a party. They're mad they didn't get a bonus. They're just fucking bitter, bro. They're bitter. They're jealous. and they're just ready to spill the beans for $5,000. They're pretty cheap. Hey, $5K to sell out your dignity on a podcast for $5K? Yo, that's pretty cheap, bro. That is a lack of dignity if I've ever seen any right there.
Being she seems to be. I'm sorry.
Oh, she didn't want any of us there. She only wanted like creators there or people that would, I guess, make her feel like she could get more clout. So she told us we didn't have to come to the event. She doesn't know why we would want to be at the event. And I said, what's the event for? Yeah. And she said, and it's an award show. And I said, what are the awards for? And she said, they're awards for the boxing. And I said, why wouldn't his coach want to be there? Why wouldn't his team want to be there? I was like, that makes no sense. So everybody else, all the other coaches I talked to, I said, hey, did you guys know about the gala? They said, yeah. I said, did you bring a suit for it? And all of them had freaking like 3-piece suits with like kerchiefs and everything. I had sweatpants. I'm like, what
dude, that's so messed up. Why? It's like you're the guy connected with the event organizers, and they're explicitly excluding you guys.
I know why. I honestly believe that the reason why Ian and Nisa excluded us and did not want us to know about the gala is because we're both very professional, we're both very direct, and very transparent. If they told us that they were going to throw a huge gala after the fight, and it was going to cost a ton of money, we would have asked them, why are you doing this? Yeah, because Anissa already told us, she shared with us prior to CC2, like a month before, that they were negative, was it 500K already?
Yeah, at the time.
Whoa, hold on. Yeah, say that again.
They were negative 500K before the event.
Yes.
So going up to the event with the ticket sales and the PPV sales,
they hate these people so much, bro. They're willing to reveal so much.
When the event started, they
knew
they were down $500,000.
Yes. Keep in mind that they moved to a bigger venue and they sold a lot of tickets. But before the event had started, they said we're fine. So the reason we found this out was because I wanted Ian to start doing 2 training sessions a day. And I said, Ian, you need to start doing 2-a-days. And he was like, why should I do 2-a-days? And I told him, I was like, Ian, you're not good at boxing, man. My brand is at stake. So you need to do 2-a-days. That's what pro boxers do. And so.
My brand is at stake, bro. My brand is at stake. You have a fighter who's going to get in a ring and potentially get a fucking concussion. People could fucking die in a boxing ring. And instead of looking at your boxer and being like, you might get hurt if you don't do 2-a-days, you might not make it out there in one piece, you might get a concussion, you might break your nose, you might break your arm, you might get hurt, you might get injured. What does this coach tell him? What does Sleazeball McGee tell him? You're gonna hurt my brand. You're gonna hurt my brand. Bro, fuck your brand. Look after your fucking fighter. That's how you know this guy is a fucking sleazebag, shitty fuck. If my coach looks at me and tells me, hey, buddy, if you lose this fight, if you don't train, you're going to make me look bad. Now, I'm sure my coach doesn't want to look bad. No coach wants to look bad. I'm sure every single coach wants their fighter to win so that they can look good, and they can look good like a better coach than the other coach. There's a lot of ego in boxing. But the first thing you tell your fighter is, I don't want you to get hurt. You don't tell him, I don't want you to hurt my brand. What the fuck? My brand? Again, every coach wants to win. My coach wants to win. My coach wants to be better than the other coach. Of course. There's so much ego in boxing. But you look after your fighter, not your fucking brand, bro. Just one more sign that this guy's a fucking sleazebag.
Wait, did you actually say that to him?
Yeah, yes. And then I told him, I said, my brand is on the line. I said, you can go back to YouTube. My whole life is fighting and coaching fighters. And I'm like, so if you don't have...
You can go back to YouTube, not if he fucking loses his fucking brain, bro. Not if he fucking, like, breaks his fucking face. Not if he fucking gets a fucking concussion. Not if he gets to a fucking coma. Now, I know I'm exaggerating. Most fights don't end in tragedy. These are YouTube fights, but, like, you never know. You never know, bro, okay? Boxing is so unpredictable. Any combat sport, anytime you put yourself in a ring, it is a completely unpredictable situation. So to be concerned about my brand, oh no, my brand.
A good performance, that's going to look bad on me. After the first event, he didn't do any of his cardio. So that's why he ended up gassing out so bad. And I truthfully believe if he would have just done his freaking cardio, that he would have won that fight. But they couldn't do the cardio because 10 weeks before the first event, Anissa wanted them to buy a house. So instead of doing 2 training sessions a day at that point, they had to cut out training to go look to buy a house. And
so you see the way he frames it? Anissa wanted them to buy a house. Why doesn't he just say they wanted to buy a house? Why doesn't he just say they wanted to buy a house? Why are they putting the onus on her? Again, it's the whole, she's controlling him. What a horrible girlfriend. She's ruining his life. What a horrible wife, etc. Anissa made him buy a house. She made him do this. She made him do that. As if he doesn't have any autonomy. Now, look, again, I don't know these people. Maybe he doesn't. Maybe that is what happened. But, like, just the fact that he's so comfortable sharing this shit, just gossiping on a fucking podcast, bro, about these fucking people that paid him for his work. That's the insane fucking thing. He got paid for this.
moved into his new house the week before we left to Florida. So he literally wasn't training like he was supposed to for that whole first event because they wanted to go buy a house when they could have just rented a place for 6 months or a year. And then Ian could have focused on the fight, had the fight, and then found a new place. So I found that super offensive. I'm like, you're not doing anything I'm telling you. And they would lie to me, and he would tell me he was doing his road work.
He would lie? Why would he lie? That's like lying to your doctor.
It made no sense because he acted like I told him to do things because I wanted him to do them, and I really wanted him to do things because that would help him win the fight.
Yeah.
So when I tell him, hey, you need to do this, he'd be like, and then not really do it. He didn't realize how important cardio was until.
Dude, she's so happy, dude. She's having such a good fucking time. Like, she's having a ball, bro, this fucking lady. And I know she's going to tell a story later. So apparently this lady was like a child bride. She's been through some shit. So obviously she has like her own like a non-profit charity to help save other child brides. Good on her, okay? But that doesn't mean she's a good person. You are a shitty person, ma'am. I don't give a fuck what you've been through in your life. You are still a fucking horrible person. And we are not going to listen to the section where she talks about her fucking charity. Okay, talks about childhood surviving child marriage. You know what? Maybe if you weren't such a piece of shit, I would have listened to you and given a shit about your charity. But I don't. Robin Kep, welcome to the Do Not Warriors. Are you related to what's his name? What's the Kep? He's the screenwriter. He's the screenwriter, Kep. Thank you so much for becoming a Do Not Warrior. Don't forget, folks, there is a members Do Not Worry exclusive stream that is going to be happening tomorrow in like a few hours, honestly, like 8 hours, 9 hours. So maybe today for some of you guys, and also for those who missed the beginning of our live stream because of some technical internet difficulties, folks. The beginning of the stream, you can't find it right now. Yesterday, we did our very first Do Not Worry movie edition where we talked about everything movies, just movie news. It was super fun. There it is right here. Hermione, we talked about Hermione being cast like she's a brown actress. She's not white. The internet is freaking out. They might cast a trans actress to be Zelda Hunter Schafer. They're looking at her to be Princess Zelda, so people are freaking out again. Lilo and Stitch, we talked about Kevin Costner like getting sued for a improvised rape scene on a movie set. Whole bunch of shit. We talked about The Last of Us 2, the fact that it's a Zionist show. We reviewed it. Full spoilers. So if you guys missed it, you can watch the replay right here on the channel. It was super fun. Let us know if you like it. We want to try to do one of these a week. So we would appreciate your support. Thank you so much. Okay. Back to, that's a video for later. Back to this.
Second fight.
What do you mean he didn't realize how important cardio is? That's like the entire thing. Yeah, that's everything. That's the whole thing.
It literally is everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you know, hearing all this, it strikes me as ironic because he was always, and Anissa, going on about how they hold boxing in such high esteem and they want everyone to train and this is life or death. This is serious. You get in the ring and people die in the ring. And and hearing him speak so loftily and respectfully about boxing, but then hearing he's like, oh yeah, no, I lied to my trainer about running. It's like, what?
The Pigeon sends gifted one membership. Thank you so much, The Pigeon.
A lot of it,
we love you.
Tell them things about boxing, they would go repeat those things. I don't know how much of it was like them actually believing it. But so for that second event, so I tell him he needs to do 2-a-days. This is like 2 weeks before the fight. I'm like, we need to do your 2-a-days. And I said, my brand is at stake. Well, he went and told Anissa that
my brand is at stake. Again, you need to do 2-a-days, Ian. You're not ready for this fight. And if you're not ready for this fight, my brand might get hurt. My brand, not you. I don't give a fuck what happens to you, but my brand. Okay, the brand that I'm wearing right now, by the way. Look at that beautiful B. Look at that beautiful T-shirt I have. Don't forget to buy your T-shirts, your Bonafide Boxing T-shirts on bonafideboxing.com. My brand, folks. Hey, Ian, if you don't train and if you're not ready, okay, I don't give a fuck if you get hurt. My brand's going to get hurt, boy.
It told him my brand was at stake. So the next day she comes into the gym super
my brand,
and she's like, our brand is at stake. We're $500,000 in the hole right now.
I wish I knew that. I wish I knew that at that time. I think a lot of the fighters would have liked to have known that. I don't think none of them needed to be in the dark.
He's just airing like dirty laundry, man. Like everyone's fighting about their brands.
With that, you know?
Yes, completely. Well, and that's the thing. They said you guys didn't promote enough, but they weren't honest about the fact that they were spending the money from the ticket sales on the hotel, on flying people in, on all these other things. So it was just like
those decisions, the gala decisions, were made while in the red.
Yes,
I have a question about that.
So she was like, we're already down 500,000. And she's
Harley Morenstein, the IRS, the keeper of books. He needs to know how the money's being spent. Remember, we reacted to his interview with Ethan last time, and he was like, I forgot the term that he used, but like he observes everything. Anytime he's invited somewhere, he likes to know what everything costs, and he's watching like where was the money spent. So like, what the headache? This is giving me a headache, and I'm kind of hungry too.
Still had time to cancel stuff when she said that? Like, how before the event was that?
Yeah. I mean, it was 2 weeks. It was 2 weeks before the event. I mean, they
So
knew
she
they
could
were
have made some
500K
last minute
in the hole.
moves. Yeah.
They knew they were 500K in the hole long before that, right? That's just when they yelled at us about it.
Yeah.
So they could have definitely made
We got
moves too.
600 of you guys watching live right now. Hello, everybody. Hope you guys are having a good night. Thank you for being here.
Spending.
We wanted that award show so bad the next day. They really, really wanted to have that award show so she could give out awards. Once again, you had heard, like Ian said, he didn't want to have the fight just end and have everybody go home the next day.
He said
so she could give out awards. Again, I don't know. Again, I don't know these people, folks. I've never met Idubbbz. I've never met Anissa. I've never met these people. I've never met this coach. But just the way that they keep being like, she wanted this, she wanted to give out awards, she wanted to buy a house, she wanted to train, she wanted. It's very much painting her as the ultimate villain. They're just making her out to be this fucking villainous person. Again, very much buying into the narrative that is online, the Sam Hyde right-wing incel narrative that these are the worst people. He's a cuck, she's a control freak, women are horrible, blah, 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 all that sort of shit. These guys are very much just delivering that right now.
I'll quote him because it's very rich. He says that the first time afterwards, he woke up and everybody was gone. And he found it super depressing because he didn't get a chance to process his trauma, which seems a little bit hyperbolic, frankly, if I'm being honest. I mean, it's like a self-inflicted charity event. I wouldn't call that exactly I wouldn't put that up with like maybe like fighting in a war. I don't know. But but I guess trauma, we all define trauma differently. But so he goes, so in that case, I wanted to throw a party afterwards where we could all talk to each other and process our trauma. And then he says, we lost money.
Freud's Hot Mom says, Olivia Girly Pop just sitting there. Everyone's just sitting there. The whole crew's just sitting there while Ethan and these guys just talk about private, personal relationship information, bro, stuff they have no business talking about. Everyone is just sitting there fucking quietly. As these people are misogynistic, they are contributing to the disgusting narrative online about just like the very, very misogynistic, the way they talk about Anissa and how fucked up it is the way they talk about Ian being a cuck and all that sort of shit. Like literally Sam Hyde shit, incel shit. That's the audience they're going after now, bro. It's kind of insane. Oh, my frame is way off. 1 second, folks.
But I don't regret throwing the after party.
Yeah,
I think that was a lot of her words because like he would say things that she would say. And so, for example, he said, well, we thought inviting Hassan and all those other people was going to translate to more buys, pay-per-view buys.
They didn't even promote. They didn't even care.
No, it made no sense to me. I'm like, people don't watch fights because Denzel Washington's in the crowd. They're not like, Denzel Washington's there, I need to watch the fight.
Right.
Like, it makes no sense. And if they would have taught, so a lot of decisions before the first event, they like spoke with us about, because I know boxing. I've been around boxing my entire life. So I'm like, oh.
Okay, yeah, people don't watch the fight because Denzel Washington is in the audience. But when it comes to influencer boxing, when the whole point is getting these influencers and their fans to watch boxing, something that they don't normally do because it's outside of their wheelhouse, okay? Normally people who are on social media don't necessarily watch boxing. So if you tell them like, hey, your favorite streamer is going to be there, hey, your favorite YouTuber is going to be there, your favorite TikToker is going to be there, maybe they're more inclined to watch the event. So yes, Mr. Michael Briggs, it does make a difference. It can make a difference, okay? Thank you for your marketing advice.
I could help them with all these other things. And then for the second event, I felt like they wanted to make it much more like their own version of a TwitchCon, their own version of a VidCon.
That's what he said, yeah.
She said that she wanted to be like a VidCon.
Froggy Tonic looking good right there.
The YouTube world, like we never been to VidCon, and she's like, you guys haven't been before, but it's super cool where all these famous YouTubers come and everybody gets to vibe out. And so I was just like, is it like Comic-Con?
Yeah, he was really mad the first year that like, because she would always talk about a certain group of people. It was like somebody named Pokimane and all these other people, and she would always talk about how she wants like them to be there and she wants to be a part of their group. So a lot of it, and then so that's why like, and then the first year was like during that girl's birthday party. So
no, sorry. Knowing that detail, it breaks my heart that she had to settle for denims.
Yeah, I don't even know these people, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the only people I really know in the YouTube world is you guys, because you guys were so nice to us. Like we got more clout from being on your show than we ever did from working with Ian, because he would never show any of the work we did. He would never.
Boom! There it is. You guys hear that? That's what this is all about. He just said it. We got more clout from being on your show than we ever got with Idubbbz, because he never showed any of the work we did. So they just got another opportunity to get on H3, get more clout, That's literally everything. This is all that this is about. Let's hear them say it again. Thank you for admitting it, Michael Briggs.
The only people I really know in the YouTube world is you guys, because you guys were so nice to us. Like, we got more clout from being on your show than we ever did from working with Ian, because he would never show any of the work we did. He would never, and then everybody else, it drove me crazy. Like, AB would shout out his coach, Wale, Lucky Boy,
It's all about the clout. It's just all about the clout. We got more clout by being on your show. That's it. Now they're back here for the clout. Literally, that's it. Everything you need to know about these guys boiled down in that one sentence.
And then
AB was all about it, man. And you know, the coaches deserve a lot of credit for what you guys, especially you guys who were involved with the freaking event, the management of the whole event, you know.
Right. Yeah. Mike Leonardi even said after the second event ended, when it was just him and I talking, and Mike Leonardi was like, "Man, these events wouldn't even happen without you." And I'm like, "Yeah," because he knows about the drama that I have to deal with training Ian and how hard it was to get him to train.
Yeah.
And so, because I think he knew Mike knew that I think Ian didn't like boxing either.
Everybody
just by the way, like, he would interact with boxing.
So this guy Mike, you mentioned him to me. I wasn't sure. He's the fight promoter.
So he was the manager that they got in touch with. So what happened the story of this event was amazing. Like, Ian had to reach out to all these people and they were weird. And then he reached out to Manny Pacquiao, and Manny Pacquiao hooked him up with a guy. And then that guy ends up putting him on a phone call. And that's how they meet
Ian talked to Manny Pacquiao? That's fucking crazy, bro.
They met Mike Leonardi. And so Mike was a manager in Vegas, and he knows promoters, and he knows how to promote boxing events. And so the actual promoter was a guy named Ryan Rickey, who's like friends with Coach Thompson, Jesse Thompson, and this guy, Coach Rick.
That's Harley's coach.
Yeah, Jesse Thompson's Harley's coach. So anyways, he hooks us up with all these guys in Florida, and that's how we were able to throw the event. But it was like the craziest set of circumstances for us to end up where we ended up. So I wish Ian would have told the story. He should have been proud of the story.
Right.
I had a quick question.
So he didn't tell the story. He didn't make the documentary. So now I'm going to fucking shit on him for 3 fucking hours for $5,000 on this fucking podcast. Bro, he didn't make the documentary. Fuck off. ما بدها القد يا قير.
You want to go or should I go?
Oh, I was going to say...
Sorry, I'm being silly. Go ahead.
Roll it.
Oh, Eli had a funny comment. She said, "What casting is."
I know. I was afraid this was going to be an emotional dumping ground, and I was like, "Oh, I hope it doesn't sound like."
Anyway, sorry, Harley. Go ahead.
I was going to ask because just your opinion. Do you think that they were intentionally misleading with any of this, or just sloppy?
I think I'm not live anymore.
Execution and communication.
Just sloppy. I think it was just sloppy. Like, that's the thing. Like, I still freaking. I always had the best. You want to be around people that want the best for you. And I always wanted the best for Ian. And so I always felt like, man, like, we're going to break through. We're going to have this moment where we break through and things are going to be good. But then they never were. So in my mind, I think they just got sloppy. I think they thought in the second event they were going to do millions.
1 sec, folks. Just got to check one thing. Am I still live? Oh, yes, I am live. All right, cool. My bad, guys. We are live. I thought I got disconnected from OBS.
Of dollars in pay-per-view sales, and so I think that's why they went so far in the hole, because they just assumed they were going to get these huge pay-per-view sales.
Just to be clear, Eli's joking. I don't know if you guys know that the dumping thing is a joke about something being said. Okay, I didn't want you guys to think that I was. You guys dump away, please. We're here to dump. Yeah. You mentioned something. So this guy Michael.
We're gonna take a quick pause and just look at the bombing situation.
وصلوا إلى منازلهم وأكدوا بأنهم أصحاب الأرض وأنهم لن يتركوها مهما زادت الضغوطات، وهذا الأمر سيحدث في الضاحية الجنوبية لبيروت بعد نهاية هذا العدوان وانتهاء الغارات الإسرائيلية على مختلف المباني. ولكن الأكيد بأن كل التضامن سيكون مع أولئك الذين
Again, for anyone just joining us, Israel is about to bomb Beirut. They're about to bomb 4 areas in Beirut and Hadath.
على أمل أن تتوقف هذه الاعتداءات.
I'm not sure if it's happened yet.
السلام والراحة التي ينتظرونها منذ أكثر.
Yeah, Israel is about to bomb Beirut. And they're saying it's going to be the biggest bombing in Beirut since the ceasefire. So, yeah, Al Jadid, this is Lebanese news, folks. So, okay, back to nothing yet, I guess.
So he left Creator Clash and went and started working for Jake Paul.
Yeah.
And he scheduled the Jake Paul event for the same day.
Yes.
Ian's old guy. He did, and he had to do that on purpose, right?
I think he still owns Creator Clash, that guy. I think he's still part of it.
Well,
it's just when you have like a Jake Paul, you can like that's your thing. That's going to take priority over everything for sure. Like the event is 100 times bigger than Creator Clash at its best. But I think he's still involved with Creator Clash.
So, but then why would he do it on the same day if it wasn't meant as shade?
It's a great day.
It's crazy.
It's so crazy to me. When we saw that, I was like, because we already knew it was the same night as it. So first of all, Ian never even reached out to me at all for Creator Clash 3. That's one of the big things I want from this is to like, because what happens when Ian messes with you or messes with these other people, a lot of it comes back onto me and either my YouTube channel or my Instagram, where people start putting a bunch of comments on my stuff. It's probably happening to Harley. It happens to everybody that's related to it, right?
Well, like what? What do they say?
Oh, there's at least one strike.
They say fraud coach.
They already strike 20 minutes ago.
They talk about the sparring videos. So people want to see sparring videos, but Ian never put out any of my filming, so people think that Michael didn't see him spar correctly.
People in the comments, they'll say, oh my gosh, you never had him spar. That's why he lost the fight. Oh, you didn't have him do.
Sorry, one sec. Sorry, I missed a little bit of this.
You or messes with these other people. A lot of it comes back onto me and either my YouTube channel or my Instagram, where people start putting a bunch of comments on my stuff. It's probably happening to Harley. It happens to everybody that's related to it, right?
Well, like what? What do they say?
They say fraud coach.
They're shit. What?
They talk about the sparring videos. So people want to see sparring videos, but Ian never put out any of my filming, so people think that Michael didn't see him spar correctly.
People in the comments, they'll say, oh my gosh, you never had him spar. That's why he lost the fight. Oh, you didn't have him do this. That's why I lost the fight. And I'm like, if he would have released the footage, they would say we did all of those things. But now I have to try to stick up for myself and have my YouTube be an emotional dumping ground in my comment section.
My brand, they're going to hurt my brand. Al Jazeera English, Beirut. Oh, so we have it in English. 1 second, let me do that real quick. Oh, my typing is so bad. Are they showing Beirut right now? No, they're not. Al Jazeera Beirut English live. Did you guys check if it is working or?
Watching Al Jazeera, a reminder of our top stories this hour. The Israeli military has just carried out another airstrike on Beirut. What you're seeing now are the latest pictures from the southern suburb of Dahia. That's a traditional stronghold of Hezbollah. The attacks are reported to have targeted what the Israeli army is saying are Hezbollah drone facilities. Now, the Israeli army issued forced evacuation warnings.
Of course, drone facilities, folks. Drone facilities. Of course, that's what it is.
Residents in several neighborhoods of Dahia before carrying out those attacks, and what you're seeing now are the live pictures. You can see 2 different locations, maybe 3 from what we can see of those pictures, of smoke coming out from residential areas that had already been warned by Israel that they will be carrying out those strikes. Now, Hamas, in other news, says it's ready to engage in a new round of ceasefire talk.
To try to protect myself, or my brand. And so it was
my brand again, folks. Jesus Christ, give it a second, bro. They didn't show Ian sparring. He's not protecting my brand.
Just crazy to me because.
Sorry about that, guys. Ian, now is not your time. We'll have time for you. Sorry about that.
By the way, guys, just it goes without saying, fucking free Palestine, okay? You guys, this is why we do what we do. This is why we're criticizing the H3 podcast as they spread Zionist propaganda, because we are being bombed by Zionists every single day. They're not just hitting Beirut today. They've been hitting Lebanon almost every single day, in the south, all sorts of fucking places. They are starving a population in Gaza. They are starving kids. They are starving women. They are shooting them as they're waiting for aid. Fuck Israel. Fuck the Zionist regime. Fuck the apartheid state every day. We don't fuck with that. Even under bombardment, we're never going to fucking stop. Having fun here, chilling, coming to you live, using my phone's connection, using my 4G. I'm going to get disconnected 100 times. It doesn't fucking matter. We're doing this together, folks. Long live the revolution. Long live Palestine. Long live Lebanon. And fuck Israel, folks, for now and forever. CH sends $5. Watching DNW to distract myself from the strikes in Dahia. I am in a safe area, but the blasts are loud. One hit heart and just shook my windows. Folks, we need W's and hearts in the chat for CH, who is currently in Dahi, where they're getting bombed. I'm so fucking sorry you're going through that, my man. And I'm sorry, instead of distracting you, I'm talking about this shit, but we got to do it, bro. I'm sorry. The Pigeon has just gifted 5 Do Not Worry memberships. Thank you so much, The Pigeon. Very kind for your donation. Very nice. All right, folks, back to this stupidity.
He's intolerable. Hila is loving this, by the way. She just gifted 20 members. Loving this. So, you know,
Hila's of course is loving it, bro. Hila, this is Hila's dream right now. Also, someone's talking shit about Idubbbz and Anissa. Here's $20. Here's 20 memberships. Of course.
Almost has this superpower. Maybe it's Anissa together, but they say great leaders inspire loyalty. It seems that everybody in his life, he's forced to be disloyal. He has like negative leadership. What do you call that? What is negative leadership?
Abuse.
Abuse? Okay.
Yes.
So you think it's so I guess quantify that. Did you feel like abuse? Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, the reason why I say it's abusive is because like, for example, the bonus, right? They mentioned it to me, Michael, that they're going to give a bonus after CC1. And then after the event was so great, they just went rogue on us, you know? It's interesting because we invite them to our house for Thanksgiving. We're so nice to them. We open up our lives to them. They've met my kids, like our kids, you know, and everything. But then once the work is done and they don't need us, they kind of just put us at bay and they make it uncomfortable for us to reach out to them. Or if we reach out to them, they don't respond. So treating us like we're not really in their inner circle, which makes no sense because we worked with them for CC1, CC2. Michael and I have traveled with them to LA.
Okay, I mean, look, if that's true, if they text them and they don't respond, I mean, that's not the nicest thing ever. But like, they don't owe you anything technically. I mean, you trained them, they paid you for the job of training. You know what I mean? They went ahead, they moved away, or they're living their lives. They don't have to hang out with you guys. I don't know their dynamic. I don't know if they were friends. I don't know if they were friendly before, if they hung out every day, then all of a sudden they fucking disappeared. But like, to hear them talk about it right now, they're making it sound like they were best fucking friends, but they just fucking paid you guys to fucking train them, bro. Like, they don't owe you anything.
Vegas, Florida. Keep in mind that when we were in Florida with them, we were with them for 2 to 3 weeks at a period of time. That's a long time to be with someone. You learn so much about the person. And then you start to realize, wow, everything that, I mean, I don't want to say, you know, their enemy's name. What's his name? Sam. Like, I don't want to say he's right, but when we saw that video drop,
no,
I was
he's
like,
right.
oh my God.
You could say it.
I was like,
the one where he's like, well, hold on. So there's a video of Sam Hyde and he goes, she's going to ruin his life. Mark my words. I guarantee it. Is that the one you're talking about?
Yes, and Anissa was the one that showed it to us because we didn't know nothing.
What was funny too is like,
I mean, I was just thinking about that on the way to work.
Okay, so they're talking about a Sam Hyde video. By the way, if you guys know Sam Hyde, he's a Nazi, he's an anti-Semite, he's like a pedophile, fucking racist piece of shit, horrific person. Okay, now Ethan is literally agreeing with Sam Hyde. He's like, yeah, I was thinking of what Sam Hyde said, that Anissa's gonna ruin his life. We're gonna play a little Sam Hyde video just to show you what Ethan is agreeing with, just the depravity, how disgusting this is. But let's listen to them a little bit more. They're full on board right now with the Sam Hyde narrative that Anissa is ruining his life, the incel narrative, just what else is there to say about this?
I saw that clip too, and I was like, damn, like Sam fucking, he was right.
Yeah, a straight up Nazi. Ethan spends his whole fucking day trying to say that Hassan is anti-Semitic, that the Arabs are anti-Semitic, that I'm anti-Semitic, that anyone who criticizes Israel is anti-Semitic. But Sam Hyde, a literal Nazi, he's out here praising him right now. Praising him.
I was like, damn, like Sam fucking, he was right.
Yeah.
Well, so what's crazy to me is like, so for example, when Ian did your show for Creator Clash 2, he would never say my name. He'd always just go Ian's coach or my coach. And then AB was the one that actually had to say my name. AB was like, oh, you mean...
Okay, so speaking of Sam Hyde, I'm sorry, and I'm going to say there's a trigger warning for this video because Sam Hyde is going to say some disgusting shit. So trigger warning for some like sensitive words. But this is what Sam Hyde has to say. This is a video called Sam Hyde, we have to save Idubbbz from her. This is from PKA clips from 2 years ago, okay? I'm gonna also let me speed this up a little bit. We're not gonna watch the whole thing, but just listen to how disgusting this narrative is, to how disgusting this rhetoric is.
Footage, and as I watch it, I feel like I'm in the shoes of Idubbbz, and I would have fallen for every one of those pranks. I would have been your sucker, your bitch. I would have not fared well in
Listen to this. This is Sam Hyde. For those of you who don't know, this is Sam Hyde, Nazi, pedophile, racist piece of shit.
The reveal that wasn't your real girlfriend. I don't know what.
That was the funniest part. That was the funniest thing. That was the best part. Something about, I think there were like a handful of wasps dead on the table. Like something about that. Like even though I don't even think I saw them, just the idea that there were dead wasps about was really good. Was really good to me.
I liked how like
cracked me up.
retarded so much of the ideas were, where it's like, how about this, Jack? Ball bearings everywhere. Like, that's perfect. These things are so fucking stupid. But like, yeah, I think you're right. Like, do you think that Idubbbz had to like change the direction of his documentary as it was going because he realized the kind of sandbag attempt wasn't going to work, or it wasn't going to show right?
I think for him, he was. Look, this is not a nice thing to say about somebody, but I know what wheels were turning in his little mind the first second that he contacted me, because he was getting a lot of shit from 4chan people, poll people, because his girlfriend is a whore. Look, whatever.
So you hear what he just said right now?
Okay, sometimes you just have to get pussy. I don't know, whatever. All right, but he was getting a lot of shit. And in his mind, what he was thinking was, I can't punk the entirety of 4chan. I can't go punk the entirety of Poll. So what I'll do is I'll take the guy that's posted there, that's often posted there, I'll punk him, and by proxy, I'll show all these little nerds that I'm not a cuck. I'm the guy with the hot girlfriend, and I always get one over on people. Like I know.
Smartest guy in the room.
So again, the cuck argument, which Ethan is making happily now every single day, calling Idubbbz a cuck. This all comes from 4chan, from incels, from people like Sam Hyde.
Yeah, and he even said to one of my crew members, overheard him saying during the shoot, he said, I'm usually the puppet master in these types of situations, which is just like, it's just like a mentally sick thing to say.
Are you serious?
Yeah. Yes.
He said, I'm usually the puppet man. That's like a sociopathic way to see the world. All the interactions you have are puppeteering.
It's mental sickness, and it's something. It's like he's got the. I want to cure him. I want to make him better. He's got this weird little weaselly thing where he's like, in his mind, he's always running the calculation of like who looks better or some shit like that. Like who's on top right now in this situation. It's like a very. It's a very content creator mindset to have, but it's something you don't want to be thinking shit like that.
Well, you really put him out of his comfort zone, which is like the perfect way to throw water on something like that. Because like everything that you did with him was, he was just like, wait, what am I doing?
I just want to see where they talk about Anissa a little bit.
Yoko Ono, as you've said, out of his life. What's your plan to?
Okay, so Yoko Ono.
You want to redeem him.
I think
you want to get that Yoko Ono, as you've said, out of his life. What's your plan to? Because I remember Idubbbz Content Cop and how funny.
So they call her Yoko Ono all the
and
time.
how good those videos were. Those were hilarious. And he really like. It's a common saying, but like. He really is like pulling the ladder up after himself, where he's like, I got wildly popular with edgy stuff that is not chill by 2022 standards, but you apologize for it. You don't do that. It's like, well, that's how you got 6 million subs, dude. Like, that's how you got where you are.
I think what he really needs is to ditch that fucking bitch that he's with, unfortunately.
What is the...
So you see what he says, and I quote, he needs to ditch that fucking bitch that he's with after calling her a whore earlier in the video.
Backstory to this girl. We've heard a couple of
yeah. What's so bad about
frankly unkind?
I don't even. What I've
doesn't seem like you like.
If I overstep with that.
What I've seen and what I've heard from other people is that she is almost like his handler. So when he's talking to people backstage at the Creator Clash, when he's telling my crew that I'm kicked out, that I can't come, all that stuff, he's kind of sitting back like in the background, like approving of certain things that are said, or just sort of sitting there. And Anissa is the one that's doing all the talking. Oh, there she is. Right there. What a peach. What a sweet
actually, I don't know. You say she's a whore?
Well, she's got an OnlyFans, so she's kind of, yeah.
I'm just saying,
How much?
Yeah.
I don't know. Let's look it up.
I have prices and pictures of what I need to know, and we're halfway there.
So that's also disgusting. So the guy asks, so you're saying she's a whore? Well, yeah, she's got an OnlyFans. And the other guy asks, oh, how much? Like, it's gross discourse. And this is what Ethan Klein is now endorsing on his podcast. This kind of rhetoric. It's disgusting, bro. This is the H3 the H3 podcast, which was supposed to be a safe space for women, for gay people, for trans people, all sorts of audiences, all sorts of fans, is now a fucking Sam Hyde incel fucking like degenerate piece of shit audience, bro.
It just went up like $500 because we did this.
No, guys, not that. We need to get people to buy cum pills and weed gummies first.
Somebody's sipping to that clown-faced woman by her cum pills.
But that's what I've heard anecdotally, is that she's the one who does the talking in this relationship, which is kind of strange because she's not famous. She's famous for being Idubbbz' girlfriend. What the fuck does she have an opinion about? And I've heard from her family that she's weird too. And I'm not going to talk about that because the person.
So, anyways, this is the level of like that of people that Ethan is endorsing.
Michael, and then I was like, thank
Wow.
you, AB. Appreciate you. But and then same thing when he did the other podcast, he said, oh, my coach.
And this guy, again, he just wants clout. He's happy that AB mentioned his name. He just wants people to call him out and say his name.
Coach. And then AB was the one that actually had to say my name. AB was like, oh, you mean Michael? And then I was like, thank you, AB. Appreciate you. But and then same thing when he did the other podcast, he said, oh, my coach is he's really tough. He has toxic masculine qualities.
Wait, when did he say that?
He said that when he was talking to
when he did the podcast
with the Smosh guy.
Yeah.
So he did that and he
You
said,
know what?
oh my.
He's lost his mind. I'm sorry, but if anybody deserves to have toxic masculine traits, it's your boxing coach, okay? Get in line, bitch. You know what I mean? Go fucking wake up and run. Think about, you remember Mike Tyson's coach, this like grumpy, insane old man? Like, this is who you want to fucking coach you, dude. What are you talking about?
I didn't see the podcast you're talking about, but yeah, I know when I was training with Michael, I felt so loving compared to when I was fighting with Wally.
It sounds like
Wally used to
Wally.
tell me you could punch me in my sleep and I won't blink. Yeah.
That's the thing, right? I actually had to learn how to talk to Ian from training because during one of the sessions when he wasn't supposed to spar, but then he ended up going to spar Alex Stearns one day.
Oh, I want to ask you about that.
Oh, it was hilarious. It was funny to me because we weren't supposed to.
Okay, folks, like I'm gonna share as someone who trains, who's been training for like 2 years in boxing. I also don't like to get yelled at by my coach. I don't respond well to yelling. When my coach is out there like yelling at me, like hit the pad, you're not doing it right or whatever the fuck, that stresses me out. I feel stressed, I start to panic, and I'm not having a good time, okay? I'm not out here to become a pro. I'm out here to have a good time, learn boxing, learn some fucking technique, you know what I mean? Be able to spar from time to time, look good on the bag, that sort of shit. I don't respond well to yelling. If someone's out there fucking yelling at me in the face, I don't love that. So I do like it when my coach, he knows how to talk to me. He knows how to like encourage me, how to motivate me. He's a bit stern, obviously. He's going to light a fire under your ass. He's not going to baby you the whole time. But like also, it's not cool to just get yelled at. And if that's what Ian felt, that's fair, okay? And like for the guy to make fun of Ian's learning style, like he doesn't like to get yelled at or shit, again, uncalled for you to talk about. This guy fucking paid you for your services and you're out here fucking talking, spilling all of the fucking details. Who the fuck is ever going to want to train with this fucking guy, bro?
That day. Actually, it was the morning that he released the Sam High documentary.
Yeah.
So I had no idea he had so much going on because I didn't even know what the documentary was.
We didn't know who anybody was.
Anybody. I just want to control. I want to focus on the fight, right? So he releases the documentary, but we're in LA. We're visiting gyms.
For
and we're supposed to watch
your podcast.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that was for that. But we wanted to watch Alex Stearns train. So we go to Alex Stearns' gym, and the coach of the head guy of the gym, the owner, says that he doesn't believe women should fight. So Anissa gets really upset and decides she wants to. The owner of the gym said that.
The owner
of So Anissa got so offended that she said, Ian needs to spar now today. And we're like, what? And then
and I'm like, man, to get slaughtered by Alex Ernst, who's like some kind of like boxing savant or something. He fucking annihilated him, dude.
Yeah.
So what happened was, it was funny because Alex has really thick glasses. So he took his glasses off and he can't see anything. So he just starts swinging haymakers.
Oh, he couldn't even see.
Oh no, but Ian like froze.
Oh wait, and also before the filming, so before they did the sparring, Anissa and Ian runs up to me and they're like, Kate, make sure you film this because we want to put on our YouTube channel in the documentary, how does a 3 week of training look like and 3 months of training look like? Because Ian at that time had been training for 3 months with us. And so I filmed
and Alex 3 weeks. He had just started.
Yeah. Well, and the thing was, skill-wise, Ian was much better. Ian wasn't just used to somebody throwing haymakers. And so Alex comes out and just starts hitting him with haymakers. And the first 2 rounds, I was talking to him very softly. I was like, Ian, are you okay? Can you throw punches? If you can't throw punches, I'm going to scrap this sparring because you're not throwing any punches. And then he's like, no, I'm fine. And then 2 rounds later, then I'm like, what are you doing? Like, why are you doing that? And then he went on the Smosh show and he was like, yeah, it's bad enough when you get beat up and your coach is yelling at you too.
Shut up, dude.
I swear. Yeah.
Dude, listen to the audio of any corner. That's how the corner's like, what the fuck are you doing?
Yes.
Throw a punch, man. Oh, here, I have the reference here. Let's watch it.
Alex is a freak of nature, I gotta say.
I remember watching that, and everyone was like, "What was that?" Because it seemed everybody could tell he got pretty rattled by.
Now, to be fair, my coach is pretty nice to me when we train, and I've never been in an actual like boxing match, a professional boxing match, like an amateur fight, where my coaches had to be in my corner. But he does yell. When my coach is in someone's corner, he fucking yells, bro. He fucking screams his fucking lungs out. You know what I mean? Even if the person doesn't respond well to yelling, he'll just start fucking yelling because he doesn't want to lose the fucking fight. So it happens. It does happen. You know what I mean? But it makes some people uncomfortable, and that's fair. That's fine.
That fight.
Oh yeah.
You did you say? And I'm gonna. Did you say he cried?
Oh, he had to have a meeting.
Yeah. So after that, so he was crying at the gym.
Okay, so they're saying that he cried after that sparring session. Look at how much this lady is laughing at the thought of him crying.
Oh, he had to have a meeting.
So after that, so he was crying at the gym afterwards, and I said,
Okay, this is disgusting. First of all, do you know how many boxers cry after they lose a fucking fight? Like professional boxers, just fucking look it up on YouTube right now. Write down professional boxers crying after a loss. Ryan Garcia was just on video crying like 3 weeks ago after losing in New York. You know how many guys I've seen cry at the gym after they lose a fight? After they've trained for months and then they lose a fight? It is an emotional catharsis. Everyone fucking cries at the gym. I haven't had to fucking cry at the gym because I haven't lost a fucking fight. But I've seen people fucking crying in front of my fucking eyes, bro. Every time we go on a tournament, if any of our fighters lose, some of them are going to fucking cry. Professional fighters cry all the time. It is such an invasion of privacy. It is such a gross invasion of privacy to talk about someone and make fun of them for crying after they got fucking beaten up in the face and are going through an extremely emotional fucking moment. Do you know how hard it is to get fucking your ass beat? And then as you're getting your ass beat, you're questioning, like, should I even be doing this? Am I even good at this? Have I been wasting my time? Should I quit? Should I give up? But I have this whole event that I planned. And you start fucking questioning everything and your face hurts, your body hurts. You're gonna fucking cry. You've been training. Maybe you feel like you've wasted your time and that like you've disappointed your coach, you've disappointed yourself, you've disappointed your wife, you've disappointed your friends, etc. People are gonna fucking cry. It is one of the most normal reactions in boxing. And for these people, these two fucking assholes, to make fun of someone in their low emotional moment and make fun of their client who has paid them money. They're making fun of him for crying, and for Ethan to push this and like to enjoy this and have them talk about this more. This is just so fucking disgusting. Sat Cheetah has just become a member. Welcome to the Do Not Warriors, Sat Cheetah. Thank you for joining. This is just horrific, folks.
And once again, I hate to hate on him for that because it's very emotional.
Yeah, for sure.
In some hard sparring, right?
Yeah.
Oh, so I hate to hate on him on that. After you fucking talk about it, after your wife is fucking laughing at him, after you bring it up, if you don't want to hate on him, don't bring it up because you've just given these people ammunition to fucking make fun of this guy for a completely natural response. Michael Briggs, honestly, he must not be a very fucking experienced boxing coach if he's never seen a fucking boxer cry, or if he's surprised by a boxer crying. That is one of the worst fucking boxing coaches. I fucking guarantee it, bro. Because every single boxing coach has seen most of their fighters at some point fucking break down and cry.
But then what happened afterwards was horrible because then we went back to the hotel and then they were eating at Denny's and they said, we need to have a meeting. So I have to go to Denny's. And they pretty much then talked about how they were going to have to fire me because I reminded Ian of his father when his father would yell at him as a kid. And so I had to relearn how to talk to him. And at the time, I didn't even mind because I'm like, as a coach, I need to learn how to talk to different fighters anyways. Like communication is the most important thing, one of the most important things as a coach. So yeah. I was trying to turn it into a positive, but it definitely was. But he almost got fired at Denny's.
Yeah, exactly. After that sparring session. But
I almost farted at Denny's.
Yeah, Michael and I rewatched the sparring, right, with him and Alex Ernst. And you could clearly hear that Anissa was screaming louder than Michael.
Yeah, so she was literally yelling at him worse than I was. But I was like, but apparently I was.
Bro, this lady is having so much fun, bro.
Screaming louder than Michael.
Yeah, so she was literally yelling at him worse than I was. But I was like, but apparently I was the one that I yelled at him and he froze.
It triggered him and he thought of his dad. That's what she said.
So we have to deal with things like that all the time where it was like, he wasn't even supposed to spar that day. Like, I'm like, what the hell is going on?
He didn't have a mouthpiece. He didn't have a mouthpiece. So they had to buy a $20 mouthpiece from the gym and put it in the microwave. It didn't even fit. It was ridiculous.
When you plan to spar like that, you want to prep. You don't want to just go into it.
You want to be, like, ask AB, you want to be mentally prepared for a sparring day.
Okay, because it's yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, my first sparring day, like, it was so fucking bad. Like, when I left and I came back, Wally started jumping all around the gym. He's like, I never thought I'd see you again. He goes, okay, the fact that you came back, he's like, now I'm in.
Holy shit.
But yeah, it was scary. I was supposed to spar Alex Ernst, actually, because me and Alex would talk all the time. And I heard about this encounter, and I told Alex after that, I'm like, fuck that. I'm good.
Alex had a really good coach. Alex actually found a coach that, like, coached world champion boxing.
Just quick pause. Let's see if there are any updates on the bombing in Lebanon.
With U.S. mediators. Try and help facilitate aid distribution, and secure those areas, but there has been a lot said.
Sorry, 1 second, folks. Just gonna check what's happening in Lebanon. Israel is bombing Beirut. Lebanon News Live. Oh, there's a live view of the Beirut skyline from the AP. Lebanon News Live. Al Jazeera in Arabic is still showing us. Let's see. Let's take a quick look, folks.
تمثل انتهاكا صارخا للسيادة اللبنانية وللقرار الدولي 1701 يطالب
This is so fucked, bro. Okay, anyways.
I have no idea how he found the guy. The guy showed up the day of the event, like a couple hours before the event, and then he left right after the event. So he didn't stay for anything, Alex's coach. But he was a really
One
good coach.
killed, 8 injured.
He wasn't prepared to spar.
1 killed, 8 injured in Beirut, folks, after Israel bombed 4 different targets.
And then Anissa put him up to it because she heard the owner of the gym is the owner of the gym who's not related to the fight really. He wasn't there. He didn't care. It was just some comment. So she had to prove something to the owner to have him beat up Alex, who doesn't have anything to do with him. They have a weird thing. They do this where they go, "Oh, really? If you think I'm an asshole, then you should hear about this. What this kid did, totally unrelated to me at this shooting range. You should hear what the owner of this building said." Who? It's like, what are you talking about? What's that got to do with anything?
Yeah, it's like another rice gum situation where someone's beefing and Anissa's like, "Ian, you better go throw a fight now and beat him up and be a boxer."
Yeah, that was actually how the whole situation started, was because Rice Gum had texted Anissa. And he said, "Tell your husband to fight me, or tell your man to fight me," or something like that. And that's how they ended up hiring me, because I was supposed to train him to fight Rice Gum. So I was like, all right, I'm going to have 2 totally inexperienced people fight on some event. I had no idea what was going on.
Right. This is a lot.
The sparring thing is next level, because sparring at our level, people don't spar in their first year of boxing necessarily.
Right.
And it is really mentally and physically taxing. And if someone did boxing for 2 months and then sparred and then quit.
Sorry, guys. I got the kiddies here trying to... What are you doing, Nata? Don't play with the volume, Nata. Don't be playing with the volume, Nata. You trying to come here? Come here, Natuti. Oh, look at that, folks. Look at that. The whole family's together. Hello, hello, little babies. Hello, little Natuti. Hello, little Makuki. What are you guys doing? What are you guys doing? Go down, Nata. You want to say hello, Nata? Say hello to everybody. Nata, say hello. Say hello, Nata. Nata, want to say hello? Mwah, mwah. Your little baby. Okay. Back to the video, folks. Sorry. Boom, boom.
I would understand that, and there's no way my coach would have ever, like, anyone could have been like, oh yeah, he's gonna go do this or that if I wasn't mentally prepared for it. So the pressure aspect is really interesting, because I don't understand ultimately what was the point of that. It's just gonna set things back, you know.
Yeah, and that's why, like, I would always try to have Ian do very controlled sparring until, like, towards kind of more towards the last 8-10 weeks of camp, and then we would really pick it up. For the second fight, he sparred hard. He was literally stopping people in sparring. Yeah. Even for the first fight, he actually had stopped Nathan Barnett with a body shot. He stopped Alex Idubbbz with a body shot. So he was actually in sparring, like, once he got a little bit better, he was doing pretty damn well. But I agree, like, you shouldn't be putting people in early until they actually know not only how to throw punches and defend themselves, but also counter after somebody hits them. Because a lot of times they might know how to throw punches or even defend, but then they get hit and they freeze, or they just don't know what to do.
Right. So you were trying to dissuade. Did you try to dissuade him? Like, dude, you're not ready. This is a
I was
bad
like,
idea.
we don't have a mouthpiece. We don't have headgear. We don't have the right gloves.
Yeah.
I was totally trying to dissuade. I was like, we're not ready for
You
this.
should listen to your coach, probably.
It was hard because, like, Ian, you could tell in his eyes, he could not say no to Anissa.
Yeah.
So what is he going to do? He's going to just suck it up, go get that $20 mouthpiece right there, put it in the microwave, and put it in his mouth. That's what he did.
Yeah. So
she said he can't say no to Anissa. So she's saying he put himself in, like, harm's way and almost got killed in a boxing ring because he was too scared to say no to Anissa.
That sounds a lot like the sexual stuff he enjoys. I made that. I don't know why. You know what? I apologize, guys. There was a moment about putting something in the mouth, and I thought, well, that's probably because of cuck thing. I just tried to, I apologize for that, everybody.
Once again, like, I mean, I always want the best for Ian, so I was always just a lot of these things were just very disappointing, especially when he came out and said he was never going to release a documentary. I was just like, what are you talking about? We have hours of footage, and I could see why they didn't want to make a documentary on the second one, because they didn't want to show how Anissa helped promote this whole event, and it lost $250,000.
Yeah.
So that made sense.
No, I've heard Anissa talk a lot on the show and other places, and Ian was backing her up. She's like, she has amazing footwork. Like, she is like some natural gifted type of boxer. And I forget why they said she couldn't fight, but they're like, but unfortunately she can't fight. But if she could, she's like amazing. And so I was just kind of curious, because you were training her. Is she is she this natural gifted boxing savant?
So she did have some athleticism for a girl. But what would happen was when she would come forward really hard,
So he said she had some athleticism for a girl, which is kind of misogynistic if you ask me. That's kind of sexist, isn't it? She had some athleticism, you know, for a girl, for a weak woman. I mean, shit, bro, I know some women that are fucking athletic as fuck.
When she would come forward, what would happen was when she would come forward really hard.
Is she this natural gifted boxing savant?
So she did have some athleticism for a girl. But what would happen was when she would come forward really hard. When she would come forward really hard. When she would come forward really hard.
But do you want to clarify that? You can.
Yeah. So,
by the way, if you're a woman and you want to train, you want to learn boxing, Coach Michael Briggs. Not only will he talk about all your private details, not only will he reveal all of your secrets on a podcast for $5,000, he also doesn't believe women have any athleticism. So, great coach, great loyal coach, folks. Bonafide boxing. Coach Michael Briggs.
A lot of women are just less athletic when it comes to boxing.
It's about throwing punches. It's about, because men have more upper body strength, women have more lower body strength in general, right?
Yeah, well, and I mean, there's plenty of women that that play basketball that will kill me in basketball, right? But fighting is a separate thing. Fighting is its own entity, and so I don't even almost consider fighting a sport, really, right, compared to other things. And so when you have some athleticism for a girl, and like because she had played sports, that's more what I meant. Was she had played sports as a girl, so she came in with some athleticism. Ian had never played a sport a day in his life. Ian had zero athleticism, right? So training her was easier than training Ian because she had more athleticism, but what happened on her first sparring session, I would always tell her, you can't just come forward. You can't just come forward. And so she had a sparring session and she was just trying to walk forward. And then a girl punched her. And then I was actually watching Ian, so I wasn't even watching. I just heard a big pop. And then I looked over and she was kind of frozen. And then she said she had a concussion. Then the next day she went and told the doctor that she had a headache and sensitivity to light and pretty much all the concussion symptoms.
The whole entire list, like hang it on forever.
And then so we were like, oh no, she has a concussion. And then
Okay, so they seem to be suggesting that she didn't really have a concussion. Let me give you guys an example. I've gotten a concussion at boxing. I was doing what was supposed to be light sparring with someone much younger than myself. He didn't know it was supposed to be light sparring. He hit me with a fucking like left hook, extremely fucking strong. So one side of my head was hit with his left hook, and then the other side of my head hit a fucking punching bag, okay? A fucking bag, literally. So like my head was stuck between two things. I was fucking concussed. I kept training for the rest of the day. First of all, I wanted to make sure to punch him back after that. So I got my revenge. But then like I kept training, but like my head was kind of, it hurt. Then when I got home, it literally hurt to shower. Like when I was in the shower, I couldn't shampoo my hair very violently. I had to do it very, very softly. When I had to dry my hair, I was drying it extremely, extremely softly because any shaking, any movement to my head was extremely disturbing. Literally the next day, I had to wear sunglasses in the house because I had an extreme sensitivity to light. Not just like sunlight, just any light, screens, TVs, my computer screen. I had fucking sunglasses on the whole day. And I had a fucking headband. Actually, my profile picture on Twitter. I think my profile picture on Twitter, if that's still my profile picture, yes, I took that as I had a fucking concussion with a headband because the headband was helping relieve some of my pressure and the sensitivity to fucking light. So Anissa saying that she had like headaches and sensitivity to light, that could mean she had a concussion. But these fucking guys, this fucking boxing coach who's supposed to know and recognize this shit doesn't believe her. He doesn't believe her and they're making fun of her for saying that she had a concussion. Like that's insane to me, bro.
Ian's like, well, she's kind of a hypochondriac.
Yeah,
so we're like, oh, okay.
Ian actually reassured me because I was worried at that
She's
time.
not gonna like hearing that.
Yeah, I tried to check on her and he reassured me. He was like, hey, don't worry about her. She's actually a hypochondria and she does this often where she self-diagnoses herself and freaks out.
She's not gonna like that.
That's like, don't worry about it. She'll be fine. And I was like, okay, then why is she continuously talking about it on all her media outlets?
The thing that drove me crazy.
Is that why she said she couldn't box because she had a couple? Like, do you remember what it was?
She was an athlete in high school and she had previous concussions, if I remember correctly,
Okay.
or something where the doctor told her it's too big of a risk.
Well, definitely don't box then.
Also, the doctor's gonna tell you what you tell them. If I come in and say I have sensitivity, light, and have headaches.
Fucking AB, bro. This guy used to be their fucking friend. Now he's sitting here helping Ethan just produce episode after episode talking shit about Idubbbz and Anissa. And AB just fucking sits there spineless, cashing in that check. Isn't that right, AB? We're over that shit. We're sick of talking about AB, honestly.
They're gonna say you have a concussion, right? So, and then the part of the story that drove me crazy was how all of a sudden she went from saying she had this concussion to she's had all these concussions while she was training. And then by the time she was on like your guys' show, these other shows, she's like, I've had 11 minors and 2 majors. And I'm like, I've been around concussions my whole life, and nobody's like, that was a minor, that was a major, you know? And so I was like, well, if you had 2 majors, that would mean you were like completely unconscious. And she said she got them from like lacrosse and hockey. So I'm like, you're telling me that you got knocked out completely unconscious on the field, and then a few weeks later, they're like, put her back on the field. I'm like, that makes 0 sense to me.
She's a liar. I mean, she does 100%. Lie. She lies about everything, it seems like.
Yes. Yeah. I just don't, and also like literally 2 majors. If she said she has 13, 11 minors and 2 majors, 2 majors would mean like you were completely unconscious. And that's
a lot of head trauma. You know what's ironic? Ian acts like that's what happened to him. You know, but Anissa, she seems more in control than ever.
Oh yeah.
It's odd, and that's why like I felt so bad, because you could see. So that the 2 of the best weeks, or one of the best weeks we had in training, was when she had to go visit her family in Canada, and then that was when Ian invited.
And like them questioning whether she got like concussions in lacrosse, and like, how do you know, bro? How do you know? Were you there? Were you in high school with her when she was playing lacrosse or hockey? Were you there in college when she was playing college sports? Like, what the fuck? They're just like out here questioning. Oh yeah, she says she got all these concussions, but who knows? She definitely didn't get one in boxing, even though she had the fucking symptoms that I have also had. I've had sensitivity to light. I've had fucking headaches, bro. Like.
Sparring partners to the gala. I wasn't a part of that, but he went out and did like
they took him out to hot and cold plunge.
Yeah, one of the guys that runs the gym. So first of all, the gym that we're out of is this guy Luca Hosever's gym, and it's called Vigor Ground Athletics. And he was the one that did their programming in the beginning. And when they went on some show and they were like, Ian, how did you gain all this weight? She was like, oh, I studied kinesiology.
That's
and I'm like,
crazy.
Wait. I'm like, how did you study kinesiology get him to gain weight? Like, that makes no sense. Because in reality, it was Luca that was writing their programming for him, but they never wanted to give him a shout out. And that's when we realized they don't want to give anybody a shout out. Like, they would never give me a shout out. They would never give Luca a shout out.
I never got my clout. They never gave my brand a shout out. Where's the clout? That's why I'm here. I want the clout. This guy just wants shout outs, bro.
Randomly enough, I guess occasionally they would give Mike Leonardi one.
Bro, this guy was everywhere. This guy was in all of the social media posts. He was in like all of Idubbbz's like training videos. There was a whole bunch of shit with this dude, bro. I remember seeing this guy's face all over Creator Clash. Like, I think he got enough of a fucking shout out, bro. Like, I remember his face very distinctly.
She's the manager and he had a bigger following. Unless you have a big following, she's not gonna give you a shout out. She'll just suck the blood out of you and go away.
Yeah.
So you think Anissa's the one calling the shots, though?
Oh, 100%.
I do, but it is also Ian that allows it to happen.
He enjoys it. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Wow.
Yeah.
Feel sorry for Ian.
What is happening with them?
Yes, he enjoys it. We used to feel sorry for him.
I did.
Yeah, we both did. We both did. Michael felt sorry for him up until CC2.
This is so gross, bro. This is like so like, what do I even say to this, bro? You got 2 people talking about like 2 people that they worked with, and they knew and were supposedly friends with. And now because they didn't get a bonus, they didn't get their bonus from the event, they're just literally out here saying that, like, going along with the whole fucking Sam Hyde narrative. Yeah, she controls him. She makes all the decisions. Poor guy. I feel bad for him. I feel sorry for him. Oh, poor Idubbbz. Bro, he married her. He's happy. He's happy in his life. Why is everyone feeling sorry for this fucking guy?
After CC1, I cut that shit off because I was like, you know what? She's a fucking liar and he's a liar and he enjoys all the punishment that she gives him.
Yeah.
So let it be.
She said that after she did that first interview. And I'm always like, I always want the best for my clients. So I'm like, no, that's not true.
Yeah.
Things are going to work out. They're going to give me a shout out. He's going to make this documentary, like all these. And she's like, they're never going to give you the credit, you know? And I was always like, oh. Well, and in my mind, I'm like, no, like I love Ian. I trust Ian. I feel like Ian's got like my best interest at heart too. But then he didn't. The time that I actually was finally fully fed up was when I had to ask them about the gala and we were already in Florida. And I'm like, this is the last straw. Like, you don't even, she's like, you guys don't have to be there. She was practically telling us she didn't want us
Disrespectful.
There. Crazy.
For no reason.
Yeah, and the reason why I also
bro, I wonder why she doesn't trust you fuckers, bro. Like, you guys have just been fucking sitting here. You know what I mean? I'm starting to get the impression you guys are fucking assholes to be around. I'm starting to get the impression that this guy's a fucking horrible coach. You know what I mean? Like, of course Ian's gonna lose his fights when he doesn't trust his fucking coach. When he has a fucking shitty asshole like you. God fucking knows how what you guys are fucking doing. We only have your fucking side of the story, telling a bunch of fucking lies and like sharing personal fucking stories and making fun of someone for fucking crying at a boxing gym. You sound like horrible people. Why would they want you in Florida? Why would they want to give you a bonus after that shit, bro? Like, I don't know, but you sound like fucking assholes. And you guys being on here is just more proof of that.
The reason why, like, Michael and I, we were waiting for them to tell us about the gala, but they never did. So they waited so long. We got to Florida. We were 2 weeks away from the event, and they still haven't said anything to us. And at this time, all of Ian's sparring partners, there was probably like 4 or 5 of them that flew out, or I think 6 of them total, flew out from Washington, paid for their own flights.
Don't forget, there's going to be an exclusive members live stream tomorrow, so midnight at Eastern Seaboard, folks. East Coast at 12 at midnight, West Coast at 9 p.m. Europe, I don't know what time it'll be for you guys, but I'm going to be doing that in a few hours, like in 8 hours from now. Sunflower Dragon sends $5, watching 2 people flame their careers right in front of you. Who would ever work with them after this? Well, H3 fans might work with them, but no one else. And I hope Idubbbz calls them out. And I hope anyone with an audience bigger than mine calls these people out for being absolute shitheads, unethical fucking assholes. No one should work with this boxing coach. No women should work with this boxing coach. He is a fucking liar. You can't trust anything they say.
Own hotel, and they're all coming there to support Ian, and they all have been helping Ian throughout his fight camp, right? And so they're asking us about the gala. We don't know about it, so we were afraid that if all his teammates showed up, they might not be able to get into the gala. How embarrassing would that be if his teammates are not able to get into the gala because she doesn't want them to be a part of it? Also, so that's why we asked her directly, and that's when she told us about the negative $500K. That's when she told us about why would we want to be there. Yeah. It made no sense.
Also, all of his sparring partners paid for themselves to be there.
Correct.
Nobody, like, they would give them tickets to the event, but they didn't help anybody else get there that was a part of his team other than Kate and I. So
yeah.
Otherwise, like, none of the, like, if you're throwing the event and you have all these sparring partners and training partners, I would think you would invite them before like 300 creators that don't mean anything to you.
100%.
Bro, they did not pay for the creators to go there, bro. I highly fucking doubt that they paid for 300 creators to fly into fucking Florida, bro. Of course they're going to lose $500,000 or $250,000 if that's what they're fucking doing.
Yeah, you gotta think about the time that when they're sparring, you know, all his teammates that volunteer their time, they're sparring for free. They're taking time from their work, their family to come and contribute. They don't do this because, oh, they're obsessed with Ian. They do this because they have loyalty to me and Michael and how we have helped them. And that's why they show up to spar with Ian. And all he does is look the other way when Anissa says, and invite them. You know what I mean? It's just ridiculous. It's disgusting. I can't, all we have to show is our hard work. And there's no way that I'm going to let Ian and Anissa take that away from us.
That's crazy. What do you make of that? Oh, go ahead, Arlie.
Did you guys hear anything or know about how they chose the performers for the gala? The people that they put, there was a couple performers there that I was just curious if you guys had any insight on.
This guy's trying to instigate more. Harley, no career, Harley epic mealtime. It's getting 3,000 views on his channel with 6 million subscribers. He's got nothing better to do than be a fucking little sidekick on the H3 podcast now and instigate for trouble about creator clash. This is the 3rd time, by the way, they bring on Harley Morenstein to talk about creator clash. He's got nothing fucking better to do than show up on H3 and talk about creator clash and how he dropped out. The only relevant thing he did in the last 5 years was creator clash. So incidentally, he's still fucking writing it, even though he's not attending the event anymore. Now his mission is to destroy creator clash. And that's how he's going to remain relevant. Good job, Harley. Good niche. Good grift.
Who they were or what the connection
was. Are you talking
was.
about like the comedians or who you talking?
Comedian and singer.
Right.
So there's this comedian that was allegedly paid $20,000 or something.
Yeah. So for the first event, we were a part of like a lot of those decisions. But for the second event, like I said, they kept us in the dark about the gala. Really, like it was my main responsibility to help with Ian's training, but also make sure like everybody else had legit coaches and help like, because for the first event, I helped train a lot of the people. I probably helped train like 90% of the people.
That like Eric came to Washington for 2 weeks to train with you. Remember?
That was another thing that actually upset me was like comment etiquette Eric. Like I love that guy, but he only was able to train for the last 17 days of the fight because he was originally supposed to fight Chad, I believe. But then when Chad backed out, they were like, oh, we need to find somebody. And so they found DJ Welch. And
I beast.
They told us he was out of shape. And
that guy's a monster. By the way, super nice guy. That guy's great. Both of those guys are amazing dudes. Yeah.
He was great. But imagine someone telling you this guy has no experience. That's why Eric and him had headgear on. And that was another thing I got blamed for. They're like, look at how bad this coach is. Look at Eric. I'm like, dude, I had 17 days. Me and Eric just tried to make it fun because the whole time he was like, DJ's out of shape. DJ, we're just gonna have fun.
We have a good. DJ came out we have a foot soldier here. Nuts fattening. He says, Lamau, buddy, you're coping so hard watching your little chuds Ian and Anissa get cucked. I'm so glad these people, just the only terms they know is cope. You're coping, cucked, cope, cucked, woke, DEI. What else are you gonna say? Nuts fattening. Let me just enjoy blocking your little butt over here. Little nuts fattening. It's gonna be so fun. Oh, let me read his next. Sucks to suck. You can't sue people for being honest about their experiences with you, Lamau. Ian and Anissa are horrible people, clearly, and the fact that you think they should sue these two is hilarious. You're hilarious, nuts fattening. What should we do with nuts fattening, folks? Let us just. Hide user on the channel. That's my favorite. Hide user. You can write all the comments you want, buddy. Ain't nobody gonna fucking see them. Nuts fattening. Love these H3 fans. Thank you for being here, little buddy. Give me that little extra pep in my step.
Dude, he's jacked. He's like actually jacked.
Huge arms, like, bro. This is not fair at all.
And DJ fought formerly. Well, he's been training MMA for a very long time. Yeah.
Oh, he's a fighter too?
Yeah.
So what
advisory says keep him as a pet. I'd like to. Should we keep him as a pet, folks? Can I keep him, mommy?
What is that? Are they lying to you guys on purpose?
I don't know.
So they were like, well, they didn't even tell us.
Like, you got your cope. Like, what does it mean you're coping so hard, bro? I'm just reacting to two fucking sleaze bags talking about a bunch of personal shit. It doesn't matter. Even if everything they're saying is true and Ian and Anissa are the shittiest people, these two people are shittier than them for getting on a podcast, taking $5,000 to just shit on two people that paid them a bunch of money to work with them. Okay, this guy, Michael Briggs, bitches about not getting any clout. I saw this guy in more videos than I can fucking count in Creator Clash 1. He was all over that fucking event. He got plenty of publicity, plenty of fucking clout, and it's not my fault and it's not Idubbbz' fault that most of his fighters lost their fucking fights. It's because he can't fucking coach. It's because he's a shitty fucking coach, and his wife is probably a shitty videographer. That's the truth of the situation. Keeker Garden Sailor Moon sends $5 Canadian and says, my friend's MMA coach wasn't a jerk because I'm already busting your ass. I don't need to dehydrate you more. Good coaches have emotional intelligence. Exactly. I'm already busting your ass. I don't need to dehydrate you more. Exactly. This guy seems like just a horrible fucking coach, to be honest with you. And even if what they're saying about Anissa and Ian is true, the fact that they're willing to break this like confidentiality, you know, even if it's an unspoken rule, bro, okay? Even if they didn't sign a contract and they shouldn't sue him. But like there's an unspoken rule. I'm coming to your gym, bro. I need to be safe. I'm trusting you with my life. You're going to be my coach. You're going to be a mentor of mine. Don't fucking go behind my back and talk shit about me on a fucking podcast. Did Ian and Anissa do this about talk about these two guys on a fucking podcast and shit on them for 3 hours? No. So what the fuck are these guys doing? Ellie Priest has just become a member. Thank you so much, Ellie, for becoming a member. We love you so much.
Of that stuff, because a lot of it they like try to find on their own when it was last minute stuff. So for example, like when Matt fought Dad, like they almost canceled that like 20 times because Matt was never training for the event.
That's so interesting. That's crazy. I would have never known watching it.
Well, what happened too, I almost don't blame Matt, except like Ryan found a good coach, right? So I don't know why Matt couldn't have, but Matt's coach would tell him that they just want to do all this pad work, this like random pad work, and then they would say, but don't do any road work, don't run at all. And then when they found out that it was a real event and there was going to be 10,000 people there, they disappeared.
What did they disappeared?
Disappeared on him. Just straight disappeared on him. Like they were taking all of his money until they found out it was a real event. I think a lot of people were shocked that it was a real event because like we were going to these places like with no clue of what we were going to have happen. So we're like, hey, this is what's so crazy is like he could have told the story if he would have been proud of it. Like the story was amazing. We were going to these boxing gyms in LA and all over the place. And we're like, hey, we want to throw a YouTube boxing event. They're like, where? We're like, we don't know. They're like, when? We're like, we don't know, but we're going to do it. And they were like, get out of here. You know, it was like, it made no sense. And so I was almost like, hey guys, maybe we should let me talk to some of these people before, because like they would just have these awkward ass conversations in all these boxing gyms. And but so a lot of the people that ended up getting hired, like I don't know if Lucky even thought it was a real event when he was training AB, or they didn't know how big it was going to be. You know?
Right. Well, AB knows. Oh, did you know? I don't know.
My gym, like they wild card, they don't fuck around. Like supposedly they even kicked Jake Paul out before. Like they're very serious about boxing. I don't think they care like how big the event was. Yeah, I think even Ian like added Wale on Instagram. I don't think Wale followed him back. Like, he's like, I don't know that motherfucker. So I mean, he likes
that
Ian,
is
but
something else.
yeah, he's not in it for any clout.
Holy shit! Yeah. Now I want to ask you something. It's alleged by Anissa herself that Ian has both bad breath and he shits in his pants frequently. Do you have any data on that? Having been in close proximity with him?
No.
Ian.
That's so fucked to ask. Let's see, is Maki's cam working? One second, folks. Let me just fix Maki's cam real quick. Let's just fix his little... Oh, there he goes. There we go. Nathan, no, don't be playing with the trash now. Oh, look at little Maki. One second, let me just fix Maki's cam. Good, handsome boy, Maki. You're so sweet. Lay down. Lay down, Maki. Relax.
I don't want to just talk shit about him, but like there would be times, for example, before the first event, where he was talking about getting tonsil stones, and he was saying he was going to get strep throat because he had tonsil stones. And I said, Ian, tonsil stones don't cause strep throat. Tonsil stones are because you're not brushing your fucking teeth. And so he was like, oh, okay, hygiene. And I'm like, yeah, fool, like you need to brush your teeth, and he's like,
wait, hold on, that shouldn't be something you need to hear from your boxing coach. Brush your teeth. That's something. See, that's it. Knowledge he should have come to you with.
Yeah. He was worried about getting sick. Like, so, yeah. So.
Was it Creative Clash 1 or 2 where Anissa sent us, it was a day of training for one of the CC 1 or 2, I can't remember which one. And she sent us a photo of his tongue. And she said, oh, I think he might have like bad breath and it's causing.
No, tonsil. She said tonsil stones.
Hold on, go back. Why did she send you a picture of his tongue?
They thought it would show us that he was going to get strep throat.
Yeah, so he couldn't.
And I'm like, because they were trying to say he's going to get sick before the event. And it can happen if you train too hard before an event. You run your immune system down, so then you can get sick. But we weren't training too hard for him to get sick.
Yeah.
So like they wanted him to gain weight, and I kept telling him, like, there's ways we can gain weight right before weigh-in. So I want you at like a healthy weight, because they wanted him to be 188 for the Dr. Mike fight. So the Sunday before the fight, Anissa makes him eat all this shitty food. So the Monday before the fight, he couldn't even do 2 rounds of pads in the ring without almost throwing up. So I'm fucking pissed. I'm like, what the hell? Like, why are you doing this? I was like, I was telling you, if you're 188 or 180, but you drink like a couple Gatorades, a Gatorade is 32 ounces, which is 2 pounds. I'm like, just drink 2 or 3 Gatorades right before weigh-ins, and you'll gain like 4 or 5 pounds, and then you'll be 185. But instead she was like, no, he needs to eat all this shitty food. So they were feeding him all bunch of shit food, right? And that's why when he weighed in with Dr. Mike, he was like grabbing his belly. And I'm like, bro, that's embarrassing for me.
Yeah, you're making us look bad.
It's bad for my brand, bro. You're making my brand look bad. You have a gut. That's bad for my brand, bro. Again, so don't forget, folks, you can buy Bonafide Boxing t-shirts and hoodies on the website. Look at that beautiful merch. Maki, don't
coach, and you're in there with a belly up there. Like, it's one thing to have gained.
So guys, the cats are hungry, so they're getting a little restless right now.
And be like, oh, I gained weight. But it's another thing to be like the day before the fight, grabbing your belly, and it's because you fucking ate a bunch of bad food.
Yeah, they would get Denny's all the time, and then he would.
Denny's? Yeah, this is important. I'm accused all the time of people say that they see me in Denny's farting. They say that about me, and I want them to. I never go to Denny's. Huh? I never go out to Denny's. But Ian's the one who's actually shitting his pants at Denny's.
Yes. The meeting that we had right after Alex Earn's fight, sparring session was at Denny's.
Yeah.
Say that again. I'm sorry. Say that again.
The meeting that we had to have with Ina and Nisa after the sparring session with Alex Stearns was at Denny's.
What did they eat at Denny's? What did they order?
Just like disgusting.
But she loved it because she used to work there back in the day. And I was in my mind, I'm like, Ian, you're a fucking millionaire. Why are you eating at Denny's all the time? Like, stop it. And then,
he's allegedly, I've heard Hila noticed this, and I guess Anissa also confirmed that he's very cheap, apparently.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't experience that. Like, he was always good to me, but at the same time, except for the fact he would never help promote me.
Well, I could say that I wonder if, like, this is a good example, but, like, for example, when Michael trains Ian, he charges $100 an hour, but Anissa would always want to be trained at the same time, so Michael is training both of them for $100 an hour, and I would always tell Michael, like, you're training both of them, you should charge each one of them $100 an hour.
$100 an hour? This guy's charging $100 an hour for boxing, and he's complaining that he's not getting fucking paid, bro. Okay, I'm not going to tell you guys how much I pay for boxing training in Lebanon, but I do private lessons with my coach 12 times a month. Okay? At least for like an hour, hour and a half of training, sometimes 2. I mean, it's not always boxing. He'll give me circuits to do and stuff. I do not pay near a fucking $100 an hour, bro. This guy made a fucking fortune off of Idubbbz. Are you fucking kidding me? You charged $100 an hour, and your wife charged $100 an hour for her videography, and you guys are out here fucking complaining that you didn't get fucking paid, bro, that you didn't get a bonus. $100 an hour is fucking amazing, dude. And no, you shouldn't charge 2 people if you're splitting the hour by 2 and training 2 people. You charge for the hour, bro. It's fine. These guys paid you a lot. They got you a lot of fucking fighters to train. They got you a lot of fucking exposure on Creator Clash. I fucking remember his fucking face. He keeps talking about not getting clout. I fucking remember you, bro.
Would be like, oh, well, it's for a charity event and I feel bad asking, so let's just do this for now because we're gonna get a bonus one day.
Yeah.
And in boxing, if you do bring 2 people within that one same hour, you do pay more.
That's not just boxing.
Yeah, thank you. And that's how it should always be. But for them, I was always like, whatever. Like, once again, I always wanted the best for Ian. I always wanted the best. I was like, oh, this is why I like. He didn't want the best for himself, so it was really hard for me to want the best for him when he didn't want to train.
Now, do you have any commentary about his potential body odor?
I mean, I say it's true. I smell all the time. It's horrible. A good example is this, because Michael's so nice, so he doesn't want to say it. But here's the thing: when we're in fight camp, he does 2 hours in the morning and 2 hours in the.
Bro, they're talking about the guy's body odor right now. Like, what level of? Like, they're like kids. They're just like kids teasing and bullying someone. Body odor, and again, can anyone confirm this? You know what I mean? It's just these 2 people who clearly hate Idubbbz and Anissa because they didn't get their bonus. They didn't get enough clout. They didn't use her footage in the documentary. You know what I mean? And Idubbbz said that this guy had some toxic traits. Now they're literally saying everything that people who hate Idubbbz and Anissa want to hear. They smell like shit. Anissa controls him. Anissa makes all the decisions. She wanted to buy a house. She's horrible for him. She's a bad influence. This shit, that shit. And now he smells like shit, apparently. Okay, cool. What am I supposed to say about this? The username Matt sends $2 and says, this is such middle school melodramatic bullshit. Exactly. This is such like he said, she said bullshit, bro.
Okay.
For the first fight he did. Well, for the first part of the first fight, not for the actual camp.
Correct.
During the camp was when he cut out his 2 days. And that was the most important time to be doing 2 days.
Yes. So he would smell so bad that when he comes back in the afternoon to train, he doesn't shower in between his sessions. And so like the coaches that are training other, members there would just like look at us with the weirdest face, like a stink face. And then Michael would try to take Ian to the corner where there's not a lot of members of the gym so they don't have to smell it.
I try to take it to the open doorway.
Yeah. So that does happen. I'm not lying. It's true. He doesn't shower.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just didn't understand why she wouldn't tell him. I'm like, what is going on here?
No one should work with these people ever again. No one should ever go to their fucking gym. No one should ever train with this guy. No one should ever work with this lady. These are such piece of shit people, bro. Just talking shit about their clients. Look at this goofy ass fucking face this guy has too. What the fuck?
The audience. She humiliates him
in her Discord.
Yeah.
She's fine releasing everything, but she won't talk to him about it. I'm just like, what the hell?
Yeah. And
like, I didn't
Hold
feel
on,
like
guys. I gotta sit on that for a sec. He stunk up the gym so bad you had to move him away from people.
Yes.
Okay. Hold on. Let me just sit with that.
0.5 hotter, as if like his breath didn't stink all the time.
Yeah.
Another question. I heard that Anissa was talking shit about me and us even before Creator Clash 1.
Yeah, she had said, like, I forget what she said, like, but she had said that she didn't like associating with you guys for some reason, but then like you had been doing better or something, so they were happy to go on your show. It was it was vague, but because she would kind of talk poorly about a lot of different people, so it was easy to just lose track of it. But yeah, she definitely had mentioned like something about you and Hila, and like, or maybe it was just you, but somebody had done something that had offended her at one point. So she thought, so she felt like you guys weren't like good people or something. But then once you could do their show, but she loved AB and Lena. She always loved them. Yeah.
He can't even remember what he's talking about, bro. Shiny Teeth sends $5. Thank you so much, Shiny Teeth, for the support. Our channel cannot survive without you guys, so thank you guys so much. Everybody who's in the live chat, sending in super chats and joining the members, becoming a member. Thank you all so much, by the way. This means a lot. And to have almost 600 of you still here watching this, thank you so much. So Shiny Teeth says, all it took was 5K to tank his reputation. I hope it was worth it. I hope it was worth it, Shiny Teeth, because as far as this audience goes, this man is trash, and his wife are trash.
So here's the thing.
Who doesn't love AB and Lena? To be fair. Question, to be fair, right? Who doesn't love AB and Lena?
Yeah, she wanted to get her Lebanese credit, so that's why she like loved so much.
She's trying to get her Lebanese credit up?
Yeah. He would always, because she would be like, they're Muslim, and I'm Muslim.
Yeah.
And I was like, everything you do is haram. Like, nothing you do is... I have Muslim fighters.
Yes.
They pray 5 times a day. They don't
touch women.
Like,
besides your wife.
They're a couple of them are from Dagestan, right? And in Dagestan, you're not allowed to shake a woman's hand. Like, but if they put their hand up, they're very respectful, right? But it's just.
I'm sorry. Who's this guy to judge, to decide what's haram and what's not haram? Who are you to judge how someone wants to live their life? Okay, if Anisa was raised Muslim or if Anisa's part Muslim, who the fuck are you to be like, that's haram or that's not haram, bro? Let her live her life. I have so many Muslim friends. Each one of them lives their own way. I have people that are I know people that are extremely devout, that follow the Quran by the T. You know what I mean? They pray 5 times a day. They do everything that they're supposed to do. They don't drink alcohol. They don't eat pork. They don't do that. I have Muslim friends that love drinking. I have Muslim friends that love eating pork. It runs the gamut. They're not a monolith. So why are you out here right now talking about haram, not haram? What points are you trying to make? Shu khassak, bro. Shu khassak. Shu khassak.
A totally different mindset. So then when I hear, and I have other Muslim fighters that maybe don't pray 5 times a day, but they still, like, they'll try to eat halal when they can. They have, like, a lot more, they have a different moral compass. So, for example, she would always talk.
They have a different moral compass. So now he's judging her moral compass. Why is that? Is it because she has an OnlyFans? And he's looking into all the Sam Hyde stuff, and they're looking at 4chan and all these Idubbbz hate videos, and now this is what's poisoning their minds. He's talking about her morals right now. You know what I mean? They have different morals. What? Just because she's not a devout Muslim, she doesn't have morals for you? She's not a moral enough person? And AB's just fucking sitting there. AB, a fellow Muslim, someone who knows Anisa, someone who knows Idubbbz. Instead of talking, instead of speaking out, he fucking sits there quietly, switching for Ethan on his little Elgato thing. You know what I mean? I still need to set mine up, folks. And I still need to set up that P.O. box I haven't forgotten. Nour reminded me today. What is this?
About how America is this horrible place and Americans are, like, so bad, especially, like, white Christian male Americans.
Get out of here, dude. What is your problem?
And then, but somehow I'm like, have you ever been to a Muslim country, Nisa? Like, and then obviously she hasn't. So to me, it was just like, there was this big disconnect between reality.
This is just like the tweet that Ethan had put out, like, hey, to the guy who was on Twitter, I forgot his name. He was like, why don't you go to Gaza and see how Hamas feels about you being a sex worker and being on drugs? That's the exact same thing, kind of. Well, why don't you go to a Muslim country, and Issa, instead of complaining about America, why don't you go to a Muslim country and see what they'll do to you, given your shitty moral compass? He's literally making the exact same point that Ethan made in that fucking tweet. It's disgusting, bro. Haley D sends $5. This is one person who should ask permission to say Habibi. Oh, definitely. This guy's at the bottom of the Habibi tier list. But Haley, if we say that, we're being anti-Semitic. So shh, we can't say that. We can't talk about that tier list. We're not allowed. Haley D, folks. W's in the chat for our hero, our beloved Haley D. The reason half of you guys are members.
For example, before the first or second creator clash, she said we have 300 creators in the event. And I said, oh, who are they? And she said, it's mostly communists and sex workers. Yeah. And so I was just super confused by that. She said that? Yes. Yeah.
Don't Smoke in Bed says 2 degrees from calling Anisa a loose woman. I couldn't agree more. They're just dying to call her a slut and a whore. You know what I mean? That's literally what it's like they're teetering on, like, they just want to say it. Ethan just wants to say it, but he knows if he says it, he will be automatically labeled like a Sam Hyde. So he's just calling Ian a cuck. He's just calling him a cuck right now. You know what I mean? He's saying that Anisa's controlling him. He's saying everything he can say without literally calling her a slut or a whore. You know what I mean? That's literally, and the coach is doing the same, and his wife is doing the same. They're all circling around it. And that's the point they're trying to make. Not very subtly, but that's what they're trying to say without saying it outright.
Yes.
I've heard this. Okay, so hold on. They've said before that it was Twitch streamer. Oh, this is so telling. Publicly, she said it's Twitch streamers and porn stars, right? Is that what she said, AB?
Boxing and sex work.
Boxing and sex work. But
that's what Ian said about
behind the scenes. They're saying communists and sex workers. Which, by the way, I've been holding on to this image since you mentioned the Getty that they flew the Getty images in. The only one I've seen is this guy. This is Froggy Tonic.
Froggy!
And he showed up here.
Oh,
I think he mistook
Whoa.
the event for
Froggy never did anything wrong.
For some kind of communist gathering. I mean, what a fucking weirdo, dude. This
friend of the show, Froggy Tonic, looking good right here, my man. Looking good. Liking the outfit. I like the hat. I don't know what these people are talking about. Just fucking assholes.
This is the guy that
jealous assholes, folks. They don't like it when someone is dressed nice and looks good. You know what I mean?
You can see the madness in his face. That guy is mad.
Did you guys see him there at the gala?
I didn't see him. No.
I saw him.
Isn't it so insane to wear that outfit and not be seen?
Yeah.
Isn't that unbelievable?
Wow,
You did all that, and no one. I too did not remember seeing that person. A friend of mine who was there in my corner did not remember seeing that person. And I know if someone wore that around me, I would remember that.
Yes.
So that's
I remember that. My
never
cousin
seen
said,
him?
"Why does homeboy look like Fidel Castro?"
AB, hilarious. Great comment, AB. You're going to get a gold sticker on the forehead, AB. Good job, AB.
Cousin, he's a jackass. He doesn't even probably know who Castro is, but it did make me laugh.
What a fucking weirdo.
Yeah.
Yeah, this guy's a horrible person. The Froggy Tonic thing is especially interesting to me because he's a disgusting human being, like really violent.
He ruined Creator Clash. It was him. He ruined Creator Clash. Couldn't shut the fuck up. He couldn't just shut the fuck up. He had to go and be talking all this nonsense for no reason. Twitter, just nonsense Twitter. And look what happened. You fucked it up, bro.
You're right.
You fucked it up. Yep. Because if you didn't say shit, then you wouldn't have the thing. And
this guy was on, I don't know if you guys know the lore. He was on Twitter saying shit like about how I feed my kids dog shit. And then CPS came and then he kept going on about how it was justified and all this stuff. And I don't know if you guys know the story, but I was like, dude, why are you friends with this guy? And then that's basically what started the whole thing.
Right. We saw that like all they had to do was help you guys with the CPS call, and they wouldn't, and then they turned completely negative on you and started attacking you guys.
Then they justified it.
Freud's hot mom says, "Here's your treat, AB, for being a good boy." Pretty much, you know what I mean?
Yeah. And so that was how that was part of why I wanted to do this, was because I was like, you guys actually supported us more than they ever supported us. So I was like, this makes no sense. It didn't make sense why he would attack the biggest. So I would.
What do you mean? What do you mean H3 supported you more than they supported you, bro? What the fuck does that mean? Because they said your name once on like the podcast. Now he's kissing Ethan's fucking ass. Like, you guys supported us more. No, they didn't, bro. Ian had you on both of his fucking events, bro. You were part of 2 massive influencer boxing events. What are you talking about? You got so much fucking publicity. You were in so many fucking YouTube videos, bro. You had every chance to prove, to promote your brand and yourself and to get more fighters.
I was a part of everything for the first event and a lot of stuff for the second event. And I can tell you the most fans at those events was your fans.
Yes.
Was your people.
That's just good business, right? He's like, let's start a blood feud with the one person who's promoting this event. Like all the people there, more than anyone who's there, the announcers, the hosts, the fighters, I promoted that event more than anybody.
Yes.
I will say the way people treated me before and after my fight was crazy. Like the other coaches and stuff who didn't know who I was, once they heard the applause that I got because there were so many H3 fans in the audience, they were like all super nice. Not that they were mean before, but I don't think I'll ever feel that famous again in my life.
Yeah, we're a big deal. I don't know if you know this, but we're number 6 on YouTube. Or hopefully, I don't know if that's still true because I keep missing.
I got to be a part of AB's walkout for that first event. It was one of the most ruckus crowds I've ever heard. The craziest thing was like I was at the Seahawks Stadium when they broke the record for loudest stadium ever, and when AB got back up and dropped Hundar, that was the loudest I've ever heard a crowd in my entire life. Nice. It was the craziest thing I ever heard. And when he got dropped, I was like, oh no, like here it's gonna come, like Hundar might.
Sorry guys, I'm gonna try to order some dessert if it's not too late. I really want a chocolate crepe. But I think the place I want to order it from is going to be closing soon, and they're not going to accept my order. What do you guys think? Will they accept my order? Will Crepeway accept my chocolate crepe order? Ah, they closed, those bastards. Those bastards, folks.
Finish him, and then instead he dropped him back, and I was just like, this is the craziest event I've ever been a part of in my entire life. Like, I was having the time of my life. I was like, this is insane, you know? But it was, a lot of it was because, like, AB fighting on that card and your crowd.
Yeah, but it's great. It's just kind of sobering to learn that she was, you know, talking shit before even that event, and then they come on and act like we have been friends. And it's funny because I did say a comment about how it's funny how they show up when they need something from me, which is for me to promote their fight. And he got all incredulous about that. He's like, "Oh, really? I don't need anything from you, Ethan." And I'm like, "Well, how's Creator Clash 3 going?"
Right. Well, and that's what probably like an ego thing, or it makes no sense to me because once again I was a part of all that, and he would never put out training footage. He would barely ever promote it. And so you would actually be like, "Hey guys, Creator Clash 3, AB's on it. He's training. Lena's training for this."
Yeah, we talk about it all the time.
So you guys would talk about it way more than he would.
Also,
he would never put anything
also,
on
I want to say that like after Michael and I came to LA to go on your podcast, right, with Ina and Nisa, I clearly remember that when we came back from that event, I put up the reel of Matt and Ryan, right, working with Michael. And then Ian texted me right away, and he was like, "Hey, Kate, just so you know, you shouldn't put out content without confirming with me first, because a lot of YouTubers are actually very sensitive to their image, like me. And so therefore, before you share anything, you need to let me and Anisas know." And I just thought, okay, so I'm just going to do the kind of work and not never share it. How's the thing?
I'm sure, by the way, I am sure that you said you were training. It was footage of you training with Dad?
No, it was Matt and
Super Mega.
Yeah, Super Mega.
I am sure that none of those people, he didn't mind doing that.
Oh, no.
No, he actually accepted the collaboration, and it had 2
Oh, he accepted the collaboration?
Yes.
So it sounds like a win-win, wholesome post.
Yeah.
It should have been. But that was when I realized, I was like, oh, he doesn't want me to get any like clout from this event whatsoever, even though I'm the one putting in work with
So why is that? Why would he call you and seemingly be like, you shouldn't post, I don't want to see you posting stuff without my permission?
It's just
that had nothing to do with him, by the way.
Anissa would always say, because I want to kind of post some stuff too, and Anissa would be like, yeah, Ian's really private. He doesn't want people to see this part of his life or this stuff. So we were like, oh, so I just respected that. I was like, okay, he's a private guy, so he's not going to.
You know what's funny? He's going to become even more private based on the views on his last video.
I mean, look, again, this is fucking people gossiping, bro. If I'm a fighter and I'm training, sometimes I get uncomfortable. Sometimes I film myself while I'm boxing, and I ask someone to like get some footage of me as I'm training, and I think, oh fuck, this looks bad. I don't look like I have good form. Let me wait a couple of weeks until I think I've nailed this thing down so that I'm comfortable posting it. So I understand a creator, a YouTuber, someone being like, hey, maybe ask me before you post footage of me training. First of all, you don't want to reveal your training to your opponent. That's always one thing. Fighters don't want a lot of footage of them fighting and training because you don't want to give your opponent stuff that they can study, okay? If there's a lot of footage of you fighting and training and sparring and punching the heavy bag, your opponent might see that and develop some techniques to counter some of the things that you're developing. Second of all, maybe you just don't want to look bad. Maybe you don't feel like you're ready to be filmed and be posted online. Maybe you're not comfortable with being shown yet. Maybe you want to wait a week or 2 or 3 to hone your skills a little better, feel more comfortable in your skin as a boxer. A lot of these people are not athletes. They're all fucking lazy YouTubers who are having to do this for the first fucking time. So yes, it's not that crazy to think that some of them might want to approve the footage or be like, hey, yeah, that looks good. You can post it. That's it. You don't need to be fucking gossiping about that shit on a fucking podcast.
He's gonna be living a real private life soon.
I got a question. I got a question. Just following up. So Froggy Tonic was flown in.
This is so good.
To film Anissa and just give her the credit of putting on the event and all that. And they still did nothing with that footage or the footage you guys had as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I think what's that?
No, go ahead. Go.
Oh, I think that because I think for the first fight, it could have made a great documentary. But I think for the second one, they were scared to put out that Anissa did all this work because it failed so badly. She wasn't even a part of when he did his charity, when he did his charity stream, or not, I won't even call it charity. When he did his fundraiser stream, because it wasn't charity, it was fundraiser. So when he did his fundraiser stream, I don't even think she was really a part of it. And it was like, a lot of this thing failed because you were the person in charge. But now when Ian has to make up for it, she was nowhere to be found. And he was like doing embarrassing things. As a boxing coach, you don't want to see your...
Again, like, she was the reason why the event failed. And she wanted to do the events. But when it came time to make up for the money and make the money back, she was nowhere to be seen. Ian had to do it alone and embarrass himself. So they're really just making it seem like Anissa's the puppet master, and Idubbbz is her little fucking sad little bitch at home. Idubbbz can't think for himself. He has no autonomy. He has no independence. If he wants to eat, he has to ask permission. If he wants to piss, he's got to ask Anissa. If he wants to shit, he's got to ask Anissa. Anissa, can I play PlayStation? No. Okay, yes, that's what they're making it seem like. They're making Anissa sound like the fucking devil. Anissa is the devil, and Idubbbz is her sad, pathetic little bitch. That's what the internet has been selling for the past like 4 or 5 fucking years. It is an exhausting narrative. And the fact that these people are now spewing the same bullshit on the H3 podcast, and Ethan is just now joining in on the Idubbbz is a little pathetic little cuck circle jerk. Congrats, Ethan. Congrats to the H3 podcast. Congrats to AB. Congrats to Olivia. You guys are on the fucking shittiest fucking podcast on the internet.
Doing those things under those circumstances, you know, it'd be
keep
different.
The pride up. Keep the self-respect up.
Literally, because that's on my, and once again, that's what I was telling him. I was like, a lot of what you do reflects my brand. So when he attacked you, all of a sudden, I start getting all these messages.
This reflects my brand. Oh my God, again with a brand. Don't talk about Ethan. It reflects my brand. I trained you for 6 months of my life. I am now tied to you forever. If you ever criticize anyone, my brand. What about my brand? You are shitting on your brand, bro. You have just ruined your brand. You are a fucking slimy little fucker who will sell out his fucking clients who paid him thousands of dollars for training and for fucking videography. You are selling them out for $5,000 and for a little bit of clout to sell a little bit of a couple of fucking t-shirts and hoodies and mugs from your fucking website. You weirdo.
On all my stuff, and I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Like, why am I getting all this? Like, one, we were getting views again on some of the like old, because I haven't put anything on YouTube for a long time, and all of a sudden I had a video of us at the AM of the Creator Clash, and all of a sudden there's just all these bad comments on it, and I was like, what the fuck is going on? And then I find out, and that's when we find out that he created the drama with you, and that's when we found out all these other things, and that's why we were like, I want to get my side of the story out there, because one,
he created the drama with Ethan. He did not create the drama with Ethan. He responded to the drama with Ethan when Ethan and Hila called him and Anissa out for not defending them for the CPS call. That's how it started. He was responding. He did not create the drama, but of course that's what they're going to say, because that's it. They're in the H3 pocket.
I'm not affiliated with him unless, like, except for training that 10 months the first time and the 4 or 5 months the second time. Otherwise, like, we have no affiliation.
Yeah.
We'd invite him to Thanksgiving dinner. He came once. Like when I went to LA,
Thanksgiving dinner at your house.
I made a turkey for my first time, and it was a special Thanksgiving because
you had turkey for the first time.
Let's take a look at this man's brand. He's been talking about his brand for so long. Let's check out his website and make sure to know which website we're supposed to avoid. Let me just Google bonafide boxing. But does it have a website? Bonafide boxing. There we go, folks. There we go. Let us look at this brand. This lovely brand here. Folks, you can see my face. Hopefully, can you? We're back. We're back. We back. Everything's on. We're good. Okay. So, Michael D. Briggs, striking coach, boxing, kickboxing. There's our boy, folks. There's our boy. No, not now. Thank you, folks. Thank you. Okay. So here we go. Learn kickboxing. Learn boxing and kickboxing with Michael D. Briggs. Always ready with bonafide boxing and kickboxing, where we'll spill your secrets after you've paid us a hefty wage, after you've paid us $100 an hour for training and videography. We will talk shit about you for 3 hours on a podcast with Zionists. I want to check their merch. Home, book, Sunday class, book, private session. Let's see what happens when you click on book, private session. Let's quickly check on Al Jazeera. One boxing private, one student, $100 an hour. Kickboxing, $100 an hour. 5 1-hour private sessions. Oh, so you get 5. So if you get 5 seconds, you get a package for $400. Wow. Bonafide members. Oh, if you're a member, you pay $75 an hour. Great. Great. Love that. Where's the merch? They were talking about their merch. They were talking about their t-shirts. More. Bonafide YouTube channel. Bonafide bio. I want to see the merch. Online store, folks. There we go. Ooh, look at these sexy shirts for $40. Always ready, $40. Look at that unisex hoodie that they're wearing right now. Need I remind you?
No,
what have you been waiting for?
Look at that hoodie. Here's that hoodie, folks. You want that hoodie? Only $70, and that beautiful hoodie can be yours. You want that beautiful t-shirt? $40, and it's yours. Tank tops, beanies, bottles, baby clothes, mugs, more mugs. Look at all of this. Beautiful, beautiful merch, folks. It's the brand. It's his brand, folks, remember.
Oh, yeah. You made it. You made it.
I made it. Yeah, so I made the turkey for the first time.
It's kind of funny. Like, if you want to do a really parasocial Halloween costume, buy the merch and go as these fucking two on Halloween. Go as this lady and as this guy, like any Halloween party. The guy wears the t-shirt, the lady wears the hoodie, and just start talking shit about people you know. The most obscure Halloween costume of all time, the most obnoxious couple you know is going to go as these two people for Halloween.
It was a super special Thanksgiving because Michael and I had just moved in together. We decided that we were going to get married. And not only that, but Michael's dad passed, you know? And so that Thanksgiving was super special. I've never made a turkey in my entire life. I put it together. I figured it out. We live in a small 2-bedroom, 2-bath apartment, and I had to go buy extra tables and chairs. So there'd be room for me, Michael, my 2 sons, and my friend, and Ian.
Oh my God, folks. Like, imagine inviting someone for dinner and then shoving it down, shoving it down their throat. They're like, we had to buy an extra table and 2 chairs because we had no room. Don't invite people. Don't invite people over to Thanksgiving if you don't have room to have these fucking people over. And if you are going to invite them, and if they say yes, don't be like, well, I had to buy an extra table and 2 chairs. You invited them. You invited them to Thanksgiving. Don't you be telling them I had to buy an extra chair. Did they invite themselves? Did they insist on fucking showing up to your house? Did they show up to your house uninvited? No, you invited them. So yeah, go fucking buy the extra chairs and the fucking table. You fucking dumbass. What the fuck is this? What is this? We had to buy extra chairs? Don't invite people over if you don't want to buy a chair. Fuck. Miguel P sends $5. Ethan just can't jerk off in silence, always letting everyone know he's thinking of Hassan, Ian, or Anissa in some crazy way. Of course, he's obsessed. Now, he's taken a small break from Hassan, a tiny little break. He'll still mention Hassan every single episode, of course. But now, the prime target is Idubbbz and Anissa. And because they're much easier targets, because they've already been, the internet has been going at him for 4 fucking years. He's got a wealth, he's got endless content to go. Just call them a cuck every day. You know what I mean? And hint that Anissa is a whore, the way that Sam Hyatt is saying. Just horrible shit, folks. Horrible shit. Really disgusting. Thank you so much for the support, Miguel. But yeah, we had to buy 2 chairs. Let's hear that again.
I made a turkey my entire life. I put it together. I figured it out. We live in a small 2-bedroom, 2-bath apartment, and I had to go buy extra tables and chairs. So there'd be room for me, Michael, my 2 sons, and my friend, and Ian and Anissa to sit. And we went out of our way to do all this for them. And they just treat us like we're just, I don't know, gone with the wind.
Yeah. So, but what I was saying about that was like,
they just feel burnt, yo. Like, oh, they didn't text us. They didn't text us after the event. We haven't heard from them. We never got our bonus. We didn't get enough clout from them. Where's the clout, Idubbbz? Where's that documentary? Fuck it. Let's expose them for 3 fucking hours on the H3 podcast.
I would invite them out to do stuff and almost never get a response. And then when I was in LA, like I hit up AB and he's like, yeah, let's go out to dinner.
No,
and I'm
AB's
like,
such a good guy.
Yeah. I'm like, so AB's willing to go out to dinner.
But Baby likes you. I think he wanted to spend time with you.
Yeah, but my own fighter didn't. And it broke.
AB's the greatest guy, folks. The most loyal of friends. Just ask his good friends Idubbbz, Anissa, Frogan. Who else has he betrayed? I can't remember.
My heart all the time because...
Oh, Doolittle. Jake Doolittle. Everybody. Everyone AB hangs out with becomes an enemy of the show. He even betrayed Dad at one point. Became like a fucking... Him and Dad had a whole fucking thing, didn't they? I can't even remember.
Like, so there's a coach named like Mike Quick Flores, and he's amazing. And his fighters loved him. They helped him start a damn YouTube channel. They bought him cameras. They helped him start a YouTube channel. They did all this stuff for him. Yeah. And like one of his fighters was like James Oddwin's out that got knocked out in like freaking 30 seconds. And he still loves training with the coach. So I'm like, how does somebody that get knocked out in 30 seconds have such a close relationship with his coach? And I like went to hell with Ian, and we have no relationship.
Yeah.
I got punched out of the ring.
Okay, bro, I'm sorry. Idubbbz does not owe you a relationship. Would it be nice for a fighter and his boxer to have a good relationship? Of course. I fucking love my coach. I would die for my coach. My coach would die for me, bro. He gave me my cats. After Leo passed away, he was like, yo, you're going to adopt some cats from this gym. And he fucking gave me the cats. And like, and when Leo was in the hospital, bro, I called my coach and he gave me one of the cats from the gym because we had to try to give Leo, we tried to give him a blood transfusion. And it was one of my coach's cats. He was the first person I called to try to get a cat, to try to get some blood for my cat. And I went to the gym. I took the cat and I gave him blood. Like, my coach was there for me, bro, day in and day out. It would have been nice for Ian, but if he didn't have that with you, bro, you don't need to get fucking petty. You need to talk shit about the guy. You don't need to expose his fucking life. You don't need to make fun of him for crying. You don't need to make fun of his relationship. You don't need to make fun of his dynamic, of the dynamic of his relationship with his wife online, bro, for money. Like, what the fuck is this? That's kind of insane.
Happens. And I love my boxing coach.
Yeah.
That was pretty awesome, by the way, Harley. That was a great moment.
That was
and you're a piece of shit. Like, why would he love you? Like, he must have felt that you're like an untrustworthy piece of shit, bro. Like, the fact that you're doing all of this is basically proving Idubbbz's point for not liking you. Like, you know what I mean? This is exactly why he mustn't have liked you. I'm sure you did shit and you said shit to make it seem like you're not a trustworthy person. And here you are right now, cashing in on that untrustworthy check. You are the person that Idubbbz and Anissa probably maybe thought you were. I don't know, bro. Again, I don't know any of you people. But this is just fucked up.
Best parts of it for me was one, meeting people like Harley, AB, but also like networking with those coaches, right? Like Harley's coach Jesse Thompson is amazing. Like he's an amazing guy. He's an amazing human. He's an amazing father.
Yes.
All the coaches that we would work with there, Coach Rick at his gym in Florida, like we love them like they were our Florida family. But then Ian and Anissa would just kind of use them. They didn't even know whose promoter's license we used until like 2 weeks before the second event.
Yes.
So
I told her while the promoter was there, because that's actually his gym that we're training out of, right? He's part owner. And so I told Anissa that that's actually Ryan Ricky. He's actually the fight promoter we're using his license to throw the events in Florida, you know? And she was like, oh my gosh, really? How did I miss this the first time around? And I'm just like, I don't know, maybe because you don't care about anybody that doesn't have a huge following. And so right away she went and followed him and then she started tagging him. It's just ridiculous. So
we were like, how did you, because they didn't want to take time to get to know the boxing community.
Yeah.
She acted like she was better than the boxing community.
Yes.
We were in a boxing gym called Top Rank one time. And there was a guy named Jay Prince who was like the manager for Floyd Mayweather, manager for Andre Ward, and all these very high-level boxers. So for me, that's a big deal. And the owner of the gym was kind enough to introduce us. And she was like, no, I don't want to meet him. Ian's tired. We don't want to meet him.
Yeah.
Wait, I don't want to meet him because of what?
Yeah.
Ian was tired.
Yes.
She would tell Ian when he was tired. One time we ended sparring, and afterwards everybody's hanging out, and she walks up to Ian and she goes, "You're hungry."
Yes.
And then so they had to leave because Ian was hungry. So she tells Ian when he was hungry. We're like, what the hell?
So again with she controls him. She tells him when he's tired. She tells him bro, she's his wife. Maybe she knows when he's hungry. Maybe they've been together for many years and they've developed this kind of rapport where he doesn't even need to tell her he's hungry. Maybe he just gives her a quick look with his eyes and she knows that he's hungry because she loves him and she spends every day with him. Okay? My girlfriend knows things about me that other people don't know because we spend a lot of time together. We have this rapport. She might know if I'm sad when someone else might not know that I'm sad. She might know that I'm tired when someone else might not know that I'm tired. You develop these unspoken little ways to communicate, okay? Maybe she is controlling, but maybe she's not. Like, to jump to the assumption that, like, oh, she said that, like, that's a very normal thing. Like, you're hungry, you need to eat. Like, you seem upset, or you seem tired, or you've been training for 6 hours. I know that you like to eat every 4 hours, so you've been training for the past 3 hours. I know that you're hungry. It's not that fucking crazy, bro. It's not that fucking crazy to tell someone, hey, you're tired, maybe we should go home. Like, to spin it as if, like, she's controlling him. She's telling him that he's hungry. She's telling him that he's tired. She's forcing him to leave. Like, that's insane.
So what is this?
Do you think that he walked? Freud's hot mom in the comments says, I have ADHD and sometimes I forget to eat. Advisory says, that's how my partner and I are. Lol. Love him for that. I mean, dude, my girlfriend works very hard, okay? Sometimes she overworks herself. She does all these events like Mystic Market, the event that's happening on Sunday. She will work for like 6 or 7 or 8, 9 hours straight, piercing people, tatting people for fucking hours, and not even fucking take a bite of food. I have to go sometimes and be like, yo, you need to eat. You need to sit down and eat. Some people forget that they have to eat. Sometimes people forget to take care of themselves because they're so fucking busy doing something or taking care of other people. It happens. It's very normal. And this guy is fucking married. He should fucking know. He should fucking know. Ethan should know. And Michael should know.
Around in a gimp suit at their home. No, I'm genuinely wondering. Do you know? Does he just sit there? Does he sit there as a chair in a gimp leather suit, and she just sits on him? I mean, where does this go? By the way, there's something.
Gimp. There we go. Calling him a gimp. Does he wear a gimp outfit at home? Like all of the most fucking obvious shit. You know.
There's this clip here I want to watch. I've been having it on standby. It's when you referenced the toxic masculinity comment aimed towards you. Let me see.
Boxing. Oh, you don't have time or energy to do anything other than boxing. There's just like a lot of things that I've had to learn along the way. Like my coach is a tough ass guy. You know, he's got a little of the toxic male qualities, and it's made it hard sometimes because.
Shut the fuck up, dude. Like, dude, please. Like, I don't understand. You were literally made videos with.
Bro, he's not even saying anything wrong. He said my coach has some toxic masculine traits. Like that's what he gets fucking heard about. That is what is so fucking upsetting.
Filthy Frank, okay? And now you're like, I can't. He was a little toxic, and it made it hard for me. It's like, shut the fuck up, dude. And by the way, compared to all the other coaches that I know, you came off seeming like super nice and like not pushy. Yeah.
I know how to be soft with certain people, and then I'll be harder with other people. But if they can't, the sport's already so hard to begin with. This is one of the things I've been involved in fighting for over 25 years. So the sport is so hard to begin with that if you're getting more shit from your coach than you can handle, you're going to have a bad performance, right? So each person you have to treat so differently. So some of my fighters might need me to yell at them, slap them before the event, and really like get to a different kind of savagery.
You don't need to slap your fighter before an event. I can guarantee that. No one needs to be fucking slapped before an event. Ooh, sorry, my dessert's here.
And then other people are very soft. And so you kind of, well, mostly Ian was the softest, but...
Was he the softest fighter you've ever trained?
What's that?
Is he the softest fighter you've ever worked with?
Well, he hated boxing.
Yeah, but not only that, every single time we had a session, it would have to follow up with a therapy session with him and Anissa. How frustrating is that? I was depressed after every single creator clash because of all the therapy we always had to imply. Otherwise, it was going to be a shit show.
Other fighters fight, like, even if they have nerves or they're scared before a fight or something, they'll fight because they want to and they love it. Especially as an amateur, you're not getting paid, you're losing money. Even like low-level pros, you lose money working with low-level pros. You're traveling, you're doing all these things that the expenses aren't covered. So they have to love it. They have to fucking love the sport. And if you don't love it, it's very hard to do. Like, that's why I commend Harley.
I got a Nutella crepe. One second. What were they saying? They called Ian the softest person they ever had, and they laughed at him, right?
Depressed after every single creator clash because of all the therapy we always had to imply. Otherwise, it was going
to... And then other people are very soft. And so you kind of, well, mostly Ian was the softest, but...
Was he the softest fighter you've ever trained?
What's that?
Is he the softest fighter you've ever worked with?
Well, he hated boxing.
Yeah, but not only that, every single time we had a session, it would have to follow up with a therapy session with him and Anissa. How frustrating is that? I was depressed after every single creator clash because of all the therapy we always had to imply. Otherwise, it was going to be a shit show.
Other fighters fight, like, even if they have nerves or they're scared before a fight or something, they'll fight because they want to and they love it. Especially as an amateur, you're not getting paid, you're losing money. Even like low-level pros, you lose money working with low-level pros. You're traveling, you're doing all these things that the expenses aren't covered. So they have to love it. They have to fucking love the sport. And if you don't love it, it's very hard to do. Like, that's why I commend Harley and AB, because, man, they were part of freaking more than one event, and they have actual jobs. You know, it's like, what the hell? That's so to me, why wouldn't I show those?
Harley has a job? What? What kind of job does Harley have? And yeah, we had to have therapy sessions. I was depressed after every creator clash. Like, bro, shut the fuck up. They're such fucking clout goblins, bro.
All the love in the world because they're putting themselves out there when they don't have to. Also, there's a lot of risk when you go out to fight.
Right. This is not what podcasts are.
Dude, please. That's only because they're talking about you. It's so obvious. Sorry, guys. He keeps interrupting. Let me continue this clip.
Male qualities.
Back a little bit.
It's made it hard sometimes because, you know, the way he talks to me sometimes, I could be a little bit sensitive to it. So that's like led to a couple times where I've just been like kind of broke down. If you have like a bad sparring session, it's like that alone feels bad. But if you're getting your shit kicked in and your coach is like exuding their disappointment to you the whole time while it's happening, it's like, I just kind of suck. He's gotten a lot better at it, and it's really not his fault. Like that's literal, and Anissa's told me that. She's like, that is the most normal thing. You're not gonna find a coach that's gonna fucking take care of your feelings, bitch. Like, and I'm like,
he's not even being mean. He's literally saying, he's calling himself a bitch. He's like, you're not going to find a coach that takes care of your feelings. He said he's getting better at it. He said his coach is getting better at communication. So it's not even that mean of a comment. And the guy is so fucking offended, so fucking upset that he's literally burning his fucking bridges for $5,000 because Ian said this. It's not even that bad, bro. He's literally saying that you're getting better at it and that he understands. And he called himself a bitch.
Okay.
That's the biggest irony of all is that apparently, and you confirmed that she was consistently the meanest person to him.
Yeah.
He doesn't feel that way. But also, like, in defense for her there, she did stick up for me in that scenario, right? Yeah. So there was times, but also, I didn't know if she was sticking up for me.
Space Girl is gnarly. He's asking, should I get a crepe? Yes, you should. Let me show you. I mean, it's not going to look very appetizing, but, like, here's the rest of my Nutella crepe, folks. It's already sliced up. Delicious. Nice little Nutella crepe. Marina Nimis was saying that she likes cold Nutella crepes with bananas. No banana in my crepes. I don't like banana in my crepes, Marina. I just like them with chocolate, preferably a darker chocolate, but I was feeling some Nutella right now. Everybody should get a crepe right now. Anybody who's feeling a crepe, order that dessert that you've been craving. Enjoy, folks. Life is short.
me as a coach, or because she knew I was one of the only people that would take their shit.
Nobody else would train him. Nobody else
they couldn't have gone to, like, I can guarantee you, AB's coach would not have allowed Anissa to come into the gym with her attitude or want to change the music at the gym.
Oh,
and
tell
all
me
these other
that.
things.
One time she came and tried to put on her own music, right?
Yeah, and then we got into it because
Oh no, someone went to the gym and tried to put on their own music. What a fucking crime. What horrible people that we need to bully non-stop for the next fucking year. She tried to play. Bro, who hasn't been to a gym and at least tried to change the music? At my boxing gym, there's an aux cable that everyone is allowed to fucking play. You're all allowed to plug in your phones and play some fucking music. If we hate the music, we'll tell you to play something else. But it's not that big of a fucking deal, bro. It's fine. Oh my God, she changed the music, guys. Oh my God, what a horrible person. What a slut. What a whore. Oh my God, bro. She wanted to change the music at his gym? Oh my God, what an OnlyFans whore. What the fuck? I'm kidding, obviously. That's what it fucking that's what these fucking crazy people sound like now. That's what they sound like. Again, completely fucking joking.
Into a tiff because she wanted to change the music. Go ahead, please. Yeah.
So
what song was it?
Oh man, I would have to look it back up because I was actually in shock because some of the songs, even if you like that kind of music, because it was maybe some like indie punk rock music. It was dark. But what was just weird, and so not gym music at all. So I was just like, hey, I was trying to tell her that because one of the other coaches was like, hey, I'm gonna change it now because she was playing the music
after
at the
1
gym.
hour.
But she shouldn't have even been on the aux in the first place. Like you shouldn't be at somebody else's gym and then hop on their speaker. That's crazy to me. So she hopped on the speaker, and then one of the coaches was like, hey, I'm gonna take you off now. And she was like, oh, like offended by it. And then I made the mistake of being like, well, that wasn't really gym music. And she was like, he doesn't play gym music. And then I said, what was kind of emo. And then she said, what's that?
Hoobastank.
Yeah. She said,
was it Evanescence?
Yeah. She said the other guy plays emo music. And then after that, I said, well, it was kind of like 12-year-old girl emo music. And then
red jumpsuit apparatus.
So I did I probably went too far.
That's not mean. I like 12-year-old girl music sometimes.
I mean, in the right moment.
In the right moment, sure, yeah.
It's not fair to all the other gym members that they have to listen to her music. By the way, this is a very big gym. I think it's like how many square feet? 4,000?
4,000.
4,000 to 5,000 square feet, okay? And there's multiple facilities inside this gym. There's a Fit Bar Cafe.
It's not fair to all the other gym users to have to listen to someone else. It's fucking fine, bro. It's not fair for most gym users to have to listen to whoever made the fucking gym playlist in the first place. Most gyms, I'm sorry, have shitty fucking music. And now I know it's better to use headphones, but when you're boxing and you have fucking boxing gloves on, wearing headphones is not the easiest fucking thing to do, okay? You can't take them out. You can't pick up phone calls and shit. So sometimes it is better to have some fucking communal music playing at the gym, okay? But like, I'm sorry. Just tell her no. Just tell her no. Hey, don't do it another time. You don't need to be fucking bitching about it right now on a podcast for an hour. It's not a fucking big deal, bro. Oh my God.
There's a physical therapist office inside that gym. The Seawolves also train out of that gym. Okay, they used to, but so other people use the space, and she just wants to control the music. That's so unprofessional. It's not allowed, and it's not fair to the other members.
So she got
we
that.
don't allow somebody else to do that.
Yeah, no, I don't allow my other fighters to come in.
No, that's insane. Who the fuck changes the music for the whole ass gym?
Well, she did, and then she threw a fit about it and cried about it, and I had to talk to her about it the next
So wait,
day.
what happened? Tell me what happened.
So she ended up. We were supposed to actually do her pad session, but then she left.
She cried,
and she had to go out to her car. I mean, I don't want to talk about how her feelings, but anyway, so
she can't wait to say that she cried. You know, look at that. Look how quickly she cried.
What happened? Tell me what happened.
So she ended up. We were supposed to actually do her pad session, but then she left.
She cried,
and she had to go out to her car.
She cried. She couldn't hold it in. Her and Idubbbz, they both cry. They're both such pussies. They both can't stop crying. She cried right away. Ran away to her car and cried. Like, what the fuck?
I mean, I don't want to talk about how her feelings, but anyway, so she was super offended. So then the next day, what had happened was the next day they came in and they told my wife that they don't know how she could date me because I don't respect women. And so
she doesn't know how.
Wait, how did she expect your wife, Kate, to react to that?
I have no idea.
What an insane thing. I'm pretty sure I would, if I had to ask you if you thought Michael respected women, you would probably say yes, considering you're married to him.
100%.
Not in combat, though. Not in combat.
Not in combat.
Right,
no.
right.
No respect in combat. I'm gonna throw you a curveball here. Oh wait, hold on. I want to finish this clip. I want to see where he's going with this.
Sense they're almost preparing you for those feelings, right?
Exactly.
Because they're going to come up, especially if you are losing in a fight.
I would just say that maybe it's given me more confidence just in life. That obviously comes from, you know, being able to defend myself, and also just.
Okay, I've heard enough. Let me throw you a curveball here. Anissa, semicolon.
Oh, sorry,
anti-Semitic?
Guys. Sorry, guys, I forgot to.
And also just.
Okay, I've heard enough. Let me throw you a curveball here. Anissa, semicolon. Anti-Semitic?
Jewish.
So now I was just literally asking them, hey, do you think Anissa's anti-Semitic? Do you think she's anti-Semitic? Based on what? Based on what is he asking? And based on what are they going to answer? Again, who the fuck knows?
Here. Anissa, semicolon. Anti-Semitic?
Jewish.
I would say, probably in a way, yeah.
Probably, yeah. Like, what the fuck? Like, what, again, these people are completely sold at this point. You know what I mean? Like, like, I don't even know what to say, bro. He's saying like, yeah, probably. And she's like, yeah, for sure. And he's like fucking laughing his ass off, just accusing people of being anti-Semites on the internet. Look how giddy he is, folks. Have you guys seen Ethan Klein this fucking happy? When's the last time you saw him this happy? He probably wasn't that happy when his kids were born. At his kid's birthday. But finding out that hearing Anissa and Idubbbz' coach saying they're anti-Semitic, look at that fucking face. Look at that smile. Look at how giddy he is. I wish I could do a collage of him and Hila from the other episode in her picnic outfit. Just both happy and smiling. Oh God.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard to say.
It depends on it depends on who's talking, right? And
it's hard to say no.
Right?
It's hard to say no. It's hard to say no. We leave that door open.
Because I can't say, she never specifically said she was anti-Semitic, but just, I mean, the way she
I will say that, like, I didn't know about all this stuff that she has against Jewish people, and then once I heard about it, I realized that after I
didn't know about all the stuff that she had against Jewish people. What stuff? What stuff? Where are you getting your fucking research from? The Content Cop? From Ethan Klein videos? Is that where you're doing your research?
shared with Anissa that Michael's mom is half Jewish and half Italian. Like, I noticed that she started, like, you know, keeping him more at bay and not being nice to him. So I think.
Oh my God, bro! And she told Anissa that that Michael's mom is half Jewish, so he's like what, a quarter Jewish. And after telling her that, Anissa stopped being nice to Michael. Maybe it's because he's a misogynist and says that women have some women could have some athletic ability. Maybe that's fucking why. Or maybe because he thinks that Anissa is like a controlling fucking psycho. Maybe that's why she doesn't like him. But no, it's because he's 15% Jewish. That's why she doesn't like him. Cool, that makes sense.
That might have been the start of it.
Did you know? Is that right? So when she learned that Michael had some Jewish ancestry, she distanced herself.
Jewish.
I don't know if it was exactly from that, or just
that's how you perceived it.
Yeah, there was plenty of times where like her and I would get into it, and so I just felt like it might have been from one of the scenarios where we got into it. Because once again, it was hard because I'm trying to focus on Ian fighting in front of 10,000 people, and I was having to deal with a lot of stuff with her too. So there would be a lot of times where like her and I would disagree on things, and then it would kind of cause issues at the gym. And then she would be like, sometimes she would be all for it, and then other times she'd be like, you need to chill out, you know? So I was like, all right, I can't push this.
It was just so hard because I've never worked with a fighter where we had to like therapy and deal with his wife 24/7. We can't get the work done that we need with the fighter Ian because we have to deal with his wife.
That sounds like an insane situation. Yeah.
It's insane. It's hard.
We can't get the work done with Ian because we have to deal with his crazy wife, his crazy unhinged OnlyFans slut wife.
A good example is before the first event. It's like 3 days. It was the Wednesday before he has his first fight. He's never fought a day in his life. He's about to fight in front of 10,000 people. We have weigh-ins on Friday in the press conference, and then we have the fight on Saturday. On Wednesday, she had such bad anorexia that she was going to die. So she tells Ian, Jesus. I'm gonna die.
Look at her reaction, bro, to something serious.
Such bad anorexia that she was going to die. So she tells Ian, Jesus. I'm going to.
He said she's gonna die. What the fuck is wrong with you fucking crazy ass bitch? I'm sorry, folks. I had to call. The word came out, folks. I'm sorry. If I had a button, I would have buttoned it. I can't. Okay, I fucking hate these people. They're horrific. These people are horrific. This couple is a horrible couple. I don't give a fuck that she was a fucking a child bride, bro. Like, can you imagine me not caring that this person was a child bride? How horrible must you be as a person that I don't give a fuck about your traumatic past? Marmar sends £2 and says, I'm back and not in disguise. Portable account. Well, hello, Marmar. Welcome. Glad to have you back. We missed you. And if you were in disguise, I did not know it was you. I must have missed you, Marmar. Thank you for being here in disguise or not.
I'm going to die, but if I go to the hospital, they're going to hold me and I'm going to miss the event.
Wait. She says she's like, my anorexia is acting up and I'm going to die?
Yes, the Wednesday before the fight.
So that's
making fun of anorexia, that's fun. That's fun. Hey, let's make fun of anorexia now. That's what we do on the H3 podcast. Discounting, eating disorders. You know what I mean? Cool. All right. Interesting. Fun stuff. Olivia, Lena, you cool with that, Lena?
Because she's obviously, I mean, she doesn't appear to be, she appears to be of healthy weight. I don't know.
Look, I would have never guessed. I wouldn't have thought she was going to die.
Anyone can have anorexia, Olivia said.
Right. Yeah. But I wouldn't have thought she was going to die on Wednesday.
So Olivia did speak up. She said anyone could have anorexia. Great. Good job, Olivia. Good job. Great. Speaking up for your friends. As everyone sits there and fucking is misogynistic and literally does everything but call her a whore. You know what I mean?
I saw her. I didn't think she's going to die, but she's telling Ian. And so I'm like, if I was going to fight and my wife 3 days before my fight is like, hey, I'm going to die, but I can't go to the hospital because then I'm going to miss your fight. I would be so stressed out from that. And so it was just like, how are you stressing Ian out about this freaking...
It's all about her.
Yes.
And what I've noticed too is that like knowing them for so many years and traveling with them and being with them all the time, I realized that it's something that she does. She has this way of always sabotaging every single moment before who's about to have a big moment. You know what I mean?
Makes it about her.
Correct. Like, for example, for CC1, she came to the gym and she was like, oh, our lease is ending and we need to buy a new house right now. Otherwise, I'm going to be homeless. The world's ending. So then Ian had to go and try to buy a new house for her, but then he couldn't because he had to sell his house in San Diego first. Otherwise, he wasn't going to be able to do that.
Ian had to go buy a new house for her because if he didn't do that for her, then she would have... That's it. She controls... She's an evil witch that controls poor little Idubbbz, folks. Poor little Idubbbz can't make any decisions for himself. He's a sad little puppy. And this poor little monster, this horrible little monster, is controlling everything that Idubbbz is doing.
So then they had to sell the house in San Diego, then buy like their over $1 million house in Seattle the week or two before CC1. Okay, and then for CC2, like before he was supposed to start training for his fight camp, right? But then they didn't come and train, and then she decided that she was gonna have her tits removed like during his fight camp.
Oh, that was the second one. That was
I said CC2.
Oh, yeah.
So hold on, I remember.
Oh my God, bro. Oh my God, this is so gross. I don't even know what the fuck to say. She's talking about Anissa wanting to have her tits removed before Creator Clash 2. Look at the level of disrespect, like how she's fucking talking about this, bro. That's so gross. That's so gross. And the fact that like there was an H3 fan defending this, like you're just coping. Ian is a cuck. This is great. They're just telling the truth. This is what you want. You respect people like this that talk like this. She had to get her tits removed before Creator Clash 2, and before Creator Clash 1, Ian had to buy her a house. What the fuck kind of trash humans are these, bro? عيد بالقرف بقيد, bro. شو الليفل الخرا؟
Well, he was supposed to start training for his fight camp, right? But then they didn't come and train, and then she decided that she was going to have her tits removed, like during his fight camp.
Oh, that was the second one. That was
I said CC2.
Oh, yeah.
So hold on, I remember, by the way, a long time ago, they came out to hang out with me and Hila.
Why are they talking about someone's, breast augmentation and choice to get breast augmentation and then their choice to get rid of that breast augmentation? Why is this a topic of conversation right now on this fucking podcast? I don't understand.
And, I find it interesting that she seems to have always hated me, despite, pretending to be my friend for a long time. But she
everyone's saying, Kat is saying the wife herself has such internalized misogyny. Exactly. And I don't know if it has anything to do with her being a child bride when she was young, and if that has kind of fucked up her psyche and she doesn't respect women. But she fucking, at the very least, she fucking hates Anissa. At the very least, she fucking hates Anissa. Maybe a lot of other women too. But the way she talks about other women, zero fucking respect from this lady.
We were hanging out, and she just was like, "So I'm getting fake boobs," and I was like, "Okay, great, good for you." And then next thing I know, she had them removed.
Mudmud sends £5. Thank you so much for being generous, Mudmud. Never get a button. You are better than that. You can hold yourself accountable, and that's better. Well, we try. I try. I fuck up. I fucked up today, but I mean, hey, shit happens. You know what I mean? But we will try. I can't afford a button, Mudmud. Even if I wanted a button, I can't afford it. So we're good in that sense.
And a year later, I was like, okay, I guess, you know, why? I guess what was she saying, that it was uncomfortable or something?
I mean, it probably hurt her back.
I mean,
What are you doing?
She told me that.
I do that in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, she always blames it on everybody. She blamed it on her doctor. She told me personally that she wasn't too sure about it, and then her doctor told her to go too big, and now she's not happy, and she's got to get it taken out. But it's like, out of all the times that you could have done it after CC1,
so you're saying you're saying she did it during training camp?
Yes.
Yes. Before the second fight. Also, I told him, don't fight Alex Wasabi. Alex Wasabi loves boxing. He put a boxing.
I'm sorry. Who are you to decide when someone needs to get a medical procedure done? Who are you to decide when someone decides that they want to get a breast reduction or remove their implants, or maybe their implants are causing some discomfort? Maybe there's a medical risk by having the implants. Maybe that, like, who the fuck knows, bro? Why are you talking about this? Why am I even talking about this right now? Crazy shit, bro. Mudmud, extremely generous with another £10 donation. Thank you, Mudmud. Thank you so much for the support. We literally cannot do this without you guys. You guys are fucking awesome. Mudmud says, also, underweight doesn't mean good health in anorexia, and being underweight doesn't mean anorexic. Conflating the two is damaging to anyone with MH issues. Mental health, I'm guessing, issues. Yeah, so, I mean, at first, I was surprised. I assumed that people with anorexia look really skinny and stuff like that. But yeah, you don't have to look like that. Also, you can be skinny and not be healthy. You know what I mean? Yeah, like, for example, I'm a skinny person. People are like, oh, you must be so healthy. Not necessarily. I might be eating the most unhealthy food. It's just very hard for my body to gain weight, so I'm always going to look skinny. But I could be pounding the worst fucking food. My arteries could be clogged as fuck right about now. I might be 3 minutes away from a heart attack or a stroke. Who knows? But I look skinny. You know what I mean? It doesn't mean anything. So yeah, you can't judge. You don't know what's happening inside a person or what's happening inside their minds by just how they look. So thank you for mentioning that, Mudmud, and educating us.
In his backyard. Yeah. He moved a pro boxer that was like a really good pro boxer into his house. Yeah. And I'd worked with him before the first event.
Yeah.
I'd worked with him before he fought Deji. And I was like, oh, Alex really likes boxing. So don't fight Alex because he loves boxing and you don't like boxing. And so
he's going to be better. He's going to be a lot better.
Well, so, and then exactly, literally. Yeah. And then and he trained with a good gym. He trained with this guy, Brian Valoria, Julian Chua. So he trained with all these high level guys. And I'm like, now my brand's at stake because I'm going to be competing with that type of level of guy. I need to have you show out. And he had missed literally between May to November was when she got that done. And so he was supposed to train during November, but he took all of November off because she couldn't come to the gym. But originally
he took the whole month off because of the procedure to
Yes.
Oh,
He
wow.
said, well, this is how you know he doesn't like boxing, because they said he was going to come into the gym when she couldn't be there. But then when she couldn't come in, he never came in. Yeah. So I don't know if that was his thing where he
made a comment recently where he's like, when Anis is not with me, I don't know what to say. And
okay, so if Anissa needed a month to recover and he wanted to spend a month with her to recover, like, why are they judging him? Why are they judging him? Okay, maybe he should have trained more for the boxing. He should have done the 2-a-days, sure. But, like, why are you just shitting? Like, he was spending time with his wife while she was recovering from a surgery. But you shouldn't have gotten the surgery at that point. Who the fuck are you to talk about that? Who the fuck are you to care? Who the fuck are you, bro? You're his boxing coach? Okay, you're a piece of shit boxing coach, man. Especially the fact that you're fucking talking about all this shit.
Like, dude, what happened to you? Who are you?
Yeah. So I don't know if that was his thing where he
made a comment recently where he's like, when Anis is not with me, I don't know what to say. And I'm like, dude, what happened to you? Who are you?
She tells him when he's hungry, when he's tired. How's he gonna know?
That's why he's definitely in a gimp outfit at home.
Oh, Tom Ward, shut the fuck up, Tom Ward.
She tells him when he's hungry, when he's tired. How's he gonna know?
That's why
he's fucking 60-year-old man. How old are you, bro? How old is this dude out here talking about Idubbbz and Anissa, bro? Go home to your family, bro. Go home to your wife and kids. What the fuck? Look at his fucking ears, bro. His fucking wrinkles and shit around your ears. Go spend time with your family, you old fuck. What are you doing here, man? Who cares about you, you boring bastard?
Definitely in a gimp outfit at home.
That's she had said that she had actually, I didn't know this, but she had done the Content Cop. She worked on Content Cop with him back in the day. but she's never apologized for the N-word. Only Ian apologized for that. And she was the mastermind behind it.
No, that's a great point because she wants to.
She never. Why does the internet hate her so much, bro? She never apologized. She needs to apologize now. Why is everyone so obsessed with Anissa, bro?
I always got the feeling that she wanted the credit. We're like, oh yeah, no, I worked on that. But then it was her idea to go stalk Tana and do the N-word thing. And like you said, Ian's been out there apologizing. And then she's the one accusing me of being like not woke enough or whatever. And it's like, dude, you're the N-word girl. You're N-word girl.
Yeah, you're responsible.
You know what I mean? Like, yeah.
Someone needs to put an N on her forehead.
Don't do that.
N for what? Yeah. Oh, because she's the N-word girl. Yeah, I see. No, don't say the word. Don't say the word. Let's see here. Is this an abuse fetish? I don't know. Or is he just like really pathetic? I don't know. It's very interesting though.
Is this an abuse fetish or is he just really pathetic? So again, just H3 going all in on the incel, Nazi, Sam Hyde arguments. Is he getting abused? Does he have a fetish for being a little pussy, for being a little bitch? That's the H3 show now, guys. Going like they've just joined the party on like this. What 4chan has been making fun of Idubbbz for 4 years. The H3 podcast just got there, folks. They've just arrived to where 4chan was at fucking 4 years ago. That's what we're doing now on the H3 podcast. Idubbbz is a cuck. Anissa's a control freak. Tune in next week for more info about Idubbbz and Anissa.
So many like points of view now, and you know, listen. Oh, it sounds, you're saying, yeah, it could be abusive, but at a certain point, it is definitely abusive, it sounds like. But at a certain point, where does he just become like a collaborator? I don't know.
He's a collaborator.
That's what I felt like too, because some of the times it was him, and then some of the times it was her, but then some of the times it was actually him, and she was actually the one keeping him like to stay the course. But at the same time, he didn't want to box, and she was the one that wanted him to box. That's what it seemed like.
Yeah, you know, here's a good example. Like when the whole Froggy Fresh thing happened, right? They were actually at our home because one of our mutual friend, David Benavides, who's a pro boxer, he was fighting that night. And Ian had met David Benavides through one of the YouTube podcast events that we were doing and at the gym, at the Benavides gym here in Washington. And so Michael and I...
That's kind of cool hanging out with David Benavides. I'm not going to lie. That's kind of dope.
Paid out of our own pocket to get pay-per-view. We invited Ian and Anissa over to watch the fight of David.
Oh, we paid from our own pocket to watch the pay-per-view, and we invited. Stop inviting people to your house if you're gonna fucking complain about everything you paid for. We had to get them over for Thanksgiving, and we had to buy 2 extra tables, an extra table and 2 extra chairs. We invited them over to our house to watch a boxing fight, and we paid for the pay-per-view. Of course, we fucking invited them to your house to pay for the pay-per-view, folks. Maybe you're being... If I invite someone to my house, maybe I'll offer to pay for the pay-per-view. Okay, did you guys ask them to pay? Did you guys ask them to split for the pay-per-view? Maybe they would have liked to if you asked. Maybe they assumed you're just inviting them. Maybe you didn't even ask them to pay. Who the fuck knows? You're just fucking sitting there telling whatever fucking stories you want. Oh, they came to our house and we paid for the pay-per-view. They didn't pay us. Stop fucking inviting people to your house. You sound like horrendous fucking hosts. You sound like horrendous hosts who are going to keep fucking reminding people what you fucking paid for. Remember the last time you came over? We paid $12 for you to have nachos and salsa. We also paid for the pay-per-view. We also had to get you a chair. Fuck you, bro. No one wants to come to your house.
Benavides, and because the Froggy Fresh drama went down, they spent the whole time in my bedroom on Twitter reading all the comments, and it was the craziest thing ever. And that's when I was like, man.
I want to hear her talking about paying for the pay-per-view again.
Michael and I paid out of our own pocket to get pay-per-view. We invited Ian and Anissa over.
Okay, the pay-per-view is maybe like $50. Maybe at most they paid like $75. It's probably like a $30 to $50 pay-per-view. Not cheap to watch a boxing match, you know, paying $50, but like, you have guests over, you're doing a whole day out of it, you know what I mean? It's fine inviting guests over and like feeding them and entertaining them. That shit costs money. If you can't afford it, don't do it or ask them to pitch in.
Watch the fight of David Benavides, and because the Froggy Fresh drama went down, they spent the whole time in my bedroom on Twitter reading all the comments, and it was the craziest thing ever. And that's when I was like, man, because look at them, they were reading it, and Ian was like, oh, Tiffany 465 says this. I think that's a great comment. And then Anissa's like, what about this comment? And it was the craziest.
They're kind of like people that stuck up for him and didn't stick up for him. And meanwhile, I'm like, hey Ian, the guy that you just met is fighting in a world championship fight. Let's watch this fight. But he couldn't even watch the fight because they were so caught up in like the Twitter comments.
Yeah.
What was it that happened? Did he drop his video? Or I remember Froggy made this comment about how he was, if he lost, he'd subscribe to her OnlyFans.
Yeah. It was really because Froggy worked with Sam. And once Froggy worked with Sam, Ian was...
For those of you who don't know what they're talking about, Froggy Fresh was this fighter. He used to be called Krispy Kreme. He used to be a rapper on YouTube, made very cringe, shitty songs. He was supposed to fight in Creator Clash 2, okay? Then he started to train with Sam Hyde, who is Idubbbz's mortal enemy. He hates Idubbbz. He's a Nazi, he's a pedophile, he's a piece of shit. He also hates Anissa. He's always harassing Anissa, always harassing Idubbbz, etc. So knowing that, Froggy Fresh still went and trained with Sam Hyde. Not only that, he released a video to promote his fight, being like, if I lose my fight, I will subscribe to Anissa's OnlyFans, okay? He's essentially making fun of the event organizer and his wife, both of them event organizers, making fun of her OnlyFans, poking fun at the event organizers, and they decided to kick him out of the event, which was very warranted in my opinion. If I am putting together an event, if I am putting together some kind of event and I've invited someone to be a part of it, if one of the people I've invited to join my event makes fun of my girlfriend or makes fun of my wife, makes a video targeting my wife, I would beat the living fuck out of that person. Not only would I kick them off of the event, I would punch them in the fucking face. So Idubbbz was way too nice for only kicking Froggy Fresh off of the event. He should have smacked him in the fucking face for talking about his wife and disrespecting his wife. Okay? So it was very warranted for that little fucker to get thrown off of the event. Okay? And by the way, Froggy Fresh is a new friend of the H3 podcast. Froggy Fresh sent a super chat last week. Him and Nick DeOrio and Harley Morenstein and fucking Keemstar and all these fuckers. Okay? These are all H3 fans now. So that's what happened. And now they're talking about like, oh, Ian and Anissa got upset. Of course they're going to get upset. One of the fighters that they brought on to their fucking event is literally making fun of Anissa and making fun of her OnlyFans while he's training with Sam Hyde, who constantly calls Anissa a whore. I'm sorry. And people were shocked like, oh, you kicked him out? It was only a joke. It's not a fucking joke, bro. He literally insulted the organizers. So fuck Froggy Fresh and fuck anyone who defends that fucking joke. And they're gonna fucking defend it now.
Super offended. Yeah. And so Ian was really, really offended by that.
Worked with Sam.
I know.
Dude, and those videos were funny. Those videos were hilarious.
I think they let Harley go. Because you know, like, he's so cool and they don't want to like take him off the card, you know what I mean?
Well, I think he kind of did it beforehand too.
Yeah.
And then afterwards they kind of were like not cool with it.
Was that what happened? You did it before?
Well, he never told me that I couldn't work with Sam. I just, as a person that spoke with Sam and spoke with Ian, I noticed that they had bad vibes between the two of them.
Yeah.
So for Creator Clash 2, I just opted to not work with Sam because then he got it. He understood that they had this whole beef thing. And then Froggy, he had gone and worked with Sam. And then there was an issue of Froggy, you know, I don't want to speak for him, but I believe he felt that they were overstepping their boundaries of who he could work with or not work with. I didn't know that the whole thing was because of Sam until Ian unveiled it months later. I thought it was because Froggy made a joke about Anissa, and then they doubled back on that.
I thought it was insane that he actually just admitted that blatantly. He's like, oh, he got kicked because he was training with Sam. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
Why did you even admit that?
Yeah, they tried to use the video as kind of the last straw. And I mean, keep in mind, they would come to me sometimes and say things, and I'm not involved with that type of world. So they're like, yeah, this guy said if he loses, then he's gonna have to subscribe to.
By the way, breaking news, just completely out of left field. The crew just sent this to me. Elon Musk just put out this tweet, and it's real. It's been confirmed. He says, time to drop the really big bomb. Real Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. That is the real reason they have not been made public. Have a nice day, DJT. And then he replies to his own tweet and says, mark this post for the future. The truth will come out. That's fucking crazy. Elon Musk apparently confirming that Donald Trump is in the Epstein files, which, I mean, no one would shock no one. And also, don't forget that Elon Musk's brother met his girlfriend or something through Ghislaine Maxwell. So the Musk family cannot... Let's just look at the tweet real quick. Time to drop the really... And this has been confirmed to be real. He might delete them at some point, but these tweets are up, and the crew just double-checked. Time to drop the really big bomb. Real Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. That is the real reason they have not been made public. Have a nice day. Mark this post for the future. Truth will come out. Well, Trump and the bridge has been officially burned, folks. I was listening in the news today. They were saying that like Trump and Elon Musk are like not, or their relation is pretty bad right now. and Musk is pretty upset at Trump, etc. I did not know it was going to get to that level. I did not know it was going to get to Trump is in the Epstein files, by the way, guys, because don't forget, Elon Musk donated hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars to make sure that Donald Trump gets elected. So this is a massive change of tone. Fucking crazy. But yeah, let them fucking kill each other. Back to this, folks.
He's his OnlyFans and he's so disrespectful. And I'm like, well, it's your event. Fuck, if you don't feel like you want somebody on your event, then don't have him on your event. And then, truthfully, it ended up causing way more drama than it should have, and he brought way more attention to it than he should have. So it's like, if I would have been in the know, I probably would have said, man, just ignore it, let it be. Yeah, but at the same time...
Just ignore it, let it be. No, I'm sorry, bro. If I'm running an event, if I'm organizing an event, and someone makes fun of my wife, I'm not going to just fucking ignore it and let it be, and let the guy get all the clout, get all the benefits of being in our event, having a hero moment, getting his cool walk down. He doesn't fucking deserve that shit. He does not deserve anything good. You do not associate with me or my brand, okay? If you're out here making fun of my fucking wife, bro, I'm sorry. Fuck Froggy Fresh. Fuck Froggy Fresh. No sympathy at all, bro. He did it to him, fucking himself. He did it to himself.
Like I said, like Ian would never say my name. At least when Sam would make videos about me, he might have been talking shit, but they were pretty funny.
That's
and he would
funny.
be like, he'd be like, Michael Briggs did this.
So
Michael
Sam
Briggs.
Hyde did more to promote you.
Yeah, I was
Literally.
super happy. I was super happy when Sam Hyde did that video, and I saw that there was like 11,000 views, and I was like, "Look, B, my content's finally out. My filming is out."
He had videos that were like talking shit about me, but they had like 100,000 views. So we were like, "Fuck, that's more than Ian's ever done for me."
Oh, yeah, look, so now he's talking about, and I do remember this. I remember Sam Hyde making fun of this coach. And I remember him saying that, like, this coach moves too much. He's teaching Idubbbz and Anissa to, like, fucking move constantly, and they're moving way too much and expending energy. I remember Sam Hyde literally making fun of this fucking guy and saying he's a worthless fucking boxing coach, and he doesn't care. He says, at least he gave me clout. Let's listen to this again, bro.
To promote you.
Yeah, literally. Say my name. At least when Sam would make videos about me, he might have been talking shit, but they were pretty funny.
That's
and he would
funny.
he'd be like, Michael Briggs did this.
So
Michael
Sam
Briggs.
Hyde did more to promote you.
Yeah, I was
Literally.
super happy. I was super happy when Sam Hyde did that video, and I saw that there was like 11,000 views, and I was like, "Look, B, my content's finally out. My filming is out."
He had videos that were like talking shit about me, but they had like 100,000 views. So we were like, "Fuck, that's more than Ian's ever done for me."
Crazy.
That's all they care about is like, fuck, he talks shit about me, but at least I got 100,000 views. Yay, clout. He doesn't give a fuck what people say about him. You got Sam Hyde literally saying this guy's the worst fucking boxing coach in the world. He can't fucking coach for shit. He's teaching Idubbbz how to box wrong. He's just making fun of this guy. And this guy doesn't give a fuck because it got 100,000 views. Honey, he said my name. Oh my God, we're getting clout. We're going to sell fucking t-shirts and hoodies. That's all this guy fucking cares about. That's fucking insane.
That's crazy.
And the first creator clash. Yeah, the first creator clash, Sam had a major presence there, even though he physically wasn't there. I did see a lot of shirts, a bunch of Sam Hyde, and something that has that type of what's it called? Like it's
an allure.
Hard to get people to move. Yeah, and people were there. They were wearing his T-shirt and stuff like that. And I had a lot of people that watched Sam and watched the documentary that watched Creator Clash. But you know, I guess it was like picking and choosing who could be a part of the event.
Right.
Yeah. That whole thing was so stupid.
Yeah, they brought more attention to it, not letting him be there, than they would have if he would have just been there. Like so.
It was the craziest thing because Anissa said to me, she's like, "Kate, you don't understand. Ian and I both believe that Sam Hyde would really come and find me and would actually murder me. So that's the reason why we have to take all these precautions." And I was just like, "Are you sure?"
I was like, "I think the guy's a millionaire." I was like, "I don't think he's gonna risk his freedom to kill you." But, okay.
Okay, so Sam is definitely an unpredictable, like high-level troll, but I don't believe that.
That's how Ethan describes unpredictable high-level troll. Instead of calling him a Nazi pedophile, anti-Semitic piece of shit, he's a high-level, unpredictable troll. Oh, great, great. What about Hassan? Oh, Hassan is a fucking anti-Semitic terrorist piece of shit. But Sam Hyde? Oh, high-level, unpredictable troll. Cool. Good job, Ethan.
He actually... Okay, I don't think their security was in risk. Why would he kill him?
When Creator Clash won, he bought a ton of seats. He bought like a table right next to the ring that was like over $10,000
Yeah,
or something.
what do
He
you
had all
think
his
about
guys
that,
there.
Harley? Do you think Ian was right to cancel that? Or...
I've always been at a place where there are so many decisions I would have done differently, but I've always acknowledged, okay, this is your event, do whatever. When Froggy got kicked off the card, I remember calling to be like, yo, so this is so much drama unfolding. And he was like, oh yeah, I just told Froggy he's not on the card. And I was like, oh. oh, that's going to not go over well. And I still understood his logic, not the Sam thing. I thought it was for insulting his wife. So I understood. I'm like, yeah, back your wife, sure. But I was still like, people are going to feel away 100%. You know, they really, and now that I know that there were so many other people working at Creator Clash other than them, if I were their partners, I would have been like, who cares? Let that guy come here. Who cares about any of that? Let him fight. It's a YouTube boxing event. You know, let it all happen.
I mean, if he was really
there was
worried,
a lot of gatekeeping.
And for Harley to be like, yeah, it's okay. I mean, if Sam Hyde wanted to show up to the first Creator Clash and spend $10,000, who am I to say no? Again, as the event organizers, you got this guy who's out there calling one of the organizers and Idubbbz' wife a whore constantly on the internet, saying that she ruined his life, that she's a fucking, again, a slut and a whore. Why would you want that guy to come to your event? Why would you want that guy to come to your event? I don't understand why everyone finds it so hard to believe. Why would he turn down $10,000 for charity? Because the guy's a fucking psycho, Nazi, pedophile piece of shit who calls his wife a whore. It's a very simple fucking answer.
Right.
Gatekeeping this event, that's the less gatekeeping there is, the more successful it could be for charity.
Right.
Correct.
And also, like, that guy would have promoted it too. So
And at that time, we were under the impression that it was still for charity, right? So I thought to myself, well, why are you going to refund $10,000 that could have gone to charity? But now we all know the truth. It didn't go to charity.
And the event lost money, so it's not a great look.
That was for the first one.
Oh, that was for the first one.
If you're comfortable taking $10,000 from a Nazi, that's on you, bro. And I don't want money from a Nazi. I don't want money from a Zionist. No, thank you. Keep your Nazi money. Keep your fucking right wing of fucking 4chan, fucking incel YouTube money, bro. We don't want it here. No, it's fine. You can say no to money if it comes from a fucking Nazi, you fucking psychotic little fucking lady.
Okay.
Yeah. So, and that was the thing, is they could be like, it was just 10,000, we raised 1.3 million, which once again, I was always telling Ian, I would always say, be proud of your work. Be proud of your work. And so, for example, when he came onto your show for the second Creator Clash, we weren't with him for that event, for that interview. So he goes on the show and he tells you that he's been boxing for 2 years now and all these other things, when in reality, he took freaking 6 months off to make a show with that Dax kid. Yeah. So I'm like, why wouldn't you go onto your show and promote what he was doing? Instead, he didn't promote what he was doing. He pretended like he was boxing the whole time. And for me, I'm like, I'm your boxing coach, and I can tell you never once showed up in 6 months. So now it's going to make me look worse if you tell people you're on year 2 of boxing, but you took 6 months off.
Again, only cares about what it makes him look like. You're going to make me look worse. Well, guess what, bro? You've made yourself look like the biggest fucking piece of shit in boxing, and no one is going to ever fucking train with you anymore, bro.
Can you guys spend a lot of time with them. Is there any other creators they specifically didn't like or that they were talking about?
We have to tell you guys about how, like, was it the real estate guy?
Oh, Space Girl is gnarly. Sends $2 and asks, why the cherry tattoos? Well, the cherry tattoos, these were on the EP cover for Kings of Leon's first EP. This was the cover for Kings of Leon's EP, their first ever album, their first ever release. They're my favorite rock band. That's why I have the cherries. And thank you for the donation, Space Girl is gnarly. We appreciate you very much. Back to the video.
Stephen Graham. Oh man, he pissed her off.
Yeah. Hold on. Let me pull up. He's the finance guy, right? Oh, he bought in the first one, right?
Yep. Super nice.
So wait, what did he? Yeah, he just seems like a pretty like. Wait, what?
He's a great person.
This is a different Stephen Graham, right? Like.
No, I thought it was Graham Stephan.
Yeah, Graham Stephan.
Yeah, Graham Stephan.
Graham Stephan. Okay, I was like, it kind of looks like him.
What's up, you guys? Yeah, it almost looks like him.
Yeah, we know this.
Dizzle McFizzle sends $5 and says, who is this clout demon? He seems like a clown. Well, he's the biggest clout demon we've ever seen, Dizzle. This coach and his wife are insane clout demons. Villamina says, I love them. One of the best live shows I've seen. Villamina, I've seen them twice. I've seen the Kings of Leon twice live. I've been fortunate enough to see them twice. The second time I saw them, I was so close. I could see the sweat falling down their faces, and I caught a guitar pick. I caught a drumstick from Nathan. I caught Caleb's guitar pick, and they threw me the set list at the end of the show. Their cousin Nacho, who's their roadie, I know that his nickname is Nacho, so like everyone was leaving, he was packing up. I'm like, yo, Nacho, you're the shit. He looks at me, crumples up a piece of paper, just throws it at me. I'm like, why is he throwing trash at me? Lands in my hand. I open it up. It was the fucking set list. Nacho, I love you. Back to the video, folks.
He's the finance guy.
Yeah.
Very nice guy.
Very nice. And like,
so what happened? How did he piss off Anissa?
So he owns properties. No, I'm just well, that was kind of it. But when they did his show, because we went to Vegas to promote the event, And when he went to do his podcast, he didn't have a chair for her. So she was super offended by that. She was so pissed.
Jewish.
Yeah.
Did he not get her a chair? Is he by chance Jewish?
I don't know.
What's that?
Is he Jewish?
Oh, Stefan, good question. Good question. Yeah.
They're obviously Jewish.
Well, she might have thought so.
Is he Jew? Oh, we gotta make her seem anti-Semitic. You know what I mean? Zach, you play the Jewish soundbite. Make sure that's all Zach plays, by the way, now. Just Jewish and anti-Semitic soundbite. Just trying to make people sound like anti-Semites. That's his job now. Fun times. And I mean, look, I get why she would be offended. The Creator Clash is very much a collaboration between herself and Idubbbz. And Steven was one of the fighters at the event. He knows how much effort Anissa put into the event. So it makes sense for her to maybe feel left out if he's inviting Idubbbz to talk about Creator Clash and she's not involved. She's 50-50. She's right there with Idubbbz. She's right there managing the fighters, helping the fighters, organizing the fights, getting all that shit done. So yeah, it could feel a little offensive and hurtful if she didn't get to join in on the podcast. Like, I get it. Okay, I also get why Steven maybe thought, well, Idubbbz is the famous one. He's the one who's on YouTube. I'll talk to him. I also get his perspective. I'm not trying to defend anyone here, but like, I also get why she would get upset. Maybe it's just a misunderstanding. Like, why are you guys revealing this shit again right now? That's what is so horrible. Dizzle McFizzle being very generous today. Again, with another $5. He says, is Ethan trying to speedrun getting sued by everyone? Lol, just slandering Idubbbz. I don't even know if he can get sued for this. I wonder if the coach and his wife can get sued for this. Not that Idubbbz and Anissa would sue them, but like, fuck.
You hear?
Yeah, she might have thought so. She was so pissed because he had her. She was complaining about it, and he had a chair for Ian, but not one for her. So she had to sit in the back far away, and she wasn't in frame. And so she thought that was so offensive that he would, like do a podcast with Ian and not.
Wait, let me pull that up. I want to see what the I want to see.
Graham's producer is actually a fan of our show. He's invited me and Lean out to dinner when we were in Vegas. Yeah.
Yeah, Graham was great. Graham was super nice. Like Michael Reeves was great. Graham was great. Like I tried to help Graham a lot.
So, I'm trying to pull it up. Wait, this is not. I want to see their interview. The iced coffee hour, is that what it's called?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay. Iced coffee hour. I'm just curious what the set situation was like. Oh, look at his dumb ass all beat up.
Yeah,
hey,
no room for her.
Frugal Warriors out there. Welcome back to another episode of the Iced Coffee Hour podcast featuring Graham, Stefan, and Jack Harlow. We are now up to $136,000.83.
Nice. That's a good guess.
Is it
Great
even?
guess.
Yeah, 198,000.
So let me just kind of
heard him.
So they have a limited space. It seems like they have like a very specific.
I would feel
set.
terrible
Let me
if I
see.
like even.
Folks, we have a VIP in the house. Members go up, just sends 10 euros, and says, what the F is with those people not having extra chairs for their guests? I know, right? I mean, hey, he should have done what that lady did and go buy 2 extra chairs and then just talk about how they had to buy 2 extra chairs for we invited you to our podcast and then we had to go buy extra chairs. How could you do this to us? And he said, and Idubbbz, we invited you to our home to be guests on our podcast and then we had to buy extra chairs. Members go up, by the way, folks. W's in the chat for members go up. We love members go up. Also, between members go up and Haley D, that's the only reason we have members. And again, reminder, exclusive members live stream. I'm going to set it up after this is done. I'm going to put it, hopefully members will be able to see it. Exclusive members live stream later tonight for you Americans, midnight Eastern, and then 9 p.m. West Coast, 12 a.m. East Coast, and then in Europe, it's going to be late. I don't have a lot of time this week to do members, so it's going to have to be in the morning here in Lebanon. I'm going to wake up at 7 a.m. Lebanon time, folks. I'm going to be up at 7 a.m. in Lebanon to do an exclusive live stream for you guys. I'm going to tell you what's happening with my work and all that sort of shit, and then I'm going to be streaming and random shit. We're going to have a good random time together. Back to the video, folks. We're almost done, I think. Almost. I mean, there's like 30 minutes left, but like we're watching it fast.
I can say what happened, right?
This is not what podcasts are.
Okay. Listen, I've got credentials. You have no credentials. Where does he get off saying that?
You've chosen essentially the Keemstar.
Can they hear that, Dan? Okay, good. So it seems like they just have a preset thing here, right? Like that seems. Maybe they were just like this girl's annoying.
Yeah, to be honest, I just think they wanted Ian to interview. Yeah. I think they just wanted to interview Ian.
Yeah, and he's the fighter, and he's the guy. I mean, what the fuck? Why do you have to be in everything? And you said, sit back, sit down.
So wait, I gotta tell you this part. Forget Ethan. So like when we came to LA with them,
she's not trying to be in everything, bro. Again, she's the main event organizer, and Idubbbz is already the face of the couple. He's the face of everything, because he's the famous one. Maybe she's just trying to get a little bit of credit for the hard work that she's putting in, and she wanted to feel acknowledged, bro. That's it. You don't need to harp on it. You don't need to spend an hour talking about it. You just wanted a bit of acknowledgement. Okay, and she maybe felt a little slighted. That's it, bro. Chill out.
That first time, right, to be on your show.
Yeah.
It was so interesting because those two are very unprofessional. They're bad with communication, and they don't ever tell us anything ahead of time. So it's always last minute, right? So basically, the day before we were supposed to come on your HD podcast, she was like, "Oh, I got to get back to the hotel. I got to rest and prep myself because I have a podcast tomorrow," and made it seem like it was just her. And so we're like, "Oh wow, maybe she's like this big YouTuber and she's gonna go on a podcast and we're just gonna follow her around." Turns out it was actually about Ian and the creator clash. You know what I mean? So she was, I feel like she was going on H3 for her.
We're eating.
Wait, what?
It was so interesting because those two are very unprofessional. They're bad with communication, and they don't ever tell us anything ahead of time. So it's always last minute, right? So basically, the day before we were supposed to come on your H3 podcast, she was like, "Oh, I got to get back to the hotel. I got to rest and prep myself because I have a podcast tomorrow," and made it seem like it was just her. And so we're like, "Oh wow, maybe she's like this big YouTuber and she's gonna go on a podcast and we're just gonna follow her around." Turns out it was actually about Ian and the creator clash. You know what I mean? So she was, I feel like she was going on H3 for her.
We're eating breakfast, so we go to eat breakfast in a hotel, and she's like,
But she's part of creator clash. Like, why are they so dismissive of her? Like, she was talking about it as if she was going for... Yeah, she's part of creator clash. Like, why are they talking about it as if, like, Ian and Idubbbz, he's the only one involved with creator clash? Okay, he's fighting. He's more a part of it. He's more on the posters and shit. But, like, who's making this happen? Who's contacting the fighters? Who's organizing the fighters? Who's doing all that sort of shit? Why are they so willing to not give her any credit? Why are they so unwilling to give her any credit?
"I have a podcast today."
Yeah.
And then Ian didn't say anything. So we're like, "Oh, she has a podcast, but Ian doesn't have a podcast." And then we go to Super Mega House, and it was Ian's podcast. And we're like, "Why didn't Ian say he had a podcast today?" Instead, she kept talking about how she had a podcast to do. And it was so odd, because then when we got there, it was like, "Wait, this is Ian's podcast." Like,
I don't know if I've noticed that when they come on together, she does most of the talking. I'm struck by a memory long ago when they started dating at our old office back in the day. That was a long time ago. And Ian was like the content cop guy back then. And she was there, and there was kind of a narrative about how she was like just kind of a clout demon. And she was, I was like, "Do you want to sit in with us?" And then Ian actually was like, "No, she's not going to be in it." Like, he asserted himself, and I was like, wow, that seems like he's pretty guarded about putting her on camera, because, and it seemed to me that she was disappointed.
Funny, he's calling Anissa a clout demon, literally sitting with the two biggest clout demons I have ever seen in a long time on the internet. Like, calling Anissa a clout demon while these two openly said, "Hey, we didn't get enough clout from Idubbbz, so now we're here on your podcast." They literally said it multiple times. MomRo97, folks, just became a member of the channel. Everybody, welcome MomRo97 in the chat. W's for MomRo97. Thank you so much for supporting us, and hopefully you enjoyed the exclusive live stream that's going to be happening later today. Thank you for joining, MomRo.
He was trying to protect himself and his image, but obviously a lot has changed since then.
Right. Yeah.
A lot.
Yeah. She told me that the reason why we moved away from LA was because she had all these friends that wanted to use Ian and just take from him.
Oh my God, she's so doing textbook isolating him.
Yeah, she's isolating him. And literally, besides me and Michael in the gym, he doesn't have any friends.
Wait, this is actually really sad.
Okay, so now Anissa apparently is isolating Idubbbz. She moved him away from Los Angeles because she doesn't want anyone to use him. She's keeping him away from his friends. He can't have any friends. She's the only friend he can have. She's the only person he can trust. She's controlling his life. Okay, great. Look at what these people are talking about, bro. And again, Anissa and Idubbbz, bro, paid these people for months to train and work with them. And just because they didn't get their bonus, and just because they had to buy extra chairs for Thanksgiving, now they're just fucking spilling the beans.
Has no friends as well. It's ridiculous.
That's why I would feel bad for him.
Yeah.
That's why I felt bad all the time. I'm like, man, it's just sad.
Yeah.
And Graham Stephan's a Jew.
He is?
What?
Yeah, I asked ChatGPT.
There it is. I fucking knew it. I knew it. No wonder she hates him, right?
That's so surprising. The money YouTuber? Crazy.
Stop it, Harley. Stop it.
Let me have fun. I thought that's what podcasting is.
We're more than that, Harley.
Yeah.
Jewish.
Jewish.
So Griffin, so that's funny. So that was any other creators that they were all hyped out about?
Yeah, for sure.
I'm trying to remember who else.
I know that they, you know what's sad is because they speak poorly about Dad, Nathan Barnett all the time.
Really?
And, yeah, they do. They just say he's a weirdo and he does crazy stuff.
Yeah, but are they lying?
But they.
Yeah, I think that's okay.
I love that. I'm go joking around.
No, I'm kidding.
I mean, well, he's a strange guy, but then.
Okay, now, now they're just trying to start shit like now they're being like, oh, they talk shit about dad all the time. Now they're literally just trying to drive a wedge between them and dad. Because as far as I know, Idubbbz and Anissa have a good relationship with dad. So now they're like, hey, they talk shit about him all the time. They call him a freak. Okay, cool. All right.
Didn't sound like they said it in a good way.
It's sad because you know why? I see all the heart that Nathan puts into the Creator Clash. I see, you know, how much he cares about Ian and Nina, and so forth.
Let's just hear what she said exactly.
But they.
Yeah, I think that's okay.
I love that. I'm going joking around.
No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
I mean, well, he's a strange guy.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm trying to remember who else.
I know that they, you know what's sad is because they speak poorly about dad, you know, Nathan Barnett all the time.
Really?
And, yeah, they do. They just say he's a weirdo and he does crazy stuff.
Yeah, but are they lying?
But they.
Yeah, I think that's okay.
I love that.
Yeah,
I'm going joking around.
No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
I mean, well, he's a strange guy. But they didn't sound like they said it in a good way.
It's sad because you know why? I see all the heart that Nathan puts into the Creator Clash. I see, you know, how much he cares about Ian and Nisa. And so for Ian and Nisa to throw those kind of comments around when we're about to go meet, dad, it's just like, it's sad because we see him and then his eyes light up. He's so happy that it's Ian and Nisa, you know? But then but they talk so much shit about him all the time.
I had a little.
Look, let's be honest. Dad is a bit of a fucking weirdo. He's very fucking weird, okay? I don't think that's wrong to say. Like, if you're just warning someone, like, hey, you're about to meet someone who's a little bit eccentric. He's a bit of a fucking strange dude, man, okay? And when you get him on interviews, he's, like, all depressing and weird and shit. He keeps talking about, like, that lady, Siobhan. Oh, Siobhan. Like, and again, it's sad. It's the lady that he knew who, like, passed away and stuff. He's just weird. The videos he makes are weird. His content is weird. He seems kind of unhinged. So them saying he's weird doesn't mean that they're talking shit about him or that they don't like him. They're just saying, hey, he's a little bit out there. He's a little bit cuckoo. He's a little bit eccentric. Okay? And every time I've seen him, he seems very fucking weird. I'll be very honest with you guys. That is a weird fucking dude.
Tiff with dad, but everything.
Yeah, as Wilhelmina says, it's his brand. It's his brand. Dad is a fucking weirdo. That's his thing. So isn't that fine to say?
All good. Water under the bridge, but he seems like a very sweet, interesting
yes,
guy, but definitely passionate about boxing and putting on a great show for them. I mean, from Creator Clash 1, his fight with Matt was the one that everyone was talking about. Joe Rogan watched it, you know what I mean?
Yes, and she was upset. Why is it live?
So they used to call him a weirdo?
Yeah, but he literally had some of the most viral moments of both shows. So another person that I know they didn't
people
like,
asking who's that, it's a guy called Nathan Barnett. He's like a professional dancer / like kind of comedian and actor, and he does like really weird shit on YouTube under many names. He's got too many characters. That's what's confusing. He's known as Dad. He's known as Nathan Barnett. It's like, just pick one. Pick a lane, bro. Pick a lane. He would have been 10 times more famous, I feel, if he just like settled for one thing, but he just keeps trying to do all this different shit, and he's spreading his audience thin, bro.
That William Haynes, was it?
Oh yeah, the one that fought on CC2.
Yeah. Well, they didn't like his post-fight speech.
Yeah.
And a lot of us thought it was hilarious.
He said the Anissa word.
Which guy? What's his name?
Was it
William Haynes?
William Haynes, right?
From SourceFed. He said the
Is he Jewish?
N-word at the end.
No, I don't know.
If he wants.
So okay, hold on.
He's a really nice guy. I love Will.
Yeah, he was hilarious.
Yeah.
So
Is
that's
this
what I'm
him? This
saying.
guy seems old. This guy seems like older. This guy was born in
no,
900.
he's black.
1900. Oh, not him. Okay.
Our Will Haynes is.
He died. This guy's been dead apparently for 60 years or something.
That was the thing. He wasn't. I don't think he was as big as some of the other people as far as like his
Can
following.
someone send me a list of this guy? He's losing out on this Google search to someone who died a decade ago.
SourceFed. He was on SourceFed.
Wait,
HAYNES.
Oh, okay. So he fought. Oh,
Yeah, he was
SourceFed.
Froggy Fresh.
Post-fight speech. But he was one of the people that like came out and he on his IG and all these other things, he still promotes the
This
event
guy was
all the
funny.
time.
I remember this dude was kind of funny. His fight was super unfair, though, because he replaced Froggy Fresh, so he was fighting a dude who was way smaller than he was, like way fucking shorter. And like, it doesn't matter that this guy had like 10 days of training. He's just so physically superior to the other short guy. Like Chris Ray-Gun, right? He just beat the living fuck out of Chris Ray-Gun, bro. That was an unfair fight. Like they either should have canceled that Froggy Fresh fight because they couldn't find someone as small as Froggy Fresh. And the whole point was these two short dudes fighting each other. So when this tall fucking guy came in and beat the fuck out of Chris Ray-Gun, yeah, that wasn't really fair, I would say. Again, I still would like to watch Creator Clash 1 and 2 and stream them live on this channel. I just think that at this point, there's so much negativity surrounding that event. Like, does anyone still want to watch that? And do I still even want to promote this fucking coach? Marmar sends £5 and says, last dono. Well, thank you so much, Marmar. You've sent too much. Last dono I can do, but I think we need to find people to support us and finding new cringe Zionist content it could make for some fun videos. Well, it does. Well, we have our girl over, we have our beloved, Veronica over in Israel, who hopefully, Veronica, if you can send us some cringe stuff on Discord of some Israelis, that would be awesome for us to watch. Also, I mean, we're always working on content to watch here and stuff to react to. Marmar, it's just hard finding the time to react to all this stuff unless I start doing like 8-hour streams. You know what I mean? And just doing like long ass fucking streams where I just react to a whole bunch of shit and watch a whole bunch of shit. Now I'm trying to contain it to like themes or like one video, one thing, one that. I'm still very used to like the podcast format where I try not to go over like 3 or 4 hours for a stream. But yeah, no, we need to find that stuff. And I'm hoping, again, the plan is to do 4 streams a week, 5 if I can, for members and stuff, you know? So yeah.
And so I'm like, a lot of the people that like supported it the most or got the most out of it, like Dad or him, are also people that they were like, I don't know.
They didn't care for.
Is this it?
Yeah,
that's him. That's him. Yeah.
Is this because it says this is the weirdest post-fight speech ever? Because I'm curious what he said. Hold on. But this speech was given in the ring after the fight?
Yeah.
Shout out to Dynamic Banter, by the way. Shout out to Dynamic Banter.
You know who that is?
Yeah, that's Steve Zaragoza's podcast. He's a good guy. They were on a show together. This is old YouTube. Even before you were even on YouTube, Ethan. You don't even know.
No, you come from another age, my friend, for sure.
Yeah, you were vaping on the streets.
I wasn't. probably not even that far in life.
Will used to be in some of Casey's old videos.
So
Casey Neistat.
So you love him.
Yeah.
They're fighting for your life. I would pay very good money to be in.
What are they doing? Why did they edit between every single word? I'm sorry, but what a dynamic banter.
You should not have to.
Watch how they edited this guy.
After fighting for your life, I would pay very good money to be in that booth while that's happening. This is the first time.
What just happened?
I think it's AI
I
trimming,
would be very good.
It's time for me in.
So here it is. Okay.
It's like cut to William Haynes, and he's gonna say something nice.
And we're out.
All you mean so much to me.
Just to pause, a very important question has just been asked by Bob Vorn, who sent $2. Personal opinion on falafel. Personally, I love Lebanese falafel. Bob Vorn, thank you for asking such an important question. I fucking love falafel. I never used to like falafel when I was younger. I thought it used to smell weird, and the smell used to really turn me off. The first time I actually ate and enjoyed falafel, it was when I lived in the States. I worked at a Lebanese restaurant called Al Maza. It was run by a Lebanese chef called Elif Khaleh. He used to like cook for like American presidents. Like he used to have a security clearance, and he used to work, like he cooked for like Bill Clinton and George Bush and all this sorts of shit. He used to work at like fancy golf resorts, and he used to make food for like Tiger Woods and all that sort of shit. So he opened his own little Lebanese restaurant called Al Maza in the heart of Fairfax, Virginia, where I worked as a waiter for like a year when I was in college. And he made a really good fucking falafel. He made it extra crispy. We added a little chili powder, and I fell in love with falafel ever since then. And now I eat falafel all the time here in Lebanon, like at least once a month or something. Not as often as I would like to. It's fucking delicious with that delicious tahini sauce or tarator, delicious with some pickled turnips, some parsley. Oh my God, you're making me want some falafel sandwich right now. We fucking love falafel. The greatest Israeli food of all time, right? Alongside hummus and alongside shawarma, of course. The top 3. The top 3 Israeli dishes are falafel, shawarma, hummus. Don't fight me on it, folks. You know that Israeli food fucking rocks, right?
Oh, he says the lion hose. So he's saying all the hose means so much to me? Is that what he said? Yeah. Okay, so he's doing a gag.
What does he say? What does he say? What does he say?
I came here to take ass and bring names, and I'm all out of bubble gum.
Cut to the wide commercial.
And that's what
So he said, I want to thank all the hosts tonight. I'd be nowhere without you. And then what did they? Because that seems like obviously it's a gag, right? But also this is a boxing event, and also you're the N-word guy and girl. You guys are the N-word couple.
Right.
So like, I mean, just a little hoe joke.
Yeah.
So what did they say about the speech?
Oh, they were super offended by it, and they were like, "Oh, I can't believe you did that." Like there was a lot of stuff that it was just kind of in passing. Like I wasn't ever really taking notes on all the people.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, it was just there was so much. Plus, there was, a lot happened in those 2 years, and yeah, a lot of it. Like I thought there was gonna be a damn documentary on, so I thought a lot of this stuff would have came out, but it never did. So
there was a moment where I thought she was gonna get upset with AB, like during the I believe second Creator Clash, because she came to the gym one day, and I don't know if this rings a bell, but because I don't know the YouTube world, right? But she said somewhere along the lines of like there was like an AI sexual thing or a video that was done, and I guess like AB either shared it or like knew about it.
There's no way that's true, AB, right?
And that's yeah. And then
That's the QT Cinderella thing. She's got the story mixed up. It was when Ethan laughed at QT Cinderella and Zach played the song and they laughed and shit. That right? That's what they're talking about.
Like, I find that so offensive. Like, I'm gonna have to talk to him. And then
I think she's referring to the Cutie Cinderella thing.
Yep.
Did you do anything?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was that the bridge too far for her?
Yeah, I guess she brought it to the gym.
But what does that have to do with
Everyone
AB? Yeah, it does nothing to do with AB. You're gonna have to talk to AB about something I did.
Open fire. Sometimes he just takes an opportunity.
This is for
to talk to
Ian's
AB.
career and reputation. Give me a sec here, guys, just to enjoy the moment.
Excuse me, folks. Had to happen. Do you guys want another burp? Let's see if I can get another one. Excuse me. I'm sorry. That was nasty. That was nasty, folks.
Everybody know.
Have you ever seen such a flawless victory in your life?
Yes, Christian Molina, I got the set list. I can tell you're behind. I got the fucking set list, bro.
I don't know what's the words. Thank you, Zach. Thank you to Nour.
By the way, for the record, a lot of people don't know why a lot of us were laughing in that moment. It wasn't actually the chestnuts moment. It was just the way that it played out.
It was awkward. It was, of course,
very
it was
awkward.
It was
You know what I
nobody
mean?
should be blamed for anything that happened in the office other than me.
Well,
Like,
it was.
thank you for
It was
saying
more
so.
that you
Obviously,
kept telling
right?
Zach to
Obviously.
play it, and then as soon as he did, you blamed Zach. So
I
that's-
told Zach to play. I bullied him into playing it.
totally did.
Zach was
You
like, I'm
tried
not
to throw
doing
him
it. And I
under
said,
the bus,
play
that's why we
it.
were laughing.
Yeah, they are kind of doubling down on the QT Cinderella thing at this point. At this point, Ethan doesn't apologize for shit anymore. He's fully joining the dark side. You know what I mean? Shit he's apologized for in the past, he's like now unapologizing for. Like the tweet he said, like, why don't you go to Gaza and do drugs and sex work? He apologized for it in the past. And now he's like, actually, it wasn't that bad. It was kind of based. So, F him.
You guys have no idea what we're talking about. That's okay. We'll move on. So you guys had mentioned you hung out with Ian one time without Anissa, and he was normal.
Oh my God, it was so nice.
Well, that's what I was gonna say. Is the sparring sessions that we had, or just the week that she was gone, was the most normal he ever was. That's why I remember on his show or on your show, he said that without Anissa, he's super awkward, and I was like, that's not true at all.
Opposite.
Like you became famous without her.
Yeah, she convinced
Like, what
him
the
that's
hell are you
true.
talking about? And then when anytime he was there without her, after sparring, a lot of times like the guys all hang out together. And that's usually when she would interrupt it and then tell him he had to leave. But then when she wasn't there, he'd hang out for like an hour and a half after his training session and just like hang out, talk to the guys, watch training. He actually seemed like he liked it at those points. So it was very odd that sometimes he would seem like he hated boxing. And then other times like that, when she was gone, he would hang out for an hour and a half after the session.
Oh my God, Idubbbz is so much happier, and he's himself when his horrible, controlling wife is not around. She's so controlling. She's so horrible for him. Well, maybe he likes spending time with his wife, bro. Maybe he likes it. Who the fuck knows, man? Or maybe she is controlling. Look, one thing I will say, the Idubbbz has kind of changed. I mean, he has changed. He has grown. But when I watch his newer videos, what can I say? He just seems calmer, bro. Okay, I don't know. Maybe the old Idubbbz that you used to watch and love was very unhappy. Okay, maybe he seemed happy in the videos. He was kind of crazy and unhinged, but maybe in real life, he was fucking miserable, bro. And being wild and crazy on YouTube was a way for him to express himself. You know what I mean? But maybe that's not who he was in real life, okay? Or maybe he was happier before. Again, who the fuck knows, bro? I don't know these fucking people. I'm not privy to their relationship dynamics. But in my mind, if someone is married to someone, okay, and if he's willing to change for that person, that means he loves that person. That means he's happy with that person. That means that person makes Idubbbz happy, okay? So why is everybody trying to make decisions for the guy? If he's not happy, he'll break up with her. He'll leave her. He seems to be happy, bro. So just fucking leave the guy alone, or she's manipulating the shit out of him and he's happy and he's enjoying it. So also fucking let him be, bro. Let him be. Why is everybody fucking fucking backseat quarterbacking this guy's relationship? Monday quarterbacking his relationship.
Yeah, you would see moments of him breaking through and being his true self, and then I would have hope for him. But then she would go and like have like a talking point, and then he would back her. So then I'm just like, you know what? Forget it. I don't feel sorry for you anymore, Ian. I'm tired.
I didn't know sometimes because sometimes he would say that she's the one like keeping him on the boxing path, and then other times I felt like she was kind of the reason that it was hard for him. So it was hard to figure out if he's in charge or if she's in charge.
Right.
Because some of the times it seemed like, okay, Ian's in charge and this is what's going on. And then other times he would say things and you're like, that's her words. Like, that's not your words at all.
That's such a bizarre freaking way to navigate the world, man. What
She did have a moment at the sorry? I was going to say she had a moment at the gap.
I mixed up backseat driving and Monday morning quarterbacking, and it became backseat quarterbacking.
Creator Clash 2, where she gave a speech, and she had gone up there, and I remember she said her speech began with, "When I gifted Ian boxing."
What?
And then she went on
When
to
I
explain it.
gifted Ian boxing?
We're always fascinated by that choice of words, and it's something my partner and I, my
How do you
podcast
get
partner,
it?
always.
That's
That's what we always say. We always do that whenever someone's doing something they enjoy. I'm like, well, ever since I gifted you video games,
Wow.
you finally
What a
enjoy
weird
them.
comment. All right, this next question is very salacious, so it's totally up to you. You can pretend like you don't even know what I'm talking about if you want. But what I've heard is that she was hitting on one of his sparring partners and was obsessed with him and gave him a VIP pass to the event.
What the fuck, bro? What the fuck kind of question is that? Is Anissa hitting on one of Idubbbz' sparring partners and you're asking that to the coach? And if they're actually going to fucking answer this, then that's even more fucking disgusting than I thought, bro. What are you trying to do? What are you trying to do? Are you trying to fucking ruin this couple's relationship, bro? Why are you putting them on fucking blast like this, man? I don't understand. Because he did a one content cop trying to appeal to you, trying to be like, yo, stop fucking crashing out. Now you want to ruin his fucking life. Oh, good job, Ethan. Amazing.
A lot of his sparring partners got the passes.
Nour's asking is anyone other than AB and Zach in the studio? Everyone. It's a full house in the studio. AB's there. Olivia's there. Zach is there. Love is there. Dan is there. No one's opening their fucking mouths. Everyone's just fucking sitting there quietly while their boss makes fun of their old friend Idubbbz. Isn't that fun? Aren't those good vibes?
She definitely had a big crush on one of the guys that would come in and spar with them. Because anytime they would spar, she would just be super into it and watch every moment. And then, even if he would like beat Ian up, she'd be very into it. And then,
I want to say that, I want to say that before. So Anissa never gave shoutouts to Michael training Ian at all, but she put out the.
Well, that's fucking crazy that they're saying that. Like, she had a crush on the guy that was beating up Idubbbz, and she gave him a VIP ticket. And even if he was beating up on Idubbbz, she would be happy and she would be enjoying it. Like, what the fuck kind of dirty shit are you guys talking about, bro? What kind of fucking low-level podcast is this, man?
First video of Ian like getting hit, rocked in sparring when Ian was sparring with her crush. Yeah.
They keep calling him their crush. He was sparring with her crush. She was happy to watch Ian get beaten up. Haley D sends $2 and says, Anthony, what's the name of the restaurant? What restaurant? Please don't send a super chat, but just clarify what restaurant. Oh, the Lebanese restaurant? It was called Almaza. The one I worked at, it was called Almaza, like the beer, but it closed down. It closed down a few years ago. It's not open anymore, unfortunately, but they had very delicious tawu. They had very delicious falafel. They had very delicious kibbe. They made very good kafta. They had good-ass fucking food, to be honest with you. But it was called Almaza. And it was very good, unfortunately. If that's what you're asking.
She shared it. Yeah, and we have a clip too. You guys can show.
I would call him Gorgeous Gabe.
He's a beautiful guy.
Haley, if you live in the if you've ever had there's Lebanese Taverna, it's a bit overpriced, it's a bit expensive, but it's also very good. There's also, I forgot what it's called. There's this very popular Lebanese restaurant right now that's like always full. They have one in Virginia. They have one, I think, in like New York. It's like the name of a woman. Let me try to see what it's called. It's a very known like Lebanese restaurant. Let me try to get you the name of that. Lebanese restaurant, New York. But like Lebanese Taverna, Ilili. Sorry, so Ilili restaurant. It's Ilili restaurant. Let me try to write it here. I heard that one's really good. Haley. Ilili. I-L-I-L-I. Sorry, wait. How the fuck do you write that? E-Li-Li. Try that. I heard it's very good. I've never tried it. I walked past it in Virginia with my family. They were like, oh, this one's really good. But I didn't want to get Lebanese food while I was in the States. But I heard that one's very good. And if you can't try that one, try Lebanese Taverna. And also, a lot of small Lebanese like bakeries or Mediterranean or Middle Eastern bakeries, they'll have some falafel maybe or some shawarma and stuff like that. But if you want like good Lebanese eateries, try Lebanese Taverna or Ilili. Should be good.
He's got tattoos. He's large. He's tan.
He's tatted up.
Yeah,
I have tattoos. Nobody calls me gorgeous.
He has very nice tattoos. Yeah.
Oh, they're nice. Thanks.
We can actually clear it up. Like
Carrie Jenkins says, "Ayo, Nami watching from Richmond. Oh, Richmond, Virginia. Let's fucking go. Small world. I know, right?"
They literally did say that when they go get tattoos, they either point at the wall and get one off the wall, or what they would do, they would tell the tattoo artist that if he had a tattoo he really wanted to do, then he could just do it on them.
Yes.
And so, like, all
they point at tattoos from the wall. Yeah, it's called a fucking flash sheet, bro. It's called a flash sheet. Every tattoo shop has a bunch of fucking flash tattoos, flash designs. A lot of those designs are classic. Ian and Anissa's tattoos are like classic American traditional. I think for the most part, that's what they are. Okay, you don't change those designs, bro. They all look the same. You get a panther, or you get a tiger, or you get a you get a guy with boxing gloves. You get a knife. You get a dagger. You get a this. You get an eagle. You get a that. Okay, they're designs that are known. They're bold, so they last forever. As they say in tattooing, bold will hold. Okay. These classic designs, you don't do a lot of variations. You could do a little bit of customization. You can make it look a little bit different, but for the most part, they look the same. That's why they're called classic designs. They've been around for years, for centuries, and people like to wear those tattoos because they're timeless. Okay, there are a lot of tattoo trends that come and go. Little compasses with like little arrows and stuff, little tiny micro tattoos. All this shit comes and goes. They're popular on Pinterest for a little while. Classic American traditional tattoos have been around for decades, and they're going to be around for decades to come because it is a classic style of tattoo that does not go out of style. So yes, even if it is just walking into a shop and pointing at a picture on a wall, that fucking picture on a wall is a fucking classic traditional style of tattooing that does not go out of style. Of course, someone like Ethan is not going to understand that given his fucking Ela Klein fucking horrifying jump scare of a tattoo. Like, I'm sorry, Ethan and his tattoo should not be someone commenting on tattoos. And yes, it's actually a pretty good idea if you walk into a tattoo shop and you ask an artist like, hey, is there a piece that you really want to do? I'd love to get that on you. Get on me. Guess what? Because now the artist is actually passionate about that piece and they're giving you a piece that they're excited about doing. Okay, and it's going to be a customized piece. It's going to be a traditional piece with a little bit of flavor from the artist. So if you want to, if you're a tattoo collector and you like to get tattoos that actually are tied to the artist in some way, or where the artist puts a bit of themselves in the design, that's also a pretty fucking based and cool idea. So them saying this as if it's a bad way to get tattoos is fucking insane, and it's clearly coming from people who have no idea what they're talking about when it comes to tattoos. And let me look, you don't have to believe me, but I have like fucking 13 or like I have a lot of fucking tattoos, okay? So I know what I'm talking about when it comes to tattoos. And my girlfriend is a tattoo artist. Bob Vaughan donates $5 and says, currently eating in El Sheikh in Canton before I head back to Detroit. Raw kibbeh and a falafel deluxe. Perfectly matched with the Do Not Worry podcast. Fuck, man, Bob Vaughan is eating raw kibbeh. I don't even fuck with raw kibbeh, and I'm Lebanese, bro. Raw meat scares me. I've never had raw kibbeh. I would never try that shit. It scares the living fuck out of me, but it's extremely popular. I bet you're eating it with some raw onions, a little bit of parsley, some olive oil, some garlic, or something like that to make it good. But sahtena elbak, Bob. Thank you so much for donating today and for being here. Hope you're enjoying the meal.
These tattoos meant nothing except to somebody else. Yeah. And I was like, that's so odd to just go in and say, hey, I'm like, she was putting tattoos all over Ian.
Yeah, during his
We're like, what the hell? This is crazy.
The fact that their tattoos are like the same makes me think like, why did he do that? Why did he do all the whole everything around? Just, I don't know. And listen, you can make fun of my tattoos all you want, but mine are sentimental. They have meaning.
Yeah.
It's not, and it's funny because everyone says like, oh, you just picked like a random tattoo out of the 25 cents gumball machine, whatever. But that sounds like it is what they did. They were just picking something on the wall.
That's why I was like, I want to clarify because I always hear people talk.
not all tattoos need to have a fucking specific fucking meaning. Oh, this one stands for my mother. This is for when this person died. You could do that. Great. You're allowed to. My tattoos are personal, but they could be seen as fucking random. Like someone was like, why do you have cherries? Cherries are a very traditional type of tattoo. Millions of people have cherries. Mine represent Kings of Leon. Most people wouldn't know that by looking at it. I don't care. I know what it means to me. Okay? I have a fucking shark with a fucking top hat over here. Oh, why do you like sharks? Jaws is one of my favorite fucking movies. I wanted a shark on my hand. Who gives a fuck? I have a UFO. I love aliens. I've always been obsessed with aliens and UFOs and all that sort of shit. I have a slice of pizza on my arm. Why do you have a slice of pizza? I like pizza. Who gives a shit? I have a Pokeball. I have a Pikachu. I have a Courage the Cowardly Dog. I have it like a traditional style like Darth Vader on the back of my arm. I have Spider-Man on this arm. Like I have a Captain America like over here, bro. I have baby Yoda. Who gives a shit, bro? Who are you fuckers to judge these people on their tattoos? Bob Vorn says, I'm Southern Lebanese. We ain't the same. Ooh, Bob Vorn. I didn't know by your name. I thought you were a white person. Bob, forgive me. Ahla wa sahla ya Bob. Sahtena albak. Hope you have a safe trip back to Detroit. Habib, and I hope everyone in the South, your family in the South is safe. Inshallah يكونوا منيح. منحبك يا Bob. يعطيك ألف عافية. Thank you for watching us and supporting us. Everybody who's been supporting today, thank you so much. We love you.
About how they chose their tattoos. They didn't choose their tattoos. They walk in and they say, hey, tattoo whatever you want on them. There's only a couple tattoos that, like, I'm sure Anissa probably was in control of a lot of hers, but most of Ian's, I think the only one he chose was like the eagle on his chest. Yeah. Otherwise, everything else. Oh, and then she had this story too about how this girl had a crush on Ian at the gym and was asking about tattoos. And I'm like, that story was never true. That girl has like, she's married with children and has her own life. She just also does like tattoos. What's that?
It's projection.
Yes, completely. Yes. Well, in my opinion, because you've already exposed her for being like the first person that Ian's ever been with, right?
Yes.
So in my opinion, what happened was
Wait, this sounds like a dope fucking tattoo. Super Guy Bob sends $5 and says, I have a Nintendo Switch with a parrot smoking a joint on my arm. Silly shit is part of the fun of tattoos. Exactly. Fun things. Like, I think when people start getting tattoos at first, they feel that pressure to get like, this tattoo needs to mean something, because if someone asks me why I got this tattoo, I need to have a brilliant fucking story. I need to make them cry. I got this tattoo to commemorate my dead grandmother. And again, that's great. Like, for example, my cat, my baby Leopold of 8.5 years old, passed away a few months ago. I definitely want to get a piece to commemorate my boy Leo. Of course, you know what I mean? But like, not all tattoos have to be that, okay? I have a huge fucking spider with a rose on here, okay? Fuck it. I love Spider-Man. I wanted a spider with a rose. I fucking got this fucking traditional ass fucking thing. Does it fit with the rest of my tattoos? Not necessarily. Is it my least favorite tattoo? Maybe. Do some people love it? They do. Okay. Hey, I have a Courage. Look, and because I had the scary spider, I have a Courage the Cowardly Dog who's like afraid of the spider coming at him, and he's afraid of the shark on the side. It all works, folks. It all works. By the way, Super Guy Bob, thank you for supporting us with that generous super chat. Back to the video. We've been streaming for like over 4 hours, I think, folks. You can't tell now because we lost the first 17 minutes of the live when there was a little glitch with the internet. But it's been going for a minute now.
She even told us, she used to always tell her mom, I'm going to be with a millionaire. And so we think that once she
used
kind
to
of
tell her mom that she would be with a millionaire? How do you know
Her mom
that?
told her that it had to be someone rich.
How did you know that?
Well, she told
She
us.
would tell us that.
It was, I remember exactly. It was when we were in Vegas going to the other podcast, and we were inside the Uber, and we were with Ian and Anissa, and Anissa said that like her mom only had two expectations for her to marry someone that was rich and also to be of her religion, right?
So not only is she a slut and a control freak, she's a gold digger, folks. She's a gold digger. She's only with Ian because of his money. She wants his money, she wants to control him, and she wants to do OnlyFans, folks. You heard it here first. She's a gold digger. Why are they talking about this? What do they gain by revealing any of this? Is this going to give them their bonus that they didn't get? Is this going to get them clients? I don't know what these people think they're going to get by revealing all of this shit, but they're fucking assholes. Wendy sends $2 and says that Elatat looks like my sleep paralysis demon. Exactly. It looks like Reagan from The Exorcist. She literally looks like a possessed devil from The Exorcist in that tattoo.
And so she said that and Anissa goes, well, I mean, I didn't get someone that was of my religion, but at least I got one part of it right. He's rich. And then she like laughed about it, and he was in the car, and you could tell he was bothered by it.
I was bothered.
Who wouldn't be bothered by that?
This is awesome.
Yeah, this is on. It's like a fountain.
This is awesome.
That's really great.
I felt like she was always trying to control him because she was the first girl he'd ever been with.
Yeah.
So I felt like she didn't want other people. Like I felt like that was.
Did
why
you know
she didn't
that?
want with him.
That he
yeah,
was,
I mean,
you knew that?
He said he claimed.
Just to verify, because people are like, oh, you're making that up. You guys are co-signing. He was a virgin.
Well, he claimed he was with one other woman before her.
Oh.
So what Anissa told us was that.
Oh my God, they're literally asking the coach if like he was a virgin. Like they're out here talking about Idubbbz' sex history, bro, and his sex life. Oh my God, this is so fucking silly, bro.
People are like, oh, you're making that up. You guys are co-signing. He was a virgin.
Well, he claimed he was with one other woman before her.
Oh.
So what Anissa told us was that.
Button.
Yeah.
I'm
So Anissa told us that Ian had a girlfriend, but he never had sex with her, and that she was a single mom.
So he lied.
And,
What?
Yeah,
He was
and
with a single
that's
mom?
like he couldn't get anybody.
I
so
heard
like,
this.
So like this.
He was dating a single mom?
Well,
He was something about some sort.
AB with a confirmation, folks. I heard this too about my old friend Ethan. Never mind that he was my friend and that I used to be a fan of his now, because you're my boss and you'll fire me if I don't do this. I'll tell you whatever you need to hear, Ethan. He did date a single mother. I heard this. Let me be useful. Please.
And that she was a single mom.
So he lied.
And,
What?
Yeah,
He was with a single
that's
mom?
like he couldn't get anybody.
I
so
heard
like,
this.
So like this.
He was dating a single mom?
Well,
He was
And he
something
didn't have
about
sex
some
with
sort
her?
of MILF at rock climbing or something.
Yes.
Oh, rock climbing MILF with a child, and then they never had sex?
Only single player.
So hold on. So he says they had sex, but she says they didn't have sex.
Look at all these fucking weirdos making fun of a guy for someone he dated and like if he had sex or not. Marmar said she was going to send a final one, and now she sends another one. Marmar, why are you doing this? Marmar, with a very generous donation of £10, says, one more. One of our close friends is a tattoo artist and does great work. And with asking them to make a thing for you, he said his dad said the rule is just don't tattoo Nazi shit. Exactly. Let me see. And does great work. And with asking them to make a thing for you, he said that his dad... I'm not sure I get the first part. If you can clarify, don't send another super chat. But what do you mean with asking them to make a thing for you? He said his dad said the rule is just don't tattoo Nazi shit. Well, I mean, honestly, that Ela tattoo isn't some Nazi shit right there. His dad trained him in tattoo art for context. Oh, that's fucking awesome. Well, Marmar, thank you so much for this generous donation, as always. We love you so much. I hope you can join us in the members live chat later.
I couldn't figure it out, but I swear.
So Anissa told me directly that like he dated their single mom and it went nowhere, and he didn't know how to be in a relationship. So then they just kind of like broke up after a little bit. And then when Anissa met him, he was still living with his parents, right?
Yep.
And then she convinced him that he had to move out of his parents' house and buy a house, or she was going to break up with him because she needed him to be a real man.
Yeah.
And so that's when he took his $1 million of money.
Asking a tattoo artist to do work for you is normal. Oh yeah, of course. Absolutely. And one of my favorite, like when I work with one of my tattoo artists, David, I love collaborating with him and the back and forth and customizing pieces and talking to Demi and seeing how she works with her customers. It's amazing. Members go up, folks. €10. What? A single mom? Also, let's hit up on AB's mom. Of course, if you guys remember, Ethan made fun of AB's mom and like made some sexual comments about AB's mom, some crazy shit. W's in the chat for members go up, folks. Our beloved members go up. Again, responsible for half of you guys being member along with Haley D. We love you guys so much. And again, reminder, I'm going to be doing an exclusive members live stream later today, 12 a.m. Eastern, so midnight Eastern, 9 p.m. West Coast, Europe. You guys can figure it out. Based on that.
And went and bought that house that they lived in.
But also, then you saw on Discord that she said that his room in his parents' house stunk like trash, is what she told her people on Discord. So it's like, no wonder why she wanted him to move.
Anissa forced Idubbbz to buy a house because if he doesn't buy a house, he's not a real man.
Parents, right?
Yep.
And then she convinced him that he had to move out of his parents' house and buy a house, or she was going to break up with him because she needed him to be a real man.
Yeah.
And so that's when he took his $1 million of money and went and bought that house that they lived in.
But also, Then you saw on Discord that she said that his room at his parents' house stunk like trash, is what she told her people on Discord. So it's like, no wonder why she wanted him to move out of that house. His room stunk like trash.
She wanted him to move out because she wanted to get her claws deeper.
I think the stink follows him. It's probably not the trash.
She wanted to get her claws in him. What'd she say?
His room stunk like trash.
She wanted him to move out because she wanted to get her claws deeper.
I think the stink follows
She wanted
him.
to get
It's
her
probably-
claws deeper. She wanted to get her claws deeper. Yes, this lady is definitely a fucking misogynist, bro. If that's how she fucking thinks. Oh my god, bro.
Not the trash.
But so literally, she was the first person that he'd ever really.
You know
been with.
what? I gotta say something. Toxic gender norms. She was bragging about how she bagged a millionaire.
Yeah.
Yes.
That is a toxic gender norm.
Completely. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, bask in that. Toxic. You know, you need a man to buy her a house, a real man. I mean, this is toxic femininity right here.
Yeah. I'm the toxic one though.
Yeah.
Right.
But how do we know any of this is real? Like, we're just supposed to take these people's word for it. These people who have clearly made it clear that they feel scorned and betrayed. Oh, they didn't use our footage. Oh, Anissa wanted to salvage my documentary. Oh, Idubbbz said I was toxic. Oh, they didn't give us our bonus. So now they're just talking shit for 3 hours. They're making fun of everything about Idubbbz and Anissa, and we're just supposed to take everything they say, just take your word for it. The Baroness sends $2. Didn't Ethan make fun of Noah living at home? Yes, well, he's very inconsistent, the Baroness. Ethan will make fun of people as long as it fits whatever narrative he's trying to say today. You know what I mean? Idubbbz moving out of his parents' home? Oh no, that's horrible. That's embarrassing. You just did it for a woman. Noah Sampson living home. Oh no, what are you, poor? You stupid fucking bitch? Like, whatever the fuck. It makes no fucking sense. And Baroness, thank you so much for supporting us. It makes a very big difference here.
Pushing this poor guy who's going to go fight.
That was what was crazy to me is I'm like, if I'm the toxic one, why is it when you say something, everyone talks shit in my comments? But when I say something, I wasn't creating any toxic drama. Like, all the toxic drama was following him. But yeah, I was the toxic person. I was like, this is crazy.
What did you guys think when he dropped that content cop on me right before the event?
I was shocked. I was shocked. I was like, because he said he was going to do a content cop. So I figured it would be somebody. There's plenty of people online that talk shit about him. So we were like, oh, it's probably going to be.
Oh, you definitely know. He knows. Oh, I'm sure you've watched all of the videos that talk shit about Idubbbz because you are parroting all of the fucking talking points. Michael Briggs and your fucking wife, you've both watched all of those fucking videos because you are clearly repeating all of those fucking talking points nonstop.
Somebody that constantly talks shit about him and his podcast and Anissa. And so then when he did it on you, like, I was shocked. I was like, he literally attacked the one person that promoted his event more than he did. That got a lot of fans. That's part of why I was like, man, I wanted to do your show, or wanted to at least put our side of the story out, because you were one of the people that was most supportive to him, and yet he chose to do the content cop on you. And I'm like, that must have been like Anissa's doing, in my
100%. That's what it had to be. This all had to be her idea. Because, I mean, listen, but I don't want to also.
Oh, sorry. The Nour sent me this. This was a chat off of Discord. This was a while ago. So they sent this. They were talking about tonsil stones earlier and like bad breath. So someone sent this on Discord, and Nour wanted me to highlight this. So we're going a little bit back. For those of you who were here when they were talking about this, they were talking about Idubbbz smelling bad and having bad breath. So someone sent this to like give some context on Discord. It's Viking Unicorn. They said, I can't afford to super chat this PSA, but PSA, tonsil stones happen because bacteria and matter get stuck in the crypts of tonsils. Some folks are more prone. Toothbrushing has nothing to do with it. Tonsil stones and strep are absolutely related because cryptic tonsils trap more bacteria/matter. Things like smoking and dry mouth can contribute to the development of tonsillitis. Of tonsilloliths. I occasionally get tonsil stones, even though I'm obsessive about my oral hygiene. My dentist jokes that I'm a freak because I always floss and enjoy our annual appointment. If you have tonsil stones, it doesn't mean you are unhygienic. Talk to your PCP, an ENT, or your dentist about managing them. I got this info directly from an ENT, and I trust she knows what she's talking about. I doubt Anthony or the crew will see this, so he can say so on live, but I wanted y'all to know. Well, we did see it, Viking Unicorn, and thank you so much for sending that PSA. Hopefully, it helps someone watching. Let's continue watching this.
you know, I don't want to excuse Ian being a scumbag, but like the way that they talk about it is like, my wife is half Irish and half Lebanese. So we understand what it means to fight the oppressor, and I'm just like, that is what? Like Anissa's never left North America, from what I can tell.
We would get in arguments sometimes because she would talk about how dangerous America is. Like, so after my dad had died, I went to Manchester, and my dad lived in a very, very ghetto area of Manchester. He lived on government housing out there, so it was a super dangerous area. There's people getting stabbed all the time, arsons all the time. So I told her when I was out there, I was like, yeah, it's a dangerous place. She's like, America's dangerous. I'm like, okay, but there's other dangerous places too. But she would always try to just be like, America's so dangerous and act like America is this worst place ever. And she would always talk about how she's like anti-capitalism. I'm like, your favorite shopping mall is Bellevue Square, which is like where all the rich people go in Bellevue, but you're a communist.
Well, you know, the irony, and it sticks with all of them, it's these socialist communists that are always like, I'm going to secretly take 34% and give the fighters 1%, and I'm not going to give a bonus to my actually working class and you two who are working your butts off, and I'm going to stiff them, and let me prove to you guys, I'm going to make a proclamation right here as the resident capitalist. This was not discussed beforehand. This was not offered in any way. You guys are hearing this for the first time. You had no incentive to do this other than your rageful we all mutually despising these two evil people. I'm putting words into your mouth a little bit, but I want to say here that I, the capitalist, will once again be ponying up for the right cause. It is not right that he stiffed you guys. I'm going to be sending you guys $5,000 for the bonus that you never got. Whoa. Because he should have never fucked you guys.
There we go, folks.
It's my pleasure to do it.
There we go. He is paying them $5,000. Now, he's claiming that they had no idea. He's surprising them with that fee. And look, maybe he is. But there's also reason to believe that he's not. That he's not telling the truth, that maybe he did tell them that he was going to pay them beforehand as an agreement for them to come on the show. Now, $5,000 seems kind of cheap, to be honest with you. I bet that the bonus they had in mind was going to be higher than $5K. Ethan, that's pretty fucking cheap of you, man. If you want to give these people a bonus, give them a real bonus. Give them $10K. But look at these people, so happy to accept this $5,000 to shit on their clients for the past 3 fucking hours. What fucking shameful. Look at their dignity. Their dignity cost $5,000, folks. That's how much it costs to buy these two people.
And you guys that money, you should have got more than it from him, frankly. But once again, let's just bask. Hassan doesn't pay his moderators. His mods are on stream begging for money.
Look
right?
it up.
Yet, like look at me, right? Go ahead, Tom, say something nice about me.
You're just an amazing person. You look very handsome in the suit today. You're generous with your money. You're just all around good guy, good family guy, great dad and husband.
Thank you. A common
great dad that gets CPS called on him. Only the best dads and the best moms get CPS visits, folks. Only if you're a top tier dad, you know what I mean? The CPS come check your house to see if your kids are eating dog shit.
For reimbursing me and Lena for her training. Those are next. The check cleared.
I can't believe you're giving me $5,000. This is crazy, dude. I was coming here just to That's nuts.
And AB again, you know, thank you for ruining Lena's dreams of fighting in Creator Clash. Ethan, thank you for pressuring her to leave the event, and thank you for reimbursing us. Oh, please, Papa.
You're just all around good guy, good family guy, great dad and husband.
Thank you. A communist never.
I'll say thanks for reimbursing me and Lena for her training. Those are next. The check cleared.
I can't believe you're giving me $5,000. This is crazy, dude. I was coming here just to That's nuts.
Oh, you said, sorry, I didn't hear you. You said you were going to give him money too, Harley?
Yeah, Harley.
Our boy members go up, folks, is back with another member. Stop being so generous. 15 euros, and says, since you showed Michael's site, I couldn't believe how bad it looked for his wife being a video photographer. So I checked her work is so bad and low quality. Sorry, just had to say it. Fuck, send us a link to her work, man. I'd love to see some of her work. If you can send it on the Discord or something, it would be awesome to check it out. Or what's her name? Someone send me her name. Maybe we can try to look some of it up after this video is done.
You said?
No, but basically what I'm driving at is I want the best for you guys.
Thanks again to members go up, folks. We love members go up.
What are you guys working on right now? Like, where can people go support you?
So I'm working on trying to get my own gym going. My business is called Bonafide Boxing. I'm on Instagram on Bonafide Boxing. We're gonna start doing more on the YouTube channel. We haven't done anything for a long time. But
now with this extra new clout we got from H3, we're gonna go back on YouTube, bro. I'm gonna fucking hound your ass on fucking YouTube. Get back on YouTube, bro. I'm gonna make sure people know who the fuck you are and how shitty of a fucking boxing coach you are. I'm gonna make sure people know that, Michael Briggs.
You can usually find me on Bonafide Boxing, but we are trying to open our own gym. we actually had asked Ian if he could help us open a gym, not even financially, because at the time we were okay. So we were like, hey, could you just help us out by like signing as a guarantor? And he had told us in no world could he ever help us.
He said that?
Literally.
He said it like in a mean way?
In no world. He said, in no world could I help you.
Why would he respond like that?
He did.
Because they're assholes, bro. Look at him. They're selling him out for $5,000. They probably gave him bad fucking vibes. Like, in no world do I want to be associated with you guys. And for good reason. Look at that. He fucking... imagine being a business partner with these people. The fucking dirt they would have on you and the amount of shit that they would reveal about you. Like, who the fuck would trust these guys? Who the fuck would trust these guys? And you want them to fucking work with you on a boxing gym? You fucking pieces of shit who can't wait to sell out your fucking clients who paid you? Nasty fucks.
Yeah, so...
Wait, why? When was that? When did he say that?
That was
right after the second creator class.
Yeah, it was
in no world can I help you?
September of 2020. It was actually like a year
It was
after.
July. No, I know exactly. And I know exactly because I remember when we found that spot. So we found a spot in July 2023 after CC2. And I didn't think that like the 250
New York Anthony says none of this shit is damning. It's all just gossip. Well, the problem is for people like us, for smart fucking people, this isn't damning. This is gossip. This is stupid. This is low level shit. This is watin. These are people just fucking acting like they're beneath all of us, what they're doing. This is beneath all of us. But the problem is that Ethan's audience, the Sam Hyde audience, the Keemstar fans, the Nick Eat the Oreo fans, the Mudahar fans, the Harley Morenstein fans, to them, this is great. This is more ammunition to use against Idubbbz, to use against Anissa. Now they're going to make more videos, more anti-Idubbbz videos, more Anissa's ruining his life videos. All of this shit now that these people are saying unsubstantiated, they're just fucking pulling stories out of their fucking ass. A lot of people are going to believe this. Ethan's new shitty audience, the new H3 subreddit toxic fucking drama farming audience, they're going to love this shit. Unfortunately, that's what's sad.
hit them that hard because when they made it seem like, oh, they're fine and they're moving on and all these other things, right? And so Michael and I had the capital for our business, but we needed a personal guarantor to help us because we have a new LLC. And so I told Michael, you know, maybe we should ask Ian and Nisa because when they came to us, they had no fight promoter, they had no manager, they had nothing. They were just the two of them, and we didn't know who the hell they were, right? But we stuck it out with them and we helped them. So even if they couldn't be a personal guarantor for us, they can guide us, right? They can be like, hey, let me give you some referrals or something.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, but instead they responded with, "In no world would we or would we like help you guys."
Why so mean? Why were they so mean?
And I believe that was Anissa texting, not Ian, because those are her words. She always uses the words "in no world."
Yeah,
That's her favorite word.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In no world, Anissa.
So
should you ever be running an event again?
Yeah. Thank God. Thank God. Well, yeah. But so we were trying to open a gym that hasn't gone through, but we're still working on it. But otherwise, I'm right now I'm working on getting a couple guys into the UFC. I have a couple pro boxers that I'm working with as well. Yeah. So where a couple of my fighters are really close. Actually, one of my fighters was supposed to be fighting on the UFC this weekend, but he had got a concussion, so he wasn't able to get.
Rafe says, "Hey Anthony, I've watched your streams a few times now, and I've deemed us close enough for you to sign on as a guarantor of my $300,000 loan." Rave, in no world would I sign on for your $300,000. In no world, Rave. I'm kidding. I got you, man. Whoever wants a loan, I'll fucking sign it as a guarantor, folks. I got you. We'll all go to jail together for not paying off those loans.
Like Anissa. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Actually, exactly like that. But it was a real one. It was a real
It's a real one, yeah.
Yeah,
real one. Scans.
But I have a website, bonafideboxing.com, and we do have apparel, like the T-shirt I'm wearing now. We have like mugs. We have coffee mugs and stuff.
Mugs, folks. Buy the mugs. We got apparel. We didn't get enough clout before, but we're getting it now. Don't forget to buy my mug. Don't forget to buy the merch. Look at my wife's hoodie. Nuna Ninja sends $5 Canadian and says, "Yo, I went to go eat dinner like 2 hours ago and you're still streaming? Crazy guy, and thanks for the content." Well, you're welcome, guys. Yeah, I've been streaming for like 4 hours. This took a little bit longer than I expected, but Nuna Ninja, I would never let you guys watch this alone, and I would never watch this without you guys either. So happy to be here with you guys. We're almost done anyways. Sahtain, hope you enjoyed your lunch.
Verge? I like the name Bonafide.
I followed this guy for years. Great
Bonafide
follow
Boxing
on
is a
Instagram.
great name, by the
I
way.
like mugs.
I like she likes mugs.
By the way, Michael, I know I put you in my YouTube video, but I actually do have footage to make a documentary. Hopefully one day when I find time. But you are definitely in that. So yeah.
AB,
Well, I appreciate it.
No one wants to watch it, AB. I'm sorry. No one wants to watch Creator Clash 1 documentaries anymore. It doesn't matter who makes it. I don't want to watch Idubbbz unless Idubbbz is going to talk about. Well, now that we have all of this, now that he hates his fucking coach, now that documentary is interesting to watch. Now I want to see that lady's fucking shitty ass footage. You know what I mean? Like, now there's a reason to watch that documentary. But, like, look, Creator Clash 1 documentaries, their time has come and gone, I would say. You guys should have dropped them right after the event. All of you. Idubbbz, AB, whoever was still working on a Creator Clash documentary, I think it's safe to say that you can stop. I think it's safe for you to stop working on them.
Yeah, don't worry. You didn't pay a team to fucking film it and then just tell everyone you're making a documentary and then, like, tell people that are helping you, being like, I'm going to put you in this documentary. It's going to be great for you. And then not do it. So you're good, baby.
Yeah, there was supposed to be a documentary released on, I believe it was April 16th, per our contracts with Creator Clash 3. I had a guy come out and spend like a full day with me doing all that stuff to capture for Creator Clash 3, but it never came out. That doc never came out, the footage. There was like a guy they hired in Tampa. It never came out, and it was supposed to come out on the 16th, which did make like the multiple drama-infused videos seem a little bizarre to people that were in the event, because the documentary stuff was supposed to come up. But what happens with the footage, the Creator Clash 1 and 2 documentary footage? I mean, essentially that's kind of interesting footage now. It has more, it's more fascinating now than ever before, I'd say.
Yeah, I thought I missed the mark. I thought it was too late, but now there's a resurgence in interest. So
yeah, there is.
I might have to split it
isn't.
up. It was like super
There is no resurgence. You have missed the mark.
positive. So maybe it's
Can
like
you just make, can you edit it so it's just Michael?
Yes, please.
I also have Kate
Michael Brick supercut.
spraying me for spray tan also.
Oh yeah, I heard the infamous spray tan. Excellent. This is by the way, this is the biggest expose of the day. Here's Ian by himself in a Denny's, and it looks like the bathroom is off. Yeah, this appears to be real.
The footage is apparently YouTube.com. Winnie and Friends. Let's see if that's real. So they're saying no joke. So I mean, I guess I should believe you, but let's double check. Let's look at some of this footage that this lady has. Winnie and Friends. Bro, no way that's the YouTube channel, is it? There's a lot of those channels. Okay, wait. There's youtube.com at Winnie and Friends. youtube.com/@ Winnie and why can't I type now? Oh, there's no way that. Come on, you guys are fucking with me. Sorry for wasting your time, guys. Des Arts. I can't believe I fell for that.
The bathroom has been sectioned off as a crime scene. My God. And then he's got a bunch of paper towels. Why has he got paper towels?
There's big wipes.
For
big boy wipes.
Is it really them? Is that really the dog? Like, it's these dog videos, bro?
Hello friends, I'm Winnie. Oh gosh, I'm so excited. Ruff! Now let's play. And make sure you guys subscribe below. Hello friends, today Mulan, Shushu and I are waiting for a delivery package. That's right. You see, my mom is away at school.
That's it? That's the bona fide boxing lady? Can we see her in the videos? What is this shit?
Oh, what? Do-it-yourself ball pen? Oh, wow, that sounds so fun. I love doing DIYs. Yeah, I get to be creative. This is going to be so fun, girls.
Bro, no fucking shot. Of course, who's gonna want to fucking work with this lady? What is this? Winnie moves in with Mulan? Oh, she's in like a series.
Hello, friends. I'm Winnie. Oh, gosh,
Oh my god, bro.
And guess what? Yes, we're going to be Winnie's new roommates. We're so excited. That's right. These are my best friends. So, Winnie, would you like a tour of our room? Of course I would. I would love that.
Maybe this is some kind of trauma that was caused by her being a child bride or something. Like maybe this is some kind of trauma. Way for her to process her trauma. This is embarrassing.
And then he's got mayonnaise and a Coke. What is happening? And he's crying. Ian, what the fuck, man?
I just want to ask him if you've always been shitting your pants.
Yeah, I don't know. Do you guys know if he ever shit his pants or no?
I mean, we found that out through her, so we found out when everybody else did.
Yeah.
So she like that, and so that was during his. I think that was during when he was trying to raise money for bailing the second creator clash, and then she like threw that out there. So once again, that's something that we were just like, what the hell are you doing?
Just to summarize, he has bad breath. He shits his pants. He's cheap. I don't know if you guys saw that one. She's like, oh, he took a girl to Cheesecake Factory and didn't pay.
Yeah, we saw that.
And then she goes, I totally believe that. So he's cheap, shits his pants. He's got bad breath, and we're continually adding to the list. But basically, I can only add stuff that Anissa herself has said.
Yeah.
Well, with all that being said, guys, what a conversation it's been. Thank you guys for spending so much time with us.
Let's listen to her talk a little bit about her trauma, just to watch that video again.
Working on some really interesting activism where you were.
Yes,
this is not interesting. It's really shocking and sad that you yourself were a child bride.
Yes. So I'm a child bride survivor, and at the age of 12, I was put into a child marriage from the time I was 12 until 23. Within my child marriage, I had 2 kids when I was 15 and 17. And this happened in America, okay? And Ian and Nisa are well aware of my story because I've had them at my home. They've seen my kids and everything. And so last year, right?
Madamar sends £2 and says, IBS jokes, killing it. Madamar, stop. You said you were done. Enough, Madamar. I should cut you off. Oh, look, good pause right here, huh? Look at that. I was a child bride. Again, I mean, it's very sad to be a child bride, but to grow up to be an adult bitch. Sorry about that. Ooh, sorry about that. That was fucked up. Sorry about that. But you went from child bride to adult piece of shit. So fuck you and your story. Let's listen to 2 more minutes of it, just 30 more seconds, and then watch more of her shitty dog videos.
2024, I learned that there was a House bill in Washington State trying to pass House Bill 1455 to end child marriage. And so when I learned of this bill, I thought to myself, even though it had been 15 years since I escaped my prison, like this is a chance for me to come forward and tell my story. I sent, so Michael and I went to Olympia in Washington. We met with politicians. We lobbied to support the bill.
Sorry, no. I mean, look, obviously sympathy for child brides, but like, if you're going to grow up to become an adult bitch, who gives a fuck? Let's watch a bit more. Winnie moves in with Mulan.
I'm so excited. Please, 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 could you please show me your room? That's right, Winnie. We'll show you our room. Okay. Mulan, would you like to do the tour? Of course I can. Or we can do it together.
That's Mulan? That ain't Mulan, bro. What kind of Mulan doll is this? Michael married a single mom? Yes, and she has 2 to 3 kids, Michael. Isn't that crazy? Just like Idubbbz dated a single mom, Michael married one. What the hell? What's happening?
Whatever you prefer, Shushu. Okay, let's do it together. That's awesome. You guys are so awesome. I love how you guys work together.
Yeah. Super Guy Bob says Elsa Spider-Man ass content. Exactly. Spider-Man moves in with Mulan with Winnie the dog. But I can't believe this is her actual video. Is there any other stuff that she does? Like real videography? Like what is this?
Okay, so why don't you guys go ahead and follow me over here, and I'll start with the area where you're going to put your bed, Winnie, because my mama and my papa helped prepare this area for you. See, go ahead and follow me. That's right. Dun, 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 dun.
Look, I mean, again, being a child bride, I don't know what kind of trauma she's been through. Maybe this is kind of processing her trauma. She's got to play with these dolls to feel better about herself or some shit. You know what I mean? But again, she's not getting my sympathy after what they did to Idubbbz and Anissa sitting there for 3 hours. Ugh. So anyways, that was it, folks. That was the live stream. A Keeker Garden Sailor sends another $2 Canadian. Sailor Moon says, might I suggest using an asshole instead of... I should use asshole. I'm sorry. I was just... And Ethan uses that word and gets called out for it. I'm literally only using it for like the worst of the worst. Like this lady has spent 3 hours just shitting on people. So I probably should use asshole. So I do apologize, Keeker Garden Sailor Moon. I don't mean to be rude and say fucked up things, but sometimes fucking you're live, shit slips out. You're trying to be funny. You're trying to get attention. So definitely, I can try to do that. Folks, oh my God, we've been streaming for like 4 hours. We're going to stop just to remind you guys, if you guys are into movies, if you guys are we have 420 of you in the live chat. If you guys are interested in movies, TV, we did a live stream yesterday talking about something we don't normally talk about, movies and TV and stuff. Here is the episode that you can watch. It was yesterday. Hermione is brown, Zelda is trans, and live action Lilo and Stitch. We talked about a whole bunch of movie stuff. We reviewed some stuff, Lilo and Stitch, the animated versus the live action. We talked about a Kevin Costner lawsuit. We talked about The Last of Us Part 2 and it being a Zionist show. We talked about Hunter Schafer being potentially cast as Princess Zelda, so the internet is freaking out over having a trans actor being Zelda. A young brown actress has been cast as Hermione, so the internet is freaking out as well. If you guys would like to support us, you guys can watch the replay of that live right here. And also, for our members and our patrons, I'll be doing an exclusive members live stream. The patrons might not be able to watch it live, but you'll be able to watch the replay on Patreon because I'm going to have it live for members. It's easier for them to find. So thank you so much for watching. Catastrophic says, as a bitch, I give you the bitch pass. Well, thank you so much. Haley D says, I say bitch a lot, but it's mostly bitch. Yeah, I don't like to use that word for women, guys. I'm not going to defend the use of that word ever. You know what I mean? Thank you so much. When the stream is going to be posted, it's going to be missing the first 17 minutes. Just give us a few minutes to make an edit, and then the full thing will be up. Thank you so much. Let me just take a second to thank some of our patrons, our lovely patrons. And obviously our members. We have too many members to thank, but thank you all. You know who you are. Thank you to our God tier patrons, Elian Mujabir, Dominic Selzer, Daniel Nechle, A Rose for You, and EU Watson. Lovely superhero patrons like Jordan M, Preston Kroll, Rana F, Elias Salibi, Celine H, Joey Daboul. Blonde patrons like Mono, Natalie, Matt Gersich, Bahar, Kialisi, Yorgelis Viescas. Members go up with another 10 euros before we go. Members, stop being so generous. Not Nour having to communicate through YouTube chat to tell Anthony to check WhatsApp. I know, it's kind of... That's what we have to do. When I'm here on my own, we communicate in all sorts of ways. Oh, this has her edits from... I just saw that now. Sorry, Nour. I just saw it. This has her edits from members go up. Thank you. I saw it, Nour. I saw it. We got it in the live chat. Let me check. Are there other edits here? Oh, Kate Yang Briggs is her name. So she has edits on Instagram. Oh, okay. Let me try to let's try to watch some Instagram stuff then. Here, 1 second, folks. We're almost done. But I'm done thanking the patrons. Thank you, guys. Patrons, we love you. Let's take an extra second to look. We got some extra footage of hers. 1 sec. I just got the link. Give me a moment. So we have her Instagram account. Now, thankfully, I was able to fix my Instagram situation because... La 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 la. Come on, fucking faster. Bro, my WhatsApp to load on my PC. I need to use the bathroom too. I'm going to have to wake up early, folks. My ass going to have to wake up early. Okay, I found her Instagram, folks. Let's make fun of some of her. So other than the dog stuff, other than those horrible videos, here is her Instagram. So her name is Alpha Fit with a 1. She has 2,300 followers. Let's see some of her boxing edits and shit. Nice. Michael's training in a garage. That's good to see. Is there anything worth watching here? Let's see. These are pictures. Let's see this awesome videography work. This guy's got very bad form. He's not rolling. He's like ducking. You're not supposed to duck. You're supposed to roll, bro. And yeah, what is Ian supposed to do with 40 hours of this? You can't make a documentary with this. You need all sorts of footage. You need interviews. You need B-roll. You need a million types of shit. So if all it is Idubbbz doing pad work, then yeah. What the fuck kind of documentary are they going to do like that? Please enlighten me, lady. It's horrible. Let's try to get a little bit more videography and call it a day.
Remember what an Xbox is? It's me creating more surface area at the wrist here, like it's an X at the wrist, to make sure.
Watch out, guys. He's going to talk shit about all of you guys on another podcast in a few months. Anyways, this sucks. Thank you so much for joining us, folks. So there will be an exclusive Patreon live stream tomorrow, and we will try to deliver a regular full episode of Do Not Worry with the crew on Saturday. Okay, I'm going to try my best. It's just been a crazy week. Next week, we'll be back on track starting Monday. Live streams Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, hopefully. We're going to hit you guys with live streams almost all of next week. Exclusive members and Patreon live stream tomorrow morning, or in 5 hours from now, basically 5 hours from now, folks, I'm going to be doing an exclusive members live stream. So 5 hours, see members and patrons. To everyone else, thank you so much. To everyone who donated today, let me get some of your names. Members go up. Keeker Garden Sailor Moon, Mudmud, Nuna Ninja, The Baroness, Wendy, Super Guy Bob, Bob Vorn, Haley D, all of you guys, Dizzle McFizzle, Space Girl is Gnarly. Thank you all for your generosity. Miguel P, Shiny Teeth, the username Matt, Naxaltol, Sunflower Dragon, CH, Marina Nimus, Danielle Gonzalez Proto, Man with Long Last Name, Zoe, Veronica H. Song, Elaine. Thank you guys seriously so much. And Madness Arcade with the first super chat of the day. We love you guys so much. If you guys want to support us, consider supporting us on Patreon, the best way to support our small independent Lebanese YouTube channel. Please think about Lebanon. Pray for Lebanon. We just got bombed by Israel 4 times today in Beirut. Folks, thank you so much for joining us on this long live stream. It will be up for replay very soon. As always, folks, we will see you tomorrow and Saturday. And as always,
Do not worry.
oops, it played the intro instead. Here we go. Here's the right stuff.